Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Looks like we're just about ready to get started with the Blue Jays and the Rangers this afternoon. Game 4 of the 4-game series. Blue Jays can take the series if they win this one today, and the Rangers, if they win, they will split after winning yesterday 4-3. And as we set to get underway, let's take a look at the Blue Jays taking the field. As you can see there, Rangers 32-33. Blue Jays 7 games under 500, 29-36. We've got red jerseys on today. Maybe that'll change their luck a little bit after, as I mentioned, losing yesterday 4-3. And they got the right man going today if they want to get a victory. It's Hyunjin Ryu making his 13th start, 6-3. 2.07 ERA, 78 in the third innings, 67 strikeouts, 17 walks. So not a lot of strikeouts means he'll get the ball in play. He'll have to get the defense working behind him. As Elvis Andrus leads things off, he is the shortstop for the Rangers. Takes it low, 1-0. Blues in third place in the AL East, as you can see, but 7 games under 500, so it's not really that close to the Yankees and the Rays, who are in second place. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Andrus. It's in for a strike, 1-1. There's a fastball from Ryu, 90 miles an hour. He'll throw his changeup a lot. That's one of his go-to pitches when he needs a strikeout, or if he just needs to get soft contact. 1-1 pitch to Andrus. Is low, 2-1, or no, it's a strike, 1-2. All right. It looked a little low, but the umpire gave him the call. So let's take a look here at the 1-2 pitch from Ryu. And it's low, 2-2. There's the curveball. A lot of different pitches that Ryu can throw to try to get you out. 2-2 pitch, low, full count. Nick Solak on deck. He had a home run in the game yesterday in the first inning. So here's the full count from Ryu to Andrus. It is popped up into foul territory. That will reach the seats. Fan grabs it there for a souvenir. 3-2 from Ryu to Andrus, leading off the first inning. Here it comes, and it's fouled away. Cutter, 87 miles an hour. Ryu, born in Korea, spent a lot of time with the Dodgers, had a great year last year, and signed by the Blue Jays this offseason. Full count pitch, popped up. This is playable for Travis Shaw. He gets there, that's the first out of the day.
Batting second, the left fielder, Nick Solak.
As we see the left fielder, Nick Solak, he's got a 5-game hitting streak, 5 for 21. And yesterday, as we mentioned, he had a home run in the first inning. On Friday, in the Rangers' 10-0 loss, he had one of the 2 hits for Texas. He had a single in the 9th inning. Ryu's pitch is fouled away. Nick Solak acquired in the offseason by the Rangers from the Rays. And we'll pop that one up, and it's going to be over the head of Kevin Biggio, so his hitting streak will continue. It's now at 6 games. He's got a 1-out single. Nice piece of hitting there. This goes the other way. He gets it over the head of Biggio. I'll bring up Willie Calhoun, the DH, 233 overall, 13 home runs, 29 RBI. And he'll foul that one away on the cutter. Calhoun acquired from the Dodgers in 2017 in the deal that sent Yu Darvish to LA. Takes a strike, 0-2. Perfectly placed fastball, 93. He does lead the Rangers in home runs with 13. So he won't hit for average, only 233, but he can hit for power, like a lot of hitters we see these days. 0-2 pitch, inside, 1-2. There's that Ryu changeup, 78 miles an hour. Ryu sets, fires, 1-2. Way inside, 2-2. You hit him actually. Here is the 2-2 pitch. First, they're going to check on Solak. He gets back in safely. Two and two with one out and a runner at first. Here it comes. Fouled away. Another changeup. As I mentioned, changeup is Ryu's pitch when he wants to get a strikeout. 2-2 pitch. Fouled away. Calhoun putting up a nice fight. And we have Jake joining us now as Calhoun fouls another one away. How you doing, Jake?
It's early, man. It's early.
It's very early out in Arizona. Did you get your coffee and all that?
Yeah, we got the coffee. The dog's been walked. It's all good. We're ready to go.
Swing and a miss, strike three. There's a strikeout from Ryu. That's his first of the day.
Batting fourth, the right
Wearing the
fielder
nice
for
Canadian red. I like it.
Joey
Yeah, it's almost like Canada Day, even though Canada Day is about a month away, 3 weeks or so. We gotta get in the spirit here. Here's Joey Gallo, right field for the Rangers. Takes a strike, 197, 9 home runs. He can hit them, and he can very, very far.
Yeah, but he could do a little more with just making sure he hits the ball every time. You know, that
Yeah,
197
like
average.
that.
Ryu throws over to Shaw. Not close. Not even really sure what Ryu hoped to accomplish.
Solak is on at first base. I don't think he's going to run. And Joey Gallo, as we see, has 119 home runs. I don't mind him hitting 120, but I hope he waits till Tuesday.
Ryu fires in. The pitch will be just low. Catches the zone there. Nice four-seamer. Down at 90 miles an hour, but Joey Gallo not ready for it. Ryu readies himself. 1-2 into the mitt. Swung on and missed. Joey Gallo swings at a cutter there far outside the zone, and that's going to do it for the Rangers here in this inning. Ryu gets the K. One hit for Texas, but no runs. We head to the bottom of the first.
And we see Corey Kluber with a nice year so far for Texas. 14th start, 6-4, 3.27, and he gets some strikeouts, and the Blue Jays tend to strike out, so we'll see how this one goes.
And first up to lead it off is Bo Bichette, currently 6th in the AL All-Star vote for shortstops. Not having a great season, but I guess having a decent season.
281 is actually one of the better averages on this team.
Yeah, but that's not saying a whole heck of a lot. As much as I love me some Blue Jays baseball, it's been a little bit rough on the offensive side this year.
2-0.
Bichette quickly has a hitter's count here.
That's going to be swung on hard out there, but that's going to start going foul, drifting foul out by the third base bag, and that is going to be the first out there. So really quickly went from a nice 2-0 hitter's count to Corey Kluber retiring his first batter in just 3 pitches.
Had a hitter's count and got aggressive, but Kluber made a nice pitch. Here's a guy who has really been struggling. Biggio, just 209 on the year and a lot of strikeouts.
Yeah, and Biggio's a guy that you want to get on base. Both of these guys at the top of the lineup are two guys that once they get on, you know, just a nice little hit out to the outfield in pretty much any spot could give him a chance to come around and score. Instead, Biggio's been taking a lot of walks back to the dugout.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Got a fastball right there, swung right through it. He had a home run yesterday and a double the day before, but other than that, not a lot of offense from Kevin Biggio this year. Not getting on base enough like he did last year.
Kluber now at a 2-1 count, fires into Biggio. Biggio's going to take a huge hack at that curveball that just floats on in there. He needs to readjust those gloves, maybe readjust his head real quick. And that's going to be a K there as well. The sinker, 92 miles an hour. Going to be Kluber's first on the day. Beautiful little pitch right there on the outside edge, and Biggio didn't even think about swinging.
And another strikeout for Biggio. Unfortunately.
Ball that's outside. I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
1-1 on Gurriel, who's also struggling a bit, just 239. He's third on the Blue Jays in hits, though.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Ooh. Lourdes Gurriel's going to take that curveball. 2-1. Kluber, a guy who's, pitched in some really high leverage situations. Can't imagine that he's going to do too much high leverage pitching this year with the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, I don't know what Texas is actually doing. They got Kluber, they got Jordan Lyles who pitched yesterday. They signed Todd Frazier, but they're not really in the mix. So I don't know what stage they're at in their.
Well, I mean, technically, these Texas Rangers are sitting in second place in the AL West, 5 games back. But to be fair, the only team with a winning record in the AL West is the Oakland Athletics, so it's not that hard to be in second or third place. Yeah,
you saw the Blues in third, and they're like, 6 games under 500 or whatever, so it's not exactly that's going to be found.
Yeah, the Blue Jays come in 10 back of the Yanks. Tampa Bay Rays holding that second place spot, just 3.5 back of New York. That's going to be fouled off, moving the count full here, 3-2 now, from Corey Kluber to Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
Oh, that's a pretty well.
And going back. Not a problem out there deep in the outfield. So 3 come up for the Blue Jays and 3 are sat down. We're through 1 here in Rogers Center. It's 0-0.
Yanni Santana, that last play is kind of like, yeah, I got time. I'm going to catch it. I thought he might not, but he did.
The third baseman, Todd Frazier.
One of the more interesting things also looking at these American League standings is right now the Texas Rangers are in 4th place in the wild card race. Mind you, they're 9 games out of the wild card slot. Blue Jays already 12 games out, but they're in 6th place. So the AL very top heavy. The Astros, the Mariners, the Tigers, the Orioles, the Royals really bringing up that bottom half as that's going to be hit over the second base. The throw on is going to be in time, and Hyun-Jin Ryu keeps dealing.
I think the wild card, if nothing changes, will probably come from the American League Central. Maybe both of the wild cards, because you have the Twins, the Indians, and the White Sox all playing really well.
Yeah, I think maybe the Tampa Bay Rays could be kind of outsider pick there, but like we said, already 5.5 back in that race, just basically about a third of the way, maybe closer to half of the way through the season.
Yeah, those guys can definitely make a push, though. They're quite pesky, the Tampa Bay Rays.
Pesky's a good way to put it, as Danny Santana thought that he heard a trash can banging somewhere, thought that he could rip that changeup out of here. Instead, he's going to strike out there after the 4-seamer. little bit of off-speed, on-speed there, and that's the third strikeout for Ryu on the day.
The second baseman, Rudned Odor.
Very nice. And now everyone's favorite guy to boo, Rudned Odor, is going to come up.
Rudned Odor, 10th in the AL in second base All-Star voting. But I'm going to guess only the 15 starters are really being included in these vote totals. So, you know, that's not necessarily all that much of an honor. And you see why. He swings through pitches, that changeup right there, that just wasn't even close.
That's Ryu's money pitch, the changeup.
We've seen him now throw quite a few changeups and try and get in a high fastball right after. Didn't work, though, to get Odor out. Instead, we're going to see... I couldn't tell if that was a curveball or a changeup because the video feed went grainy, but hey, it's a strikeout. That's all I know, and it's a strikeout.
Looked like a changeup, and Ryu's fourth strikeout. He doesn't get a lot of strikeouts usually, but he already has 4 today through the first 2 innings.
He does have 4 already, but has thrown quite a few pitches to get through his 2 frames.
Here's Vladdy. Only 264 on the year.
Ooh, he gets underneath that one, but it looks like that's going to be easily playable out there, and it is. So 1 pitch, 1 out.
Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 44.
As we see, Rowdy Tellez, and Anthony's now second in batting average because we saw Bichette at 281. He was up there for a while. 278, I think, is probably still second. But that's a nice piece of hitting.
And
That's gone.
That is gone. That's out of here. Rowdy Tellez breaks this game open quickly with a 359-foot shot. Definitely not the biggest home run you'll see. But I don't think anybody on that Blue Jays dugout is going to complain how far it went because it went right over that wall out there in left field. It's 1-0 Blue Jays.
Very nice. And his second home run in as many games. Actually, his third home run in as many games. He had a 3-run home run on Friday. He had a solo shot yesterday. And another one today. Rudy's up early.
Having the ball sounds in my headset while trying to announce is very annoying.
Yeah, quite the interesting setup we got here today. You just went the other way with that, and see ya.
Batting fifth, the right fielder, Teoscar Hernandez.
As Teoscar Hernandez will step in, 234. Another guy who could definitely use better batting average. He takes that outside. One 0 pitch. In for a strike, 1-1.
Teoscar Hernandez, he's been, 234 might not be the greatest contact line, but he's definitely been up in some big spots, got some power bat for these Blue Jays. Going to be one of the guys that needs to get going if the Blue Jays want to make some form of move towards the postseason.
Indeed, maybe not this year, but hopefully next year. We really need to see better batting averages from a lot of the guys in this lineup.
Maybe literally everybody.
Pretty much.
And this young team really could be an interesting contender. I thought maybe this year, especially with Ryu now heading up this lineup, or this rotation, I should say. Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. As the 3-2 pitch comes in, it's going to be fouled off down the line. So Teoscar Hernandez is going to stay alive. As that one's going to go low, so Hernandez gets, I think that's a 7-pitch walk right there, which is like a third of the pitches Kluber's thrown in this game.
And if there's one guy you don't want to walk, it's Teoscar Hernandez, because he never walks that much.
Yeah, he's not that particular of a guy.
No, he'll strike out a lot. And our janitor is going to do some housekeeping while we call this game. That's okay. Travis Shaw gets into that one, but I think it's going to... Oh, that might be gone. No, it won't. I was a little excited there.
Instead, it'll be a really long fly ball out.
There are a lot of fly ball outs so far for Kluber. Danny Santana has had 3 of those.
And, you know, Corey Kluber didn't really look as good kind of coming off that injury layoff. You know, he had that Cy Young award-winning season when he was with the Indians, and then kind of took that break from pitching for a while.
Yeah, he missed almost all of last year with injuries. Then, obviously, was dealt to Texas in the offseason. He's had a nice season so far.
I believe he took a line drive off his arm, I think.
Yeah, that was he was pitching in Miami against the Marlins, and somebody hit him, and he was out for a while.
Now he's back.
Ball inside.
And there's another guy who's falling behind, Grandel Grichuk, with a very low batting average. You really want to get the bottom part of this lineup out if you're Kluber.
I mean, if you're anybody, you feel like you should be able to get the bottom part of this lineup out. I mean, we just looked at the man that's about to come up afterwards, and doesn't get much better. Danny Jansen coming in with a 150 batting average. Three-one pitch to Grichuk comes in. He's going to swing on that cutter. That cutter high. Interesting spot to put it, kind of on that inside high corner there, but gets the swing and gets the foul back, so it'll be a full count here now.
And Hernandez will take off.
Ball 4, pitch is down.
And he just can walk to second.
Well, there you go. 2 back-to-back walks, and all of a sudden, Corey Kluber's efficient, really in-control start seems to be quite a bit rockier now. Only thrown 31 pitches through 1 2/3, but now has 2 guys on with the Blue Jays threatening. Needs to get some pitches back across the plate against Danny Jansen, the platoon catcher here, or one of the platoon catchers, I should say.
Yeah, neither of them is lighting the world on fire with the bat. You see 154 for Jansen.
Can't imagine Reese McGuire is even really hitting over the Mendoza line, so...
Yeah, he's probably around that. Don't remember the exact number, but tough times in terms of offense for the Blue Jays, which is why they are where they are.
Count is 1 and 2.
Well, I don't think that's the only reason. You know, some of the starting pitching this year outside of Ryu has left certain things to be desired. Barucki really let us down, I do feel like.
Yeah, now he's in the bullpen, and actually Tanner Roark has done a pretty nice job. That is swung on a miss on the sinker.
So quickly, Danny Jansen in a 1-2 hole. Pretty much what everybody expected when he came up to the plate.
Oh, that's off the
But
ball.
has enough baseball sense to take that pitch far outside. The curveball not really competitive. Didn't have a ton of break. Just kind of missed. Ooh, that is hit, but it's going to be hit right to right field. So despite the Blue Jays finally getting some runners in scoring position, all the offense they'll see is Rowdy Telez's blast to left field. Goes just about 360 feet, gets that one over the wall here at Rogers Center, and gives the Blue Jays a 1-0 lead over Texas.
Leading off for Texas, the first baseman, Ronald Guzman.
As we see Ronald Guzman, 6 for his last 17. Had a game-tying home run off Ken Giles in the game on Thursday.
At the ball.
Yeah, pretty much the everyday first baseman for these Rangers. Occasionally you'll see Danny Santana, come in there against right-handed pitching.
Even Gallo can play a little first base if they want. But I think this guy is their first baseman. The guy they think of is their first baseman of the present, future, whatever. Swings and misses. Looks terrible on that one.
Yeah, they got a lot of versatile guys on this Texas lineup. As he swings through that fastball, strikes out. So that's going to be 5 strikeouts now on the day for Ryu. He's got to be thinking, man, how do I get people to swing and miss this often normally? Robinson Chirinos will be the 9-hole hitter. One of those interesting moves by a lot of teams that we've been seeing to move, in the National League, we've been seeing a lot of teams moving their pitcher back to these bottom slots, but here it's kind of your catchers in these lower edges of the lineup, and it's going to be a real quick out there. Hyunjin Ryu gets another one, fly ball in foul territory.
Elvis Andrew.
Gurriel Jr. or not? Was that Gurriel? Or was that Guerrero?
Yeah, that was Guerrero making that catch on the pop-up.
As Ryu's going to throw one low there. Change up again. 80 miles an hour low in the zone. Ooh, that's grounded hard past the diving hand of Guerrero Jr. And that'll be a single. So Ryu looks good to start off this inning, but gives up kind of just a nice little contact single. Not much you can do there. Not much you can be angry about if you're the Blue Jays.
Yeah, it's just the second hit for the Rangers, and this guy had the first one.
Ball 1. Count 1-0.
In fact, Solak's had quite a series, 4 for 13 with a home run. Not really a guy you're relying on to bring you big offense.
They had a platoon with him and Shin-Soo Choo earlier, but I think Choo's done so poorly, they just said, you know what, we'll just give Solak everyday playing time.
I do believe Shin-Soo Choo is only in now occasionally to be a designated hitter against right-handed pitching for this Rangers lineup.
He did not start any of these games.
And yeah, looking at the official rosters here on MLBotball.com. Benched pretty much always.
Yeah, that's a big contract to keep on the bench, but I'm not the one making the decision.
Hey, at least it's not as bad as Yasmani Tomas.
That's right.
Quite a big contract to keep down there in AAA.
Yeah, the Red Sox have it too with Rusney Castillo.
Full count, 3-2.
I just want to know how I can sign a contract and then not actually have to play stressful MLB baseball, because that sounds awesome.
I'd sign on to that. So that one is Sean might have a play. He will.
Well, there we go. Another pretty easy inning for the Toronto Blue Jays ace. We head to the bottom of the third with the Blue Jays already leading by 1. And the big bats, Bichette, Biggio, Gurriel Jr. coming up for Toronto.
Heidi Watney reminds us that we should all donate to Meals on Wheels. And the donate button is right below the Twitch chat. So please, if you can spare a little bit, we'll be happy if you do that. Now we have a trivia question from the Big Guy 73. His question is, who has the most career hits as a third baseman?
Leading off for the Jays.
Either league?
Shortstop.
Yeah, I guess, and I'm going to guess that maybe it's somebody from one of these teams, a player on one of these teams. Maybe Adrian Beltre?
Yeah, that's the first thing I'm thinking with the Texas Rangers being in town. But mind you, some of those like old baseball players could have just hit ridiculous amounts of triples that we're not even like aware of.
Yeah, that's true.
Early era.
1 ball.
As that pitch is going to go in. Count will be at 1-2. Kluber relying heavily on the sinker here today. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be his bread and butter pitch, but that ball's hit over to shortstop, and Bichette is going to be got out there at first by about a step.
Now batting.
And we do get confirmation from the Big Guy 73 that Adrian Beltre is the correct answer. Most career hits as a third baseman.
Well, that wasn't hard.
Yeah, we had
That's big
Texas,
guy.
and I just thought, we got Texas, and Texas is Beltre, at least it was for a long while, so that makes sense.
And want to thank about the 25 of you that are joining us so far here on this early morning Bob Ball broadcast. We were calling it Bob Ball and Coffee earlier.
Yeah, if you're out on the West Coast in a different time zone, definitely ball and coffee. If you're in my time zone, maybe it's ball and lunch. Whatever you're doing, glad you're joining us for this fourth game of the four-game series between the Blue Jays and Rangers.
Pretend I'm at the Canadiens ballpark broadcasting from Vancouver.
So that last pitch was called a strike, even though it looked like it was a bit outside.
Yeah, you know. Biggio gets ready for that one and is going to hold up once again. He does not seem like he wants to swing very much. Ooh, but he's going to swing at that one. But once again, an easy ground ball that Kluber's able to get himself. And that's going to be 2 down. Guzman didn't have to do much. Just kind of pick that one up, trots over, score that 3 unassisted.
Indeed, 2 quick outs. The Blues only have that 1 hit so far, and that was the home run by Tellez. And that was their problem yesterday. Going to the bottom of the 9th inning, they had 3 hits, all solo home runs.
Swung on, fouled back on the cutter. Like I said, a lot of cutters being thrown by Kluber right now. Ooh, another ground ball and another easy play for this Texas Rangers defense. It's like they don't even have to move when the ball's hit to them. And Gurriel Jr. out pretty easily there. He doesn't look too happy about it. Either way, Blue Jays will take a 1-0 lead through a third of this game to the top of the 4th. Ryu comes back out to start his 4th inning of work. He's thrown 48 pitches so far.
And he's gotten more strikeouts than he's used to, but we'll take it. Calhoun was one of those strikeouts, his first time out.
1-0.
That changeup there outside, but the changeup's really been working for Ryu today, as you would expect. In fact, I don't think Hyunjin Ryu is going to be pitching very well on any day. His changeup is not going.
That's true. That's his bread and butter pitch. Had a great year last year with LA, and the Blue Jays decided to give him that 4-year deal. So far, he's done pretty well. He just needs the run support.
Indeed, and you saw Hyunjin Ryu become much more reliant on that changeup last year. As that ball is going to be hit far, far, far on the warning track, though. And that is going to be caught for the out. So, you know, a little bit of nerve-wracking energy there, but it doesn't matter. It's an out all the same. And Ryu is now going to move on to face Joey Gallo, the cleanup man who's 0 for 1 on his day.
Richard didn't look like he had too much trouble catching that, but we did hold our breath for a second. That's fly ball. As he gets a call there, there's Ryu on that first pitch strike.
Ryu throws it in, and that's going to be another swing. That time, Gallo makes contact, but fouls it down the third base line, and he's quickly in an 0-2 hole. So it'd be real great to see if Ryu could get through a quickly efficient inning. Instead, he's going to waste a pitch.
So Gallo yesterday was 0 for 4, which is kind of a typical day for him. And he's going to not even get close to that one. Another curveball from Ryu. It's a good pitch for him as well.
Yeah, it's really been that change of speed here today for Ryu, you know. That fastball's not blazing. That fastball's not going to do a ton for you, but when you can combine it with huge drops in speed and movement like that on your pitches, you're going to get a couple swings and misses.
Yeah, I think he's topped out 92 maybe. So not a lot of high velocity from Ryu, but he has to mix it up. He's done a nice job so far. Todd Frazier, the first time he came up, I think it showed he was like 1 for 18 against Ryu. So not really a lot of success.
Well, he's already taken a strike and is going to take another one there. So quickly, Ryu, once again in this 0-2 count, you really like the positions Ryu's putting himself in early in this one. And that is going to be there. Yeah, fouled off, stays alive, but still in the hole.
1 ball, 2 strikes, down.
The man they call the Todd Father signed a free agent contract with the Rangers.
Well, the Todd father is staying alive. Might be growing old during this at-bat.
Ball 2.
He's going to take another pitch there, down low. The changeup just misses the zone. I thought it might have a chance to just nick the bottom there, but Blue says no.
Count 4.
Oh, now he's a full count. Rio was up 0-2, now it's a full count. Not really ideal.
Not ideal indeed. Man, doesn't get him with the cutter. That was a dangerous piece of pitching right there. He just put that right down the gut. Don't want to see that again. Pitch comes in, and he's going to miss. So, tough series of pitches there for Ryu. Not able to get him to bite. Not able to get any of those almost calls. And now we're going to see Danny Santana come up with a runner on base for these Texas Rangers.
Only a 1-0 game, so once in the back can change us in the other direction. Santana 0 for 1. Struck out his first time up.
Swings and misses at that fastball outside. I think he thought that was going to come in a little more center plate there. Might be a ball to drive. Instead, just kind of outside, really just gets his edge of his bat to hit that one.
1 ball.
And misses that one heartily. The changeup, once again, beautiful change in speeds. About a 13-mile-an-hour drop between pitches there.
Oh, that looked close.
That looked in. Not even close.
Two-seamer. Man, I don't know what the umpire's seeing, but it's going to make Ryu throw another pitch. Oh, he gets him there.
I don't necessarily agree with that call. I thought the one before it was a strike. I thought that one was a ball. Either way, doesn't
Make-up
matter.
call.
Toronto Blue Jays have pitched 4 beautiful innings so far. They'll get a chance to hit once again with a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the 4th, as Heidi Watney is probably going to tell us some stat about the Blue Jays we don't like.
Yeah, probably how most of them are not carrying their weight when it comes to the offense. See, Charlie Montoya knows it. He's talking about it.
His head's literally down. He's that angry about it. Although it doesn't really look like Charlie Montoya, so I don't...
Some of these managers are just... You drew a graphic picture of a person, just drop him in. He's a man.
There you go.
Here's Vlad, who had a fly ball his first time up to the center fielder. Oh, that's a nice piece of hitting, but no, Odor is going to rob him.
Well, that is a bummer. Good play by Rougned Odor. Just ranges over, makes the dive. And then just kind of not even on 2 knees, kind of that weird, like, crouching tiger stance there. And that'll bring up Rowdy Tellez, who is the difference in this game. Like we've said, 3 games, 3 home runs. Wouldn't mind seeing 4 home runs in 3 games.
No, it might be the only offense we see today, so... Too bad nobody gets on for these home runs. On Friday, he did have 2 on, but yesterday was a solo shot. Today was a solo shot. They're shifting on him and burned him last time, but we're good with that. See, it's another rocket, and it's going to foul.
Yeah, when Tellez has been on this year, he's been pretty critical for the power bat in this lineup. That's why you see him hitting in that 4-hole, that 5-hole. But also at the same time, definitely has the ability with the rest of this Blue Jays lineup to fail to make contact for quite a while.
Oh, yeah. It's been the story of the season for the offense.
Ball 3.
So the count moves to 3-1 with Teoscar Hernandez licking his chops on deck. Pitch in. Just outside there, and that's going to be an expert walk taken right there. So Teoscar Hernandez is going to see a man on with only 1 out. Although Tellez is the fastest guy, so
Third walk already for Kluber. Teoscar was the first of those three. Not exactly a power threat, so I don't know why Kluber didn't pitch him more aggressively. Or he is a power threat, but not too often. Tries to do it there.
Oh, in 1 count. Kluber readies himself. Fires in. That's right down the middle. Ooh. Teoscar Hernandez had dreams of a home run. Instead, that'll be a long strike.
Nope, that's the ball. Count is 1 and 2.
Not close with that fastball. Good velocity 95, but way inside.
All right, Hernandez down 1 and 2. Needs to make something here. Defend the plate. Instead, he'll take pretty cool take there on the sinker.
Good take.
Ooh, that ball's lifted. He's going. He's running back. Teoscar Hernandez, he's going to do it. That's
All right.
another home run. Finally with a guy on base. And this game's now broken open. That'll be 2 runs on Hernandez's 10th of the year. Pretty much the same exact spot that Tellez hit it earlier. Just a bit further, I think about 4 feet farther than his counterpart. But that's okay. Tellez is going to touch the plate once again. It's going to be a 3-0 lead for the Blue Jays.
And I was saying, I was trash talking Teoscar there, and he says, look at this with all the trash talk. 368-foot home run.
He says, don't hold my beer, it's a little too early. Hold my coffee.
Yeah, exactly. Here's Shaw. Fly out. His first time up. Saray33 is asking about Charlie Montoya's background in MLB. Says he's never heard of him. So I'll take this opportunity to tell you that he was a long-time minor league manager in the Tampa Bay Rays system, and then he came up and he coached for them for a few years. He was the bench coach in 2018, and then he was hired here by the Blue Jays. And as our good friend J-Man, who calls a lot of Blue Jays games, likes to remind everybody, Charlie Montoya hit like 400 or something in a small sample size in the majors with the Expos.
Yeah, because he, his first ever major league appearance. As Shaw's going to strike out on that one, that sinker there for Kluber's second strikeout. Yeah, he came up in like the beginning of September 1993 for the Expos. And before that September was over, he made his last MLB appearance.
2 for 5.
2 for 5. There you go.
That tells us in the chat. But hey, 2 for 5, it counts.
Yeah, he hails from Puerto Rico. Like you mentioned, was in the Rays system, was the bench coach for a while. Before that was the third base coach for the Durham Bulls down in AAA.
I think he's the winningest manager in Durham Bulls history. So,
not sure how hard that really is, but
the Rays do draft well, that's for sure. Here's Grichuk, who was a first-round pick of the Angels, 1 pick ahead of Mike Trout. Trout's had a bit of a better career so far than Grichuk, though.
Count is 2 and 1.
He did have 400 RBIs down in the minor leagues. But, in over 1,000 games.
Grichuk walked his first time up. He's looking to do it again.
Kluber's really had some control issues here today, and I think it's at least bit him in the foot in terms of that pitch count. Already at 66 pitches through 3 2/3. Not the hallmark of efficiency.
Grichuk was looking to do some damage there. Didn't quite get it.
Looking at Montoya's coaching stats with the Bulls, he won 6 division championships. That's going to be a strikeout to end the inning. Even won the AAA Baseball National Championship in 1 year. But right now, he's leading the Blue Jays to a 3-0 lead over the Rangers following yet another shot out of here by these Blue Jays out to left field.
Montoya had a lot of success with young players. That's why the Blue Jays wanted to bring him on as a manager. Heidi's finding a spot of shade in the dugout. Talking about the Rangers, obviously.
She does know we're in Toronto, right? It can't be that warm outside right now.
It's a nice sunny day. Not too hot, not too cold. Chris Woodward's talking about something. He's a former Blue Jay.
Leading off for Texas. The
Here's
second
Odor, the man everyone loves to hate in Toronto.
baseman, Odor.
That's a ball.
That's going to be in there just... Nope. Oh, not a strike. That'll be a ball. Don't listen to me. That's why I don't get paid the big bucks to sit behind the plate. Yeah, just a cool, crisp 67 degrees Fahrenheit out there in Toronto right now. 19 degrees Celsius for all our viewers from north of the border.
Indeed. Not too bad, as that one is going to be hit pretty well, but Teoscar has a beat on it. Yes, he does.
And there we go. Ryu continues dealing. Not sure
Every
how
fly
deep...
ball scares you here.
The first baseman,
What was that?
Ronald.
Every fly ball scares you here. As you see, the ERA leaders are used in third place behind Yarborough and Garrett Cole in the AL East. Kenta Maeda is former teammate with the Dodgers there on the list as well.
Mike Fires, baseball hero,
Yeah.
also there.
Yeah, we like Mike Fires.
Not the Asterix, but Mike Fires.
Yeah,
Ball one. Count one
That
ball.
first pitch from Ryu to Guzman goes in for a ball. Guzman's hit pretty well the last few games, as you saw in that graphic. 5 for 13 in his last 4 appearances.
I believe he had a double yesterday, had a home run on Thursday.
Yeah, they kind of buried the lead then with his stats there.
Swing and a miss. He's not going to get that one. Nice changeup.
We were talking about how often Hyunjin Ryu goes to that changeup. You saw in October of 2019, he was throwing it at a rate about 43%. Usually, career-wise, throws it about 30% of the time. A little bit more reliant on the four-seamer usually. And that's what we've seen here today. As he gets that one over to Shaw, Ryu comes over to cover the bag, and that will be the second out of the inning.
Now batting, catcher, Robinson.
Nice 3-1 put out. Another changeup there. And we see Robinson Chirinos come up.
Yeah, Ryu technically does have a slider and a slow curve and a curveball in his repertoire, although those 3 breaking pitches thrown a lot less than his cutter and his changeup. Occasionally will mix in a sinker as well.
That's out.
That changeup goes outside.
Justin says he's confused by the fact that the Blue Jays are in red while the Rangers are in blue. Yeah, we had a bit of a miscommunication, we'll call it that. We want Blue Jays blue, and, well, Rangers would have been just gray, but because they don't wear their red uniforms on the road. But that's okay. So far, knock on wood, it's okay.
Look, if you don't want a big Maple Leaf uniform, you know, I don't know what to tell you. That pitch is going to come in and be another strikeout for Hyunjin Ryu. He's got swing and miss stuff here today. He's dealing, and the Toronto Blue Jays got to feel good. We're halfway through this one. They got a 3-0 lead.
Eight Ks I've counted for Ryu today. And he's not the one usually getting the strikeouts. Usually this guy, Kluber, he only has 3 so far.
Number 9.
Well, not just that. The interesting thing, really, for these Blue Jays is it hasn't been like they've hit that well. They only have 2 hits. Both of them have just happened to go yard.
Yeah, this was the case yesterday. Really, bunch of solo home runs, and then they did get 2 hits off the closer in the 9th inning, Leclerc, but couldn't complete the comeback. So it's been a boomer bust offense the last 2 days. Friday was the day that they had 10 runs. That was their biggest offensive output in a while. As that one is going to be, I think, caught. Oh no!
Oh! I
He's
don't
there
know
for
what
third.
happened.
Wow.
Can we get a replay? I wanna see them mess that up
What was that?
terribly.
That's a triple for Danny Jansen. He's going to thank his lucky stars. What happened here?
It looked like they both were trying for it and both just were a foot away, or it kind of looks like they both kind of held up for each other, and I don't know, whatever happened. That is a big miscue there. I'm not sure why Danny Jansen even felt the need to slide.
And yeah, he's I don't know who he's gonna pray, I think, or say thank you or something, because that for me would be an error. But hey, it's a triple.
Yeah, that's at least like a single with an E8.
Yeah, that would be caught. Like, there's no excuse for big league outfielders not to catch that.
Or big league outfielders not to communicate, but that's okay. That's why Texas isn't really doing much here this season. You know, I say that as they have a better record than the Blue Jays, but it's the Homer cast. We can talk as much trash about the Rangers as we want.
That's why we did this.
Yeah.
They had a promotion where they wore the red jerseys on all home games on Sundays, but the record that year was so terrible that they just decided to. The players said, we're not going to wear any more reds. And that was just a Canada Day thing. But that's okay. We can pretend it's Canada Day.
Every day's Canada Day.
Yeah, there we go. Hopefully we get to broadcast the July 1st game. That will score the run. Nice.
There you go. Bo Bichette does his job. Nothing pretty. Nothing really spectacular, but hey, a ground ball to the other side of the infield will get it done every time. Danny Jansen's like, wow, I touched home plate without being behind it. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, so I was going to say, hopefully we can do the July 1st Canada Day game against the White Sox, and then we'll definitely sport those red jerseys. If we
Hey,
do.
well, EB, you make it happen. I'll be down there on the call with you. We'll use my 5 months of Canadian college education to pretend I'm Canadian.
Hey, it's good. You're an honorary Canadian in my book.
There we go. UBC kind of alum.
Very nice out there in the West.
Oh yeah, you can't complain about a campus that's in a national forest, basically on the beach.
That was lovely. Good weather out there. Not so cold as it gets in Toronto. As Biggio will take that right down the middle, but it's a strike one too.
A little bit too much rain for my desert soul, but you know.
Yeah, I can understand that. But when you're in Toronto and you get all these months of snow, you're not too much bothered by rain. At least I'm not.
Well, I was just terrified to have to drive in it every day. It's a concerning thing that I was not used to. Rains for about 5 minutes here in Phoenix and stops. As the count's 1-2 to Kevin Biggio. Takes that one far outside.
You know, there's that joke about a person returning from Canada, and he's asked by his friend, so what's the summer like in Canada? And he says, well, I don't know, because I was only there for 11 months. We have a nice summer, but too long of a winter, that's for sure.
Indeed. I was there from about September to December, so I know how that goes. Biggio staying alive still, 2-2 count to him. Gonna take another pitch down there low, and so good job by Biggio to work himself back in this count. We have actually seen Kevin a couple times this season really battle in terms of trying to draw a walk, just hasn't been able to make contact at the same time.
On base percentage really down last year compared to where it was, or down this year compared to last year, and got a piece of that one. Last year he didn't hit for average, but he did get on base a lot. This year, not doing either too well, unfortunately. And there's another strikeout.
So Biggio swings and misses. Not necessarily a surprising outcome. But Corey Kluber's only thrown 4 Ks through this one. I think most people would have taken Kluber to win the strikeout battle between these two all-star caliber starters. Instead, it's kind of been a rough go for Kluber. When he's made a mistake, it's been a bad mistake. Hasn't been getting that swing and miss stuff. And oh my, is he happy that one went foul.
And there was some, I would say, poor defense behind him, even though it didn't go down as an error. That lucky triple for Danny Jansen means the run is earned.
Yeah, indeed. Jansen, like we were talking about earlier, hit 150 on the season, not a guy with legs. So the fact that they scored that a triple Might be one of the weirder things you'll see on Bop Ball this week.
That would say pretty well.
Is
I
it?
think- Oh,
Okay.
oh, Gallo shows him how to get it done.
Nice little over-the-head catch there, and that'll end the inning. So we're through 5. The Toronto Blue Jays 4. The Texas Rangers.
Gallo tells him, that's how you catch a fly ball, fellas. Behind the shoulder. As Elvis Andrus will lead things off here in the top of the 6th. He's 1 for 2 with a single.
Andrew.
Has one of the 2 hits for Texas this afternoon. They had a single from Solak in the 1st inning and a single from this man in the 3rd inning. As Ryu, at 82 pitches, is going to set, fire, and deliver a strike. Elvis Andrus leads the Rangers in hits. It's a nice number, as Duggo would say. 69. Got that 69th hit in the 3rd inning, as we mentioned. 0-1. It's that foul. Souvenir for a fan, 0-2. 4-0 Blue Jays. A couple of home runs and an RBI grab from Bo Bichette. That pitch misses, 1-2. 4-seamer from Ryu at 91. He's got a lot of Ks today. That has driven up the pitch count, as that one is flied foul into the seats. Another souvenir. And Elvis is set. Ryu is set. He can fire, and he stays alive.
Elvis Andrus, one of the longtime members of this Texas Rangers ball club.
Seems like he's been around forever.
I swear no one else has played shortstop for years. He's going to hit that one over to Shaw, and quickly and easily a 3 unassisted there for Ryu's first out in the top of the 6th.
So loud.
Looking good. I don't remember when Andrews came up. Was it 9, 10, something like that? But yeah, he's been around for a long, long time with this ball club.
Indeed. 09 entered the bigs in the Atlanta Braves organization. However, was eventually traded with a name that I don't think you've heard in a long time, Jared Saltalamacchia.
Oh, yeah. He played for the Blue Jays briefly in 2017. Forgettable stint, like a month.
And Mark Teixeira also involved in that trade.
Yeah, that was a Teixeira deal. I remember that one.
I got
Right?
2-1 the count.
Just a weird grouping of people given the little bit of time. But Andrus, the all-time leader in Texas Rangers club history in stolen bases. All around a really good defensive player who gets it done kind of in the small ball style that we're seeing less and less.
As Solak doesn't get that change up. 9th strikeout.
And I don't know what it is with that changeup today, but nobody can see it coming in from Ryu. I mean, it's got to be hard when it drops about 12, 13 miles an hour at least every time.
And we're not sure if Elvis Andrus is named after Elvis Presley. He said, I asked my mother a lot of times, but she never told me. Maybe my dad liked Elvis Presley. I'm not sure about that.
It's quite a quote.
He was born in Venezuela, so maybe they knew Elvis in Venezuela. I don't know. 0-1 pitch. That's it pretty well, and Gurriel's not going to get it.
So that's going to come on in here. Going to be a stand-up double, no problem. Not even really worth a throw in there. So Willie Calhoun. Finally, this might be the best offensive chance so far for the Rangers, and you got to think that Ryu's either done after Joey Gallo, if he can't get him out, or at the end of this inning.
Yeah, 95 pitches all of a sudden. So all those Ks, the 9 Ks, you got to throw a lot of pitches to get that.
Yeah, it's kind of
a really generous call there.
It's like the Robbie Ray style performance, as
Right.
Tuggo and I talk about a lot on the Snakes cast.
Yeah, you get a lot of strikeouts, but you're out of there by... It might be the end of the 6th inning. Robbie Ray, I think, sometimes is knocked out even earlier. So I don't know
usually
which
it's
one
like
he got.
4 2/3,
Yeah.
12 strikeouts, 1 run given up, but like you have to go to the bullpen so long that it's not even really that valuable. Either way, Ryu's trying to stick in here and complete 6. It's a 1-2 count. Goes with the slow changeup there, but it's just too far low. Gets a swing on the fastball, but that'll be fouled back. So Joey Gallo trying to avoid going 0 for 3 in that cleanup spot. This is exactly the time you want him up. He's supposed to be cleaning up the runner there at second.
That was the 100th pitch for Ryu. So I'm not sure he'll come out for another inning if he gets through this one. Let's see. Oh.
Yeah, I highly doubt it. I doubt it.
As Justin confirms that Salty got 25 at-bats with the Jays and struck out 16 times. So that's why I said a pretty putrid performance from Salty Lamaki in 17.
That's pretty great.
Him, man. He did that a lot.
Well, at least Jared Saltalamaki is not striking out anymore for these Canadians. Instead, it's Hyunjin Ryu striking out everybody else. The entire country of Canada breathes a collective sigh of relief as the runner stranded at second. The 4-0 lead is protected, and it looks like both starters going to get pulled now pretty much from this game as Colby Allard pops into this one for the Rangers.
Corey Kluber only able to go 5 innings today. Colby Allard, the long man, who pitched in the game on Friday. After their starter, Kyle Gibson, he got knocked out of the game in the second inning with 6 earned allowed, and then Blue Jays weren't done. They knocked around Colby Allard for 4 more runs.
Yeah, Allard's a kind of guy that relies on just the sinking action of his pitches. Mostly a four-seam fastball cutter kind of guy. His cutter has huge cut to it, gets a lot of ground balls. Definitely can mix in change up and a curve, as that one's hit out to left field, but not going to be a problem, easily playable.
Came over in the deal with the Atlanta Braves last year. Did Allard?
Number 44.
Yeah, so as much as I want to say he's a ground ball guy, he immediately gets a pop fly to show that my analysis is not that important all the time in ML pop ball.
How about Rowdy's home run in the second inning, just going the other way, and gone. Beautiful thing.
And hopefully he can do something again. He's scored both times that he's been on base today. Also came around to score on the home run from, I think it was Gurriel, right?
Yeah, Hernandez, yeah.
Oh, Hernandez. There we go. Teoscar.
Colby Allard, 14th overall pick in the first round of the 2015 draft by the Braves. And he's going to give up another long fly ball, and Santana catches that one.
That's a bummer there. You just wanted a little bit more power on that, and I think it goes into doubles alley there. Instead, an easy catch, an easy fly ball, and we were talking about it. Let's take a look at the other home run in this game. That one was hit way up there. I mean, it didn't end up going that far distance-wise, but it was crushed. The outfielder kind of knew he didn't have a chance. Gave a lackluster effort out there in left field. Allard, hopefully going to, for his sake, avoid the same fate.
He's got 2 quick outs on 4 pitches. The 5th is not even close to the zone. I like how they showed the Teoscar home run, and then the graphic says that he went 0 for 4 yesterday.
1 ball, 1 strike.
It's okay. Sometimes. Yesterday, Ketel Marte came in and they're gonna call that a strike. Wow, I don't know if he broke the plane there, but they will say he did. 1-2 count to Teoscar as this pitch comes in from Allard, and that's gonna get him. So strike 3 there. Allard comes in, handles the Blue Jays no problem. That's okay though. Toronto still has a 4-0 lead, 2/3 of the way through this one. But yeah, yesterday, Ketel Marte comes in, hits a pinch hit home run to give the D-backs the go-ahead lead, and then right at the end of the inning, they put Starling Marte up there for the highlight, which is...
Yeah, they have their weird things here. So Ryu's going to stay out there on the mound for at least to start the 7th. Kind of surprising, but 4-0, I guess it's okay.
Todd Frazier, Todd Frazier, the third baseman, up now to bat. 1 for 19 against Ryu career.
Yeah, he was 1 for 18, then he had a ground out his first time up, and then walked the second time. So he hasn't seen Ryu too well as the man they call the Todd Father.
I think just
well,
trying
that's why if he swings at stuff like that.
I think I could go up there and bunt and maybe go 1 for 19 against Ryu. Either way, Wilmer Font and Thomas Pannoni up in the bullpen now.
2-1.
Frazier played a lot with the Reds, and then he kind of bounced around. Spent a couple of years with the New York Mets. And the Rangers, there were rumors that they were going to go after Josh Donaldson, but they ended up signing Todd Frazier. Oh, he's gone there. Now he's what, 1 for 20? He looks flustered, confused, all the above on that called strike, which may have been a bit inside, but you got the call.
Hey, you know, maybe that's why they kept Ryu out there. They're like, dude, you're in Todd Frazier's head. Just keep going for it.
Danny Santana's had no luck today. Strikeout swinging and a strikeout looking. Like we said, Ryu doesn't get a lot of strikeouts, but today he's wrapped them up.
Oh, that pitch was up.
Don't forget, everyone tuning in, that coming up this week, we will have a minor league showcase.
Yeah, that's
That'll
tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, tomorrow. That'll be fun. We got some real minor league announcers coming in. We'll also have a couple of major league games as well.
The only two on the schedule we had, it was, I think, Phillies and Cubs and Mets and Cardinals in the last two time slots. But yeah, before that, you can see some of the minor leaguers.
We got a full count. 3-2.
Santana doesn't even get a piece of that one. Another changeup.
Full count. Ryu fires. 114th pitch of the game. It's going to be fouled back. I don't know how much longer they can really justify leaving him in. I'm not sure risking your best arm to get a couple more outs of these Rangers is really worth it.
Oh, he gets him again. Third time he struck out. 12.
Now batting.
Clearly.
The second baseman,
Santana, rough day.
O'Doul.
Yeah, and Ryu, an absolutely fantastic start. If he's not your player of the game, I'm not sure who is. 12 strikeouts through 6 2/3, barely giving up any hits, and no runs so far in his line.
Odor was one of the victims. His first time up, strikeout looking. See that 232 average. 1-0 pitch. Fouled away. Another changeup, 1-1. I would think Ryu will probably be done after this inning, unless Charlie Montoya really wants to take full advantage of what he can do. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Cutter. See if we can get Odor here. And no.
Both the Shaw and I don't know. It looked like they both had a play on that, but
Ronald.
that is as
Scott
close.
missed it, Biggio missed it, everybody missed it. So that will do it for Ryu. He's going to be lifted here in the 7th inning. 6 2/3. And so far, no runs, but if Odor comes around to score, he will be charged with a run.
Who gets the ovation he deserves coming off there, tips his cap to the fans here in Toronto.
Anthony
they're
Kay
gonna-
will take over?
Number 47.
Not a bad choice.
Anthony.
No, not at all. Very good numbers. And, of course, Anthony Kay came over in that trade for Marcus Stroman from the New York Mets. Been a starter, but here he's using the bullpen, and he's had a really, really nice year so far. He picked up the win because the Blue Jays walked off in extras on Thursday. Guzman doesn't bite on that one. It's a ball.
To be fair, only had 12 games of action so far for these Blue Jays.
I saw that neither lefties nor righties were doing anything against him, and lefties were even lower, so it's a good spot to bring him in, face this left-handed bat.
Yeah, K's really a three-pitch kind of guy. Has a about 94-ish mile-an-hour fastball with a change that drops off not as much as you see in Ryu's, and also has that curve you see right there. 80 miles an hour is a bit fast for his curve. Usually it's a little bit more of a slower moving type pitch. You know, mid-70s, high 70s.
He was highly thought of in the Mets system, but they gave up on him. They wanted Stroman, and that was part of the price. Him and Simeon Woods Richardson, another pitcher. As Guzman doesn't bite on that one.
You know, K usually relies on that changeup to get swing and miss type stuff. Occasionally will get some grounders with that fastball.
Ooh, that's it pretty well, but I think Teoscar will get there. He will.
And there we go. So, they have to take out Ryu quickly, but that's all right. It does not matter.
He's stretching with everyone.
I guess you could call that stretching.
Yeah, he's in a good mood today.
Another one of the issues with the show, none of the mascots look good at all. They don't look like themselves, and they do some scary dances sometimes.
Like that one.
Like that one. Baxter does not even look like a wildcat or
Ace
bobcat.
kind of looks like Ace, but I don't think he dances that way, as far as I know. Travis Shaw, 0 for 2.
But he's played some good first base defensively today.
Very nice defensive plays today. Colby Allard sticking around for another inning of work. Got a 1-2-3 last time. But like I said, he was hit around a bit in the game on Friday.
Ball 3.
Good for Colby, making my analysis easier by not changing.
3-0.
Nope, that's down.
He doesn't want to throw Shaw a strike, and he'll take it.
Yeah, that curveball, I don't even know if it started above the zone. It just dropped and dropped and dropped. Shaw's not going to complain, though. He'll walk on lazily over to first, and now it'll be up to Randall Grichuk. He's walked in this game already. 0 for 1 otherwise.
Walking a strikeout, 2 of the 3 true outcomes. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind seeing the third true outcome here.
Get out of here with this true outcome nonsense. But that one...
Oh, Shaw's going to take second, and he's going to make it.
Ooh, that looked dangerous. I'm not necessarily sure Shaw's the kind of guy that I want to be going with on that one. But Chirinos does not show much of an arm there.
That was a wild pitch, and he went out to talk to Allard to discuss that.
I don't know if I agree calling that one a wild pitch. When you can kind of block it yourself and it doesn't really leave that circle, I'm not sure how wild the pitch really was or just how lazy you were with blocking it. But as a previous catcher myself, I'm a little tougher on guys behind the plate.
Allard threw, 6 straight balls, and then Grichuk... There it is! There we go!
You called it!
Yeah! The third true outcome. It's a 2-run home run for Grichuk.
405 feet. That's the hardest hit ball of our day today. Allard gonna give up 1 now. Kluber gave up 2 home runs earlier. And really, despite a lack of much, put together offense, the Toronto Blue Jays somehow have a 6-0 lead. With Danny Jansen coming to the plate, I mean, without these home runs, the Blue Jays would not have any semblance of an offense. They have more runs than they have hits, but I don't think anybody's going to complain that way.
Everybody complains, and you know what? Maybe I'll do red jerseys every time I call a game.
Now that's number 9.
Well, first now we got to see what Danny Jansen and the 1- and 2-hole hitters are going to do for Toronto, because there's still no outs here in the 7th.
Jansen got that triple and scored, as we just saw.
Legend.
The generous scoring triple, 0-2 there, though, on him.
Helps to have the home scorekeepers looking out for your stats.
Yeah. he'll take it because he's really been scuffling. So he'll take any hit he can get, a double, a single, a triple, whatever.
How many career triples do you think Danny Jansen has?
I would think he doesn't have any. I don't think that he... I'm actually going to look it up now because I'm curious.
I got the count. 2 and 2.
That might have been his first in the MLB.
He had one last year.
Oh, he did? Okay, I
Yeah.
did not remember that.
So only his second triple ever. Good for him. Right now, though, at risk of striking out, which, trust me, he's done that before.
But he won't.
I should
No
just-
strikeout there.
It's even farther. That was 441
Wow.
feet. I don't think Danny Jansen's ever hit a baseball that hard before.
He might have, but I don't think he did it this year. He hit some long home runs last year, and hey, back to back in the bottom of the order. So Colby Allard's not having all the fun today. He didn't have a lot of fun on Friday when he came into the game. That's a laser. That's right out of the ballpark. Is that second deck?
It was. Well, I mean, there isn't really a first deck.
And Colby Allard's going to be knocked out of the game after going up one inning and giving up 3 runs. Luis Garcia is going to come in. Not really much better numbers. Look at that average against righties. 409. He's going to face a bunch of righties.
Yeah, and that strikeout to walk ratio is not great either. Not bad, but definitely could deal with a couple less free passes.
0 and 1.
So Allard had a really good first inning, 1 through 3, and Chris Woodward wanted to stick with him and didn't work so well in this inning.
Yeah, Luis Garcia, flame-throwing pitcher there. Even his slider's at 86.
He's pitched for the Phillies and the Angels in his career. Bichette gets a hold of that one. And, oh, it's going to be caught.
All right, well, Santana gets to that one. Not everybody can get on base.
Yeah.
The batter, number 8.
We should just take our 7-0 lead and be happy with it.
He didn't catch the triple, so I thought he might not catch that one either.
Now Calvin Biggio comes to the plate. He's 0 for 3 on his day. Wouldn't mind him getting a little bit of offense under his belt. Maybe just boost his confidence a little bit.
Yeah, that would be nice. He did have a home run yesterday and a double the day before. Not going to get a hit on if you swing at 99 outside.
Yeah, Garcia almost exclusively relies on slider and fastball.
1 strike.
Occasionally works in the changeup, but historically really hasn't been one of those pitches he's relied on. So, 2-pitch kind of guy. If you can figure out the speed, the timing on that fastball, that slider, definitely able to take him for a ride.
Not spectacular numbers at all this year, so... Oh, he gets the strikeout there, though.
You know,
You think all my trash talking is resulting in the opposite happening?
great Aether. I don't know if the Blue Jays really can hit baseballs, though, in the chat.
Yeah, this is really not a typical offensive game for them.
They did score 10 runs the other day, but that was quite an anomaly. The 7 runs, maybe it's just that we're playing the Texas Rangers, and that's helping us out.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity to get some wins. The Blue Jays will continue after this series, as that one is going to be caught. They have a day off tomorrow, and then they have 3 games against the Mariners. Not a really good pitching team. And then they go to Detroit for 3 games. Also not a team that lights it on fire, so numbers may be skewed a little bit. But you never know.
Yesterday they got shut down by Jordan Lyles, who pitched a 5.3 ERA season in 2019. So, we'll take the offense, but it's not like I expect it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anthony Kay is going to continue on here. He's got a 7-run lead, so he should be attacking hitters and getting outs.
While Anthony Kay starts doing that, I want to quickly remind all of you about the great slate of games we have coming up for the rest of the day. Heinz AS and Great Aether Boss will be up next as the Cubs head to Cincinnati. That pitch is grounded to shortstop. No, not going to got there. So Gurriel Jr. has to come in from center field to make the play. That'll be a single.
The batter, number 1.
Coming up after that, the Mets head to the Nationals at 3:45 Eastern. Big Fund and Jeremy Goldstein on the call. And if you wanted to get a little sneak preview of the Mariners before the Blue Jays play them this week, they'll be playing at 5:30 Eastern time against the Miami Marlins. Brother Beard, one of our resident Seattle experts, and Tim Moore on the call.
Brother Beard is one of the best.
Indeed. And then right after that, you just got a solid lineup. Cookie Eater and Chris Satchke with the Rockies-Dodgers game, as that is a tailor-made ground double play ball. Instead, it's going to be missed. There will be no outs there.
That's a base hit? Okay.
That's an error, but okay. Bichette gets bailed out by the baseball scoring gods. And then Duggo and P-Mister with the Padres at Arizona. For Casey Treadway and Mike A, finish off our broadcasts for today with Philadelphia heading in the after dark slot, not something you see very often, to Atlanta. 2 East Coast teams in that late night game.
Interesting things usually happen in that late night game, as you know, Jake, having done that one just last night. And I appreciate you getting up so early to do this one, as Kay is now helping himself here by falling behind.
Okay, as much as I complained about 9 a.m., 9 a.m. is not that early. We're good.
Yeah, all right. We have to do it again sometime then.
Sounds good. Just force people to listen to me in back-to-back games. See if they get tired of my voice or not.
2-0 pitch. He tries to crush that one. And he just gets it foul. So Kay's in a bit of a pickle here. 2 on, nobody out.
Although if there were anyone I wanted up, Nick Solak seems like a pretty good opportunity to get a strikeout or get a ground ball. Of course, with the way we've been trash-talking EB, the exact opposite.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of worried here. I'm kind of concerned here.
I think he's going to hit a home run here. Okay, well, didn't work. 3-2, full count, runner in scoring position. The Texas Rangers trying to get their first run of the game. And that take on the changeup, not even a bad pitch from Kay. I don't know if I like the call to try and go with that low edge changeup there, but doesn't matter if I like the call. Doesn't matter if he likes the call. It's bases loaded now, no outs for the Rangers. And if there were ever a chance for them to battle back from 7 down late in this one, it's right now. This is pretty much do or die for the Texas Rangers. Willie Calhoun.
3-4-5 coming up. Okay, just looking to minimize damage. And he might be able to do that because that's a double play. So Calhoun got pretty aggressive there.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Rangers do get a run, but I think they would have preferred no run and no double play.
Yeah. I mean, the Blue Jays will take it. You trade 2 outs for a run, you're still up by 6.
Heck yeah. And now the final opportunity all of a sudden in this 8th inning is Joey Gallo, who has
struck
not
out the time. I would love for him to see the golden sombrero here, to be honest with you.
Hey, I mean, a man can wish. A man can dream.
0 for 3 with 3 punch-outs.
194 on the season. The Texas Rangers need Gallo to be hitting far better than that if they expect to be competitive. He's got to be one of those guys really bringing some RBIs in the middle of this lineup. And has an opportunity to do exactly that right here.
2 balls, 1 strike, the count.
Why didn't you swing at that one, Joey? It was close.
He usually does, from what I've seen.
2-1 pitch comes in from Kay, fired to the plate. That was a dangerous curveball.
Gallo stepping out of the box. He wants that one back. Thinking about it a little bit.
2-2. And that is going to be roped. That's going to be an RBI at the very least. The run
No
comes in.
golden sombrero. Ugh.
All right, well, the Texas Rangers get another one here. Gallo puts himself into scoring position as well with that RBI double. Still, for the Blue Jays, not much panic yet.
No, not yet, but we're almost at that point. Right off the wall, and that will do it for Anthony K. One more Funk will come in.
Number 63, Wilbur.
You know, Anthony had a decent enough day, just kind of lost control of 2 breaking balls. A lot of those singles earlier on in this inning weren't necessarily like huge mistakes. You know, they were just past the first baseman or just past the shortstop.
Yeah, I still think that there was a double play opportunity on that second. That one is foul. Second batter of the inning. I thought Bichette had at least an out at first. Maybe not a double play, but at least he had an out somewhere.
Yeah, this inning should be over. Instead, we're still going here. Todd Frazier trying to hit one to the position he plays. Hits one to the hot corner, but they call it foul. And that four-seamer is going to be taken for a ball.
Ooh, that is hit pretty well. Gurriel, won't get that one. That will be another double.
Ooh, almost.
Oh, almost got it.
Now batting, the center fielder.
So now the Rangers are kind of making a push here. That was.
But I mean, they'd still need a grand slam to tie this one up. So we'll remain a bit calm for the time being. See if we can't just lock it down.
Santana takes a fat one right down the middle. He's 0 for 3 today. And 0 for 14 on this series, which kind of scares you.
Count 0 and 2.
We had the same reaction there.
Not
That
close to that.
More of that, Wilmer. More.
That's out.
Just a bit outside. See Romano and Pannone up there. Romano, I see him warming up almost every game, and I never actually see him get into the game. He's a native of Markham, Ontario, Canada, so I'd like to see him come in if the opportunity presents itself. Not going to chase that one with Santana.
So it'll be a 2-2 count here, even. Blue Jays trying to shut the door on this Texas Rangers comeback. I thought he might have had it there, but the high fastball is not going to get the call from the umpire, and the count now goes full. Wilmer Font thrown 8 pitches, hasn't seen a lot of success. That one really good curveball is about all the nice things I can say about his outing so far.
But he gets him.
There. Santana strikes out on the splitter, 84 miles an hour. Wilmer Font able to limit the damage. Texas gets 3, but Toronto still leads by 4. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Guerrero Jr., Tellez, and Teoscar Hernandez up to bat.
Somebody get Santana that golden sombrero. 0 for 4 strikeouts. I tried to put the hex on Gallo, didn't work, so I said nothing about Santana until he actually struck out.
There you go. Although, you know, I don't understand the name of that, because if someone brought me a golden sombrero, I'd be pretty cool with it. Like, it seems like a nice thing to own.
Sure. Not in baseball, though.
Not in baseball, as that two-seamer goes outside. Tries to put it in pretty much that same position, so Garcia's trying to pitch Guerrero away. Don't know if I blame him there. Trying to avoid the reach of that power bat as he puts one on the interior. Unfortunately, Guerrero just doesn't get his bat around in time, and is just going to pop that one up.
Now batting, number 44.
Gallo out there and right.
Tellez had a nice day. Scored a couple of times. Homered, and then he walked and scored on a homer. Tries to hit another one, but can't do it there.
One and one.
So K will be charged with all 3 runs that the Rangers scored. Probably could have better luck in that inning, but it is what it is.
Just a couple defensive miscues, missed opportunities.
Telez lines it to Odor.
Up next for the Blue Jays, the right fielder, Teoscar Hernandez.
They have to show us replay. Odor caught that in the air. Nice play by the second baseman. So here's Teoscar. 3 true outcome day for him, a walk, a home run, and a strikeout.
Ball, that's just out.
Garcia tries to get him to swing at that 99-mile-an-hour fastball, but no go. But he does swing at that next fastball. Two-seamer at 98. Nice pitch. Then he goes way outside and swings at that slider. So Teoscar's not looking so good here. 1-2.
1-2 pitch. Swung on. Foul down the line. Not going to be fair.
That was one.
Okay. I feel like he's already pulled his weight in this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's off the plate. Ball 2.
Two. Swing and a miss. Another two-seamer at 96. 2 Ks on the day for Teoscar. Blue Jays, despite having fewer hits than the Rangers, still lead at 7-3. Let's see what happens here at the top of the 9th. And Wilmer Font will try to close it out, facing 7-8-9. He didn't really do all that well last inning. He did strike out the last guy he faced, but Charlie Montoya says, go ahead, buddy. Oh, does that pretty well, but Teoscar, no problem.
All right, well, the Texas Rangers now down to their final 2 outs. Can they score 4 runs? I'm going to say no. That's all the analysis I got, just no.
Hot take, Jake. Well, we'll see what happens here.
We're bringing it to the Canadian side of the broadcast, too. We got to get a couple hot takes in.
Sure, why not? Ronald Guzman, 0 for 3 today. Pitch from Font is taken for a strike.
0-1's the count.
Like that four-seamer at 94. Font's had some success in Toronto. He had a lot of games as an opener last year.
1 ball, 1 strike.
He's really bounced around. He spent some time with Texas. I think it was in 2013. Then he was out of the league for a few years, all the way. Then he went to the Dodgers, the A's, the Rays, the Mets. He's been all over the place. Now with Toronto, as that's foul.
Font's another Venezuelan player. I swear, one of the only Venezuelan baseball players that's not from Maracay.
He actually, when he was away from the majors, I think he played for a Canadian Independent League team.
He did. I believe it was the Ottawa Champions or something like that.
I think so, yeah. Richik has no problem with that one. That's the second out.
The batter, the catcher.
So yeah, he's spent some time in Canada. Now he's back in Canada.
Yeah, I think the only team we forgot was the Athletics in that list of journeyman squads.
He's definitely been around. Not so much success as a true starter, but as an opener, he's done a pretty nice job. And now here in the back end of the game, as the Blue Jays have 5 starters, so they don't need an opener. Oh, that hits Robinson Chirinos. He's like, what are you doing, man?
Chirinos is like, dude, I was trying to go home, not get a bruise. Come on.
I got a flight to catch. They're going to Houston for the next series.
Chirinos already picked up his manager being like, can I rest tomorrow? My leg hurts.
Yeah, they have the off day, so everyone's resting tomorrow. Good for them. As we mentioned, only 2 games tomorrow in the majors, so Rangers will have an off day, Blue Jays will have an off day, and a whole bunch of other teams too. Elvis Andrus, 2 for 4.
Woo! I said that Wilmer Font's one of the few Venezuelan players I feel like that's not from Maracay, Venezuela. He is from Maracay, Venezuela, Elvis Andrus.
And I guess they were teammates with Texas in Font's brief time there. Back in 2000, I believe it was 2013. So They know each other somewhat. 1-2 pitch. Oh, Shaw is gonna
Get the out.
look at him. That was
out. Hey, there you go. Hyunjin Ryu likes what he sees.
he gets
Probably
the
didn't
win.
like 3 runs, but hey.
None of those were on his ledger, so he's okay with that. So that was a 3-1 on the final out of the game. That was interesting. Yeah, Ryu's gonna pick up the win. Everyone's happy. Jays take 3 of 4 from the Rangers, so that's pretty good.
Especially at home. You need to win some of these series against beatable opponents at home. Just build a little bit on that confidence. Ryu gets the win, Kluber the loss. Not a safe opportunity for Font.
No, he just finished it off. Again, he allowed some inherent runners to score, but he doesn't care. And Ryu is our player of the game with the 6 2/3, 4 hits, 12 strikeouts, no earned runs, and just 1 walk. What a day for Hyunjin Ryu. That's why they signed him, to come here and do things like that.
For the Rangers, 3 runs on 8 hits.
Indeed. You and I were kind of talking about it. Seemed like it had to be Ryu as the player of the game. Those 12 strikeouts, definitely more than we're used to here, but he proves his worth once again at the top of this lineup. And if the Blue Jays are going to make a push this year, they really need to rely on Ryu to come out every single time and pitch for the win. It helps when he gets the offensive support he got today.
For example, on Monday in St. Louis, he gave up 2 runs, but the Blue Jays only scored 1. So today got the run support. There's one of those 7 runs, home run from Rowdy Tellez back in the 2nd inning. Then they have to show us a ground out, because actually that was a really nice play by Odor, because I thought Vlad had a hit there.
I thought so too. Instead, he was out by about 10 steps.
And Teoscar with a man on. Blasted that 368 feet.
Whew. That one out of there. That was a 2 RBI. 2-bagger there. Tellez also actually scores on that one.
Yes. After he walked. There's Ryu with one of his 12 Ks on the day. Chirinos.
Let's see another one. Joey Gallo.
Just looking at this score sheet, the only guy who didn't strike out today was Ellis Andrews.
Good for him. It's not like it just mattered, but...
Yeah, Santana struck out 4 times, so he made up for it. There he is, one of those 4 times in the 7th.
And then,
Good chip, adding on.
But quickly, the Texas Rangers would start to give us just a little bit of a scare there in the top of the 8th. It looked like maybe for a second they might be able to battle back. For that, Danny Jansen somehow hit a home run. It was Danny Jansen's day to add on to this offensive output.
2 extra base hits for him. He had the triple, he had the home run. Triple with an asterisk next to it, but triple nonetheless. There's Frazier with that RBI double that made it 7-3. After the there was another double before that, right? And there was a double play that scored a run. But that was all that the Rangers could get. As you see, was deflected off Shaw.
Looks like
and I don't know why he just didn't tag the runner. He just, okay, I'll just go first.
Flop ball, no one tags the runner.
Yeah.
Not ever. It's always the throw.
Yeah,
It
it's
doesn't
make it
matter.
interesting.
Tag, throw to the back. Either way works. And the
Yeah,
Toronto Blue Jays get the 7-3 victory here today. And coming up next, like we said, Chicago Cubs will head to Cincinnati, the Great American Ballpark. As
Also
Hines...
known as the Great American Small Park. Pretty small. We have great... Is it ether or ether? I'm going to botch it somehow. So, you'll...
Everybody botches it. Do not worry. It is ETH.
Great ether. That was my that was my instinct, and of course I went against my instinct and said ether. So great ether boss and Hines. He's with us as well. They're doing the Rangers and Cubs, and the Cubs are trying to avoid a sweep here, I believe.
Yeah, they've lost their last 5 coming into this game today. They lost 3 the first 3 to the Reds, and they got swept in a 2-game set at home against Baltimore of all teams.
Baltimore, yeah. We had one of those games where John Means had more hits than the Cubs.
Yes, that is true.
Yes, and me and Heinz called the, I believe, the first game of this series between the Reds and the Cubs Thursday, which unfortunately was, well, what was it, 7-5 loss, if my memory is.
Yeah, 7-5. Rizzo had 2 two-run homers, but Mike Moustakas grand slam gave him the lead. And to go back to the point about John Means getting 3 hits, Anthony DeSclafani for the Reds got 2 doubles against the Cubs. I think it was in yesterday's simulated game.
As you see that the Reds are closing in on the Cubs here, 43-23 and 41-24.
Yeah, only a game and a half back. This is shaping up to be the matchup in NL Central that none of us really expected. You know,
we all expected going today. I see Quintana, Wade Miley. I guess was put into the rotation because Bauer got injured. I think.
Yeah. And Quintana's been actually pretty good for the Cubs, making up for what Darvish has been lacking so far this season. Because Darvish about an ERA of 4, had a good start yesterday, but he hasn't been where the Cubs would want him.
We gotta make a roster move here. I think Josh Van Meter is out for a while with a torn calf. So I don't know what we're doing, but I guess we have to do something with that.
Yeah.
Well, while you guys figure out what to do, I appreciate you, EB, bringing me on to
thank you so much, Jake. That was a lot of fun. We gotta do it again sometime.
All right, sounds good. I'm signing off from Coffee and Bot Ball. Have a great day and a great call, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right. So we thank Jake. Here's Garrett. I don't know what the move is going to be, though. Was there any discussion about it? Do we have any Reds fans who do we just randomly choose a player from Louisville?
There's been no discussion, so if you have strong preferences, let's
go
take
a look. Let's take a look. Van Meter plays what? First and outfield, I think?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, he plays
second base too as well. Yeah, first you can play all over the place, really. First base,
everywhere but the middle.
Yeah, so we should see. Let's see what they got him down in Louisville. Derek Dietrich, should we call up Derek Dietrich? He's had some nice. He can hit bombs. Travis Jankowski's a guy who's had somewhat success in the majors. Christian Colon, Jonathan India is one of their prospects, I think.
Yeah, looks like those are really our best options right now.
Yeah, Derek Dietrich might be in. Is he on the 40 man? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he is. From the looks of it.
Maybe we just do that then.
I say that's the right move. Mm-hmm. You know, some experience coming from AAA, and of course, as you mentioned, he has the power to hit bombs.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Chris Archer went down for the year with thoracic outlet syndrome because he really likes to hit home runs off the Pirates, especially Chris Archer. But it's good. We'll find some other Pirate to hit home run.
I think everybody likes to hit home runs off of Chris Archer.
Yeah,
that's true.
And the Pirates, so
yeah.
I mean, he would be the one guy I would say because I don't really know much about like the Reds, right? Yeah. Special effects, also those F Corporal in our Twitch chat said he'd do Dietrich. Okay, might as well, because otherwise they're playing a man short.
Council has.
And then we put Van Meter. I guess it'll be on the 10th day. I guess he's already been put on there.
No, he's still there, yeah.
10-day injured list. Ooh. He'll be out for 2 months. Well, you could do 10 and figure it out. Joey Votto's 2-3 weeks away. 2 weeks. Winker's out. That's a lot. That's a...
They've been one of the more injury-prone teams. And I mean, as we've seen, they've won 5 in a row, and they're catching up with the Cubs very quickly. So imagine what this team would be at full strength.
So there we go, Derek Dietrich. Welcome back to the majors. Playing off the bench. He can play first. He can play the outfield if you need. He can come up with a home run if you need something like that. Looks good to me.
All right.
So it looks like you guys are going to get out of the way, so I will get out of your way. On behalf of Jake and myself, thank you very much for watching the Blue Jays and the Rangers, and enjoy the rest of your bulk ball day. Great Ether Boss and Hines, take it away.
Thank you, EB. So before we get this game started, Great Ether Boss, I do want to ask you a question here. So we've seen that the Cubs obviously on a 5-game skid, and it seems to me at least that it's something new every day is the problem, whether it's the starting pitching, the relief pitching, the offense, or whatnot. What would you pinpoint to be the biggest issue at the moment?
I think an issue that the Cubs currently have is inconsistent. It's always something that pops up, whether it's lack of hitting, lack of pitching, lack of fielding. There's always like some issue that they have to face every single series. And once they fix that issue for the next series, there's issues that pops back up, and now they have to shift their focus from keeping those other parts consistent to making the inconsistent part consistent. And if you can't really get a whole groove on all three of them, then it's just not going to be a good season for you. And it isn't even skid as right now. I believe it's 5 or 6 straight now for the Cubs. Reds catching up, obviously on the verge of winning a 4-game sweep of. So, and here's Wade Miley. You know, he can definitely stop a hitting streak cold, and first player up is of course Chris Bryant, who can stop a pitching streak.
Yeah, you're right about Chris Bryant. He's been on a tear this season. To see that average, 313, leading the Cubs in almost every offensive stat. And the first pitch from Wade Miley is going to be inside for ball 1.
Yeah, Chris Bryant, you saw there, he's right now first in NL MVP, not NL MVP, sorry, NL All-Star game voting for third. He's been one of the very bright spots for the Cubs, and he always has been ever since he came up to the majors, and he's definitely one of the team leaders of this hopeful.
One pitch from Wade Miley. Swung on and missed. A good cutter inside. 79 degrees, clear skies here. Wind blowing in a little bit from right field here in Cincinnati. A nice day for some afternoon bot ball. That's just popped way up in the air. Moustakas under it, catches it in foul territory, and that'll be the first out of the game.
Yeah, not the best contact from Bryant, but great play by Moustakas to get under it and catch it for out number 1. And here's Anthony Rizzo. He's much better on the road, so he's hoping to definitely make an impact here like he has the past couple games here for the Cubs in this series.
Yeah, 3 homers, 5 for 10 so far in this series. Had a pair of 2-run jacks in that first game we called together.
Yes,
fouls off first pitch.
It was easily the bright spot of an otherwise dim game.
Another one fouled back from Rizzo. I'd be interested to see what the Cubs lefty-righty splits as a team look like this year. They got held by John Means, the lefty for Baltimore last time. I called a lefty game with the Cubs. That was the first of this 5-game losing skid. And I'd be interested to see what Rizzo and Schwarber and even guys like Hayward are doing against left-handed pitching this season.
I got to count 2-2.
Very much so, an early 2-2 count for Anthony Rizzo here. Wade Miley not even 10 pitches.
And that's ripped.
Be a base in the gap. No, it's going to be caught.
Aquino. What a catch from Aristides Aquino. Acrobatic play there. And he's not necessarily known for his defense, but that's a great play. And now it will be Javi Baez with 2 outs in this inning instead of 1 out and a runner on second. And he promptly rips that one down the line, but foul. The 0-1 from Wade Miley. Outside. Tried to backdoor that changeup. 1-1. 1-1 from Miley down the middle there. That's not a good pitch to throw to a guy like Javi Baez, who will hit anything you give him up there. Miley looking for his first K. Can't get Baez to fish on that one. It'll be 2-2. That one sailed up on Baez. It'll be a full count here, so great job from Baez to work a count, something he's not known for.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a great job by him with a good eye or just some bad selective pitching by Wade Miley. That's going to be the walk.
So walk number 1 here from Miley in the first. We saw a fair amount of walks from Sonny Gray, the Reds starter in game 1 of this set. I believe he had 3 walks through 6 or so innings. And that would be Wilson Contreras, second in the NL All-Star voting for catchers, looking to try to get a 2-out rally for the Cubs.
No, he's safe.
Surprised that they throw over there. Javi not really known for his running, and I don't know, would you really steal with 2 outs here in the first inning?
I wouldn't really go for that. It's too early in the game to really make that type, and you're going to have a lot more chances, hopefully, throughout the... So here comes the 1-0. That won't be one.
1-1 to Wilson Contreras, batting .284 on the year. Kick in the pitch from Wade Miley. Down the line, foul. Looked like he's jammed on a cutter in on the hands. One, 2 from Wade Miley. That one is launched, but way into the left field foul area.
Well, that's off the plate.
Dusts him off a bit there. 2-2. Cubs doing a good job to work Wade Miley's count. It's at 20 pitches already, and that would be something that they're going to want to do in this game.
Very much so. Miley's just hoping to get this final strike. Will not do that. That is going to be another foul.
Been relying heavily on that cutter. It is his main pitch, but he hasn't been really working different pitches to these Cubs hitters, and that's flown into right center. And diving play by Aquino, but he can't get it. And the runner will head to third. Questionable decision there. I don't know what your take is on it, but the runner will get to third on that.
Yeah, Aquino, he had to reach for that acrobatic catch to get Anthony Rizzo out, 2 batters, now 3 batters back, but it was really just not, lightning striking 12. And now there's a runner in scoring position with Steven Souza, who's not really the best hitter, but he definitely has the chance of bringing at least a run.
Will be a 0-1 pitch to Steven Souza. Swung on and missed, and he's quickly down 0-2. Mentioned not really been his season, but he can do something here with 2 outs in the first.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And that's high, 1-1. One, 2 from Wade Miley. Swung on and missed, and that'll be his first of the game. And we'll end the 2-out rally for the Cubs. So we'll head to the bottom of the first. No runs on 1 hit, no errors. Nothing after the first.
Yeah, Wade Miley's happy to get out of here. That was a Quintana, that 2.53 ERA. Definitely one of the brighter spots in the rotation right now for the Cubs. 75 to 25 K to walk ratio. 1.15 whip, not.
And his first Batter he will face will be Shogo Akiyama. 250 so far in his first season in the majors since coming over from Japan. First pitch from Quintana, looping curveball outside, be ball 1. Cubs first in the NL Central, but we'll see how long that could last if they keep on their current skid.
Yep, that ball went out.
Be 2-0 here with that fastball. That is hit right at Baez there. Picks it on a hop, throws it over to Rizzo, and that's an out number 1 here for the Reds.
The second baseman, Nick Senzel.
See Nick Senzel again playing second base in the absence of Joey Votto from this Reds lineup. And he's been doing pretty well. Got 3 hits from 6 games, not his best total, but his season hasn't been bad for a sophomore year.
Ball, that's out.
The 1-0 from Quintana. Jam shot fouled back. And the 1-1 is popped way up. Contreras doesn't really have to move all that much, and he'll make a catch for out number 2 quickly. 6 pitches in.
As you mentioned, Senzel at second base for Joey Votto, who's currently injured. This Red has dealt with a lot of injuries. Of course, we had to deal with the injury that we just saw in the roster moves before this game. And the Reds are still managing to put on wins on a very breakneck speed, something that a lot of us really coming into the season. As we mentioned, Cubs is only now a game and a half ahead of the Reds, and of all the teams in the NL Central, it's the Reds that are right now threatening the Cubs. No Brewers, no Cardinals. This is a really interesting season.
And the 1-1 is low, ball 2. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Reds, after what happened last year, the Reds made some big deals and it just didn't really pan out for them in that season. I think a lot of people were, including myself, were really dismissive about the Reds being contenders, but they're proven that they, they're not going to go down without a fight this year with some great moves. (3-1) from Jose Quintana. Swung on and missed there from Suarez. Not his best swing there. And the 3-2 is flown into right center. Almora on the run makes the catch. So a 1-2-3 inning for the Reds. We're through 1. It's 0-0.
Leading off for the Cubs, the left fielder,
Kyle Schwarber will lead us off here in the top of the second inning. You can see 15 homers, tied for the best on this Cubs team, along with Anthony Rizzo, who's been hot of late. Talked about it a little bit before this game.
And you see here a really hard shift to the right. And we mentioned in the last game that we called, both the Reds and the Cubs are very shift reliant, especially one of their good outcomes when it comes to the defensive play is their shifts in both the infield and the out. They're hoping that a power hitter like Schwarber can hit a weak old right into one of the shifted players and get easy.
Will be 1-2 here from Wade Miley. Goes away. Schwarber hits it into left field against the shift, but Castellanos will make the catch, and it will be out number 1 here in the top of the second inning.
batting 7th, the second baseman, David Bodie.
David Bodie at the dish, hitting .226. I think He's been doing much better than I think people would have expected, though, in his first season as an everyday starter at second base. He chops that one over to Moustakis at first, and he'll tap the bag, and a quick 2 outs here. And if you're Wade Miley, I assume you've got to be happy that after a over 25 pitch inning last inning, to get quick outs, that's got to feel really good.
Yeah, only 7 or so pitches of this. Very good, immediate just control of the situation, and hopefully he can continue with here.
Albert Almora Jr. gets the start in center instead of Ian Happ against left-handed pitching, and he grounds one through, and that'll be the second hit of the day for the Chicago Cubs. So they've got another 2-out base runner, and it'll be the pitcher spot coming up here.
The pitcher, number 62, Jose.
Great contact by Almora, good speed to get over to first, and good decision making not to obviously go for second. The question is, will they steal? I don't think that he'll go for it, known for his base running like that. You got the top of the order coming up next inning if Quintana gets out here, and I see no reason to risk that.
I think that one of the things that you always hear from former players is that, especially former pitchers, you want to have the pitcher leading off the next inning. So caught stealing here would play right into the hands of the Reds. And Quintana, though, has been known to occasionally swing the bat pretty well. Swings and misses there.
1 and 2.
One, two, swung on and missed. Strikeout number 2 for Wade Miley will end the top of the second here. So the 1 hit, the 2 outs goes for nothing. Still nothing between these two teams going to the bottom of the second inning.
Leading off for the Reds.
It'll be the cleanup hitter Mike Moustakis leading off the bottom of the second against Quintana. As we mentioned, playing first base in the absence of Joey Votto. Watches a ball. See 3 homers against Quintana in his career.
Yeah, a lot of those hits and at-bats coming from both of their times in the AL Central, with the Quintana, of course, being the White Sox main player in the pitching rotation for good 2. Moustakis being a core contributor to the Royals' 2015 World Series, their other postseason appearances.
3-0 though to him. And I think that maybe Quintana is showing that maybe the trade that sent Eloy Jimenez and Dylan Cease over to the White Sox might start to pan out if he pitches like this season. Though not like that, with a walk to lead off the inning.
Yeah, 4 pitches, 4 ball. Immediate walk. Castellanos, definitely a contact and power hitter. You see, even though he's 7th in right now, NL 310 average and 12 home. And the 371 on base percentage, not the worst at all for him.
And he is leading the Reds in a lot of those on-base stats and hits and on-base percentage and average. And that's another one missing the zone from Quintana. 5 straight balls he's thrown. Got to find a pitch in the zone here. And that 1-0 pitch swung on, hit right to third. 5 to 4 to 3. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered here. 5-4-3 double play.
The right fielder, number 44.
Quite surprised that Castellanos swung, given the fact that there were 5 straight balls thrown.
He saw a pitch he liked, but it was just not the right pitch that he wanted. Here comes Aquino. Of course, we talked about that acrobatic catch back in the top. Now he's looking looking to prove his offensive capabilities here. This 2 outs out of nowhere.
Not a great first pitch from Quintana right down the middle. And we mentioned in the last broadcast that Kino loves Cubs pitching, so you don't want to throw him a pitch he can get a hold of.
Count 0-2.
Well, he's in an early 0-2 hole here against him. You know, after 5 straight balls, he's thrown complete heat in the previous 3 pitches. He's looking at, you know, 9 pitch inning here with this, but he will not get that.
It'll be 1-2 here. Quintana looking for his first strikeout of the game. That is chopped foul, and we'll do it again here. The 1-2. Chopped foul again. Good job from Aquino. You can see Quintana only had 23 pitches. That's less than Wade Miley had in that whole first inning.
Yeah. Is that one's going to be popped high and deep into left field, but it's going to be caught by Schwarber out there. And that's going to be the end of this. No perfect game as that walk, but it does end in a double. You're going to see the top of the Cubs order coming up in the 3rd.
Here is Chris Bryant, and we noticed in that last game we called in which the Cubs had the 1-2-3 hitters in the 9th, it didn't pan out, but that's a dangerous front 3 as that's chopped, and he's gonna beat it out. It looks like it's a throwing error. I don't know if they will rule it a base hit. I think he was probably gonna beat it out anyway, but you don't need to hit it 100 feet to get a base hit sometimes.
Yeah, good speed by Brian to get on base just in time to not get thrown out. And even with the minor throwing error there, he was definitely in time.
Here is Rizzo.
Nope.
He watches one high. You notice that Wade Miley's been using a lot of his cutter so far. He's in his 4th game that he has started this season, came out of the bullpen. He hasn't really been mixing his pitches. Is that something that could come back and hurt him later in this game, do you think?
Definitely. His cutter
No, that's down.
has been his most used pitch for a long time now as he throws yet another one, and that's going to be a 2-1 count as it's low. And the cutter has not been on point for the most part in this game. So if he can't get the control on it, then, you know, it's going to be a lot of walks and a lot of very easy meatballs thrown to the Cubs batting order. And even if he does get it on point, you know, they're going to be able to recognize when the cutter's cut.
And it will be a 3-2 count. Javi Baez stands on deck, and this is a dangerous situation if you're Wade Miley. Can't throw something too good to a great power hitter like Anthony Rizzo. 3-2. Chopped foul. That time a changeup. So he is mixing a pitch there on a 3-2 count. We'll do it again. The pitch from Wade Miley. Lofted. Shallow left. Castellanos camped under it. That'll be out number 1 as that's thrown away, but good backup there from Mike Moustakis. Something they teach you in the little leagues. You got to always back it up. Have 3 or 4 guys behind that throw. So here is Javier Baez. Walked in his first at-bat, something he doesn't usually do. That is ripped foul. Worked his 24th walk of the year. Only had 30 in a season, his previous best. He's looking to eclipse that before the All-Star break. As he watches 1-1.
That's ball 2.
Up and away from Miley. So it'll be a 2-1 count. Hitters count here for Javier Baez.
He's going, he's going, he's going.
That is ripped. That is high. That is deep to left. And it is out of here. 430 feet. Javier Baez. 2-run jack here in the third. And it will be 2-0 to the Cubs.
What is it with Chris Bryant getting on base in the weirdest ways and then immediately being brought home by a home run in the series?
It's at least the third time it's happened, at least in our games called. I wouldn't be surprised if it happened in the simulated games as well.
Well, just like that, Wade Miley's at 50 pitches and it's down 2-0.
As you mentioned, that pitch count is high. I think you could almost say Wade Miley's a little lucky to only be at 2-0 down, given the pitch count. That is ripped.
He launched high and deep and left. I think that's gone as well.
It is. 407 feet from Wilson Contreras, his 9th of the year, and the Cubs now 3-0 up.
We were just talking about how Wade Miley's lucky to be down 2-0, and well, he proved us right. He's lucky to be only down 3.
You mentioned earlier about the cutter getting too much play. It looked like another one there, and the Cubs will take that every day of the week. 2 homers to left, and
Now batting.
it's now 3-0 to the Cubs.
Steven Souza Jr.
Don't think Souza would necessarily be the guy you'd expect to make it 3 homers in a row, but you know what? The Cubs have been known to beat expectations here, so we'll see what he can do as it's 1-1.
Yeah, you never know with baseball sometimes. Oh,
That
no.
is hit high, deep. Oh, man. Just foul. That was maybe 10 feet over, if that. Could have been a homer, but not this time, and that will be strikeout number 3 from Wade Miley. Ties him up with the curve.
We just said Wade Miley's
Kyle.
lucky to be down 3-0 after being down 2-0 originally. He's extremely lucky to not be down 4-0 now with that. That should have been out, but just hooking left from the wind blowing in at right field. And 2 outs now.
First pitch to Schwarber, chopped. And Galvis, almost in the second base spot, will end the inning, but a good inning for the Cubs. 3 runs. They get 3 hits. No errors. It'll be 3-0 going bottom 3.
Leading off for the Reds. The shortstop.
So here is Freddie Galvis. He made the play to end the last inning. Switch hitting shortstop. Hits it down the line, but foul. The 0-1 pitch from Quintana.
Outside, that's the ball.
Just misses outside. It'll be 1-1. That is ripped down the line. Is that going to get down? It will, in front of Souza, but a great job from him just to cut that off before it could get to the wall. So it'll only be a single for Galvis.
The catcher. Kurt.
And that breaks up the no-hitter, a leadoff single for Fred.
Well, you
So
know,
we're
we
gonna
always
have Gonna have a clean game.
Well, after that one no-hitter we had by Hermain Marquez, I think always can get jumpy when there's a no-hitter even through 3 innings. But we'll see. Kurt Casale, the catcher, he platoons with Tucker Barnhart behind the plate.
Inside, ball 1.
He's ahead in the count, 2-0. Called strike there. That was, looked like it could have been a little inside. Umpire giving that inside part of the zone maybe today. But it'll be 2-1 now to Casale, who is a double play threat. The pitch from Quintana is outside, ball 3. Pitcher's spot stands on deck. It'll be Wade Miley. But you don't want to have first and second, nobody out. Don't know if that was the intended location of that curveball up in the zone, but we will go full 3-2. And that's down and in, ball 4. So 2 on for the pitcher, and I assume Wade Miley will have the bunt sign. Miley, you can see the average 250. He is only 1 for 4. So that will inflate that average a little bit. But we will see him try to lay down a bunt. Down the third base line, foul.
You're definitely right about that bunt. The question is, though, will they come back for another bunt on count?
They do go back to it. But it's caught by Bryant. Heads up play. And now it's going to be 1 out. And still first and second. And that's got to be big.
Well, unfortunately, it's a mix of both big and not as big as... Yes, it is 1 out. There definitely was the chance of at least getting a double play, force out at second, throw to first. But 1 out is 1 out. And as Shogo Akiyama comes up to bat, 0 for 1, of course, he grounded out to the shortstop and is back in the bottom of the first. We're definitely looking at an interesting matchup here in the bottom of the...
And to your point about bunt defense, had that been to the other side of the bag, that's not where you want to put it with first and second, but hear me out. Anthony Rizzo is known for his heads-up play on defense. He would definitely have let that drop, throw to second, throw to first, get 2. But with Chris Bryant just making the catch, Akiyama contact threat, someone who can try to shoot one down the line to try to get 1 run across. Swung on and missed 2-2.
Well, as you said, Akiyama, very good contact ground ball specialist. But that ground ball can go anywhere, and if it goes into double play territory, that would be very big for them. Instead of that's just going to be popped up right to Quintana.
The batter number 15.
Sometimes you got to just make the play yourself. Infield fly was in effect anyway. But now it's Nick Senzel, and with the dangerous power bat standing on deck, this is a situation where you have to get the out now. And that one is flown into center. Almora chasing, and he makes the catch on the run. So 2 on, nobody out. Goes for nothing for the Reds. We head to the top of the 4th inning. Still 3-0 in favor of the boys in blue.
Yeah, as you said, power bats up on the deck and in the hole for the Reds in that situation. Here we see Heidi Watney in her Sunday best. Unfortunately, though, that wind blowing in from right field was actually another test of the Cincinnati wind tunnel that was being tested in our last call on Thursday. She still doesn't know that she has to with the wind, not against it.
Well, probably talking about that man, David Ross. Not been his best last 5 games, but I think he overachieved to start, so I think it's a little harsh to criticize him, not only this early in the season, but after such a great start. That's chopped. Will it get through? No. Senzel jump throw. And that's a quick out number 1 here.
Great throw by Senzel. Great job stopping it from getting into the... And as you see the Reds farm system, the Lookouts 26-30 defeating the Barons 5-2, and the Louisville 30, losing to the Bulls 1-4.
Those Louisville Bats will be without Derek Dietrich for a little while. He got called up earlier today to fill in for Van Meter with that torn calf. He'll be out for a couple of months. And it'll be Albert Almora who got a single in the second inning. That's down. It's 2-0.
Wade Miley already up to 60 pitches here. Isn't even 2 away in the top. If he has another struggling inning like he had last time, that's going to be graded right to Miley. He gets an excellent for the rare 1-3 putout. As I was saying, though, pitch speed comparison, Quintana just 1 mile per hour ahead of Miley. If he struggles in, not this inning as it's 2 outs, but if he struggles in the next inning, the 5th inning, do you pull him in the 5th inning or do you keep him through and go 6?
Well, we may find that out with, obviously, the power bats for the Cubs will be up next inning as well, should Quintana be the last out of this inning. And the Reds did use 3 bullpen arms yesterday. Stevenson, Garrett, and Strope. So while they may not want to use their bullpen, I wouldn't be surprised if they go there today. Miley's pitch count at 63 and already behind the pitcher, 2-0.
Well, we have some ball trivia from the Big Guy 73, and the trivia question is: only one time in history has a player homered off a pitcher in the All-Star game, and then homered off him again in the same year's World Series. And what player, what pitcher, and
ooh, that is a tough question. That is chopped. Will it stay fair? No, it won't. 2-2. We're getting some more tough questions here from Trivia Master Big Guy, as that is going to be grounded to short. The throw to first will get him. That'll end the inning, and we'll have some time to mull over that trivia question. Get your answers in the Twitch chat, and we will try to figure it out for ourselves. So this one's a tough one. It's 3-0.
Yeah, and while we try and figure it out, we're also going to take this time to remind you that all of this is for the wonderful charity Meals on Wheels. There's a link down in the description. It's a link to a PayPal to help donate to Meals that's helping so many lives in this hard and difficult time for so many people. So any donately accepted. And of course, we still have that wonderful question by the trivia master himself, as you called him.
So it is 1-1. Likely going to be a trivia question involving a Cub or a Red. We see one guess for the pitcher being Sonny Gray. Suarez.
I don't think Sonny has pitched in the World Series.
He would not have. Let's get a little bit of a hint here. That's grounded to third to his opposite number, and Bryant will throw across the diamond for out number 1. The hint being the pitcher is best remembered for his time as a Pirate, and he was a Pirate during that season. The hitter was a former Red, but was with the Orioles when he achieved this, so it was a little while ago.
Oh, I know the guy. I know the hitter's name. I'm pretty certain. Oh, I'm trying to remember what. Okay, I think the hitter is Frank Robbins, because he played with both the Orioles and the Reds. I don't know the pitcher. And I know the Orioles faced the Pirates in the World Series back in the 70s and won, if my memory is correct.
Frank Robinson is the hitter, so you're correct with that. And I would also agree with the fact that it's in the 70s. That was my first guess. So it's going to be a Pirate pitcher from most likely the 70s. 1971 to be precise. So get your guesses for the pitcher in the Twitch chat, as it's 3-2 to Mike Moustakis. That is wide for ball 4, so 1 out walk from Quintana. Sinker did not come back the way he wanted it. So with Nick Castellanos at the plate, the 1 on, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Castellanos 0-1. That's in the dirt. Runner will have to hold. Good block by Wilson Contreras. That is right down the middle, but lined. Foul.
Ball 2.
2-1 here to Nicholas Castellanos, bottom 4.
A double play will be great here. We'll see where this pitch is.
That's ball 3.
3-1. We do have another kind of hint, as it's mentioned. If you can connect the dots, the hint is Roy Halladay, as that is flown high in the infield. Bryant will make the grab. That's 2 outs.
Now batting.
I feel like the hint has something to do with Doc, since it's Doc Halladay. I feel like that's in my head somewhere. I have no idea where I'm going with it, but I will have to throw up my hands and say I am thoroughly stumped here by today's trivia question. Kino watches ball 1.
That's ball 2. 2-0.
That's high, 2-0. Aquino looking to try to get some 2-out magic here for the Reds. Slings through. It's going to be 2-1.
I know there was a Doc on the Pirates rotation. I can't remember his last name, though. That was a definite power hit, but it's just going to be foul.
Doc Ellis is the correct answer. I did not know that, and I now that I hear it, I think, oh, but...
Oh, yeah, this random guy. Well, I can't say random because he was a former professional baseball player that pitched in the World Series against Frank Robinson. That guy.
Good question here from the big guy.
You see 22 pitches from Quintana. Effectively raised up his pitch around like 50%, give or take. But that's going to be swung on it for strike 3 to end the 4th. And, still only 1 hit back in the 3rd inning. Quintana is having a great game so far, alongside great defensive plays by
Leading off to the Cubs, the third baseman,
Chris Bryant, the leadoff hitter for the Cubs, stands in 1 for 2. Scored on the 2-run homer back in the 3rd for the Cubs. That's a strike.
Michael Lorenzen and Matt Bowman warming up in the bullpen already for Wade Miley, just in case he has a rough inning, or even if he doesn't have a rough inning. He's already up to near 70 pitches here. You're in the top of the Chris Bryant's going to look at strike 2, and you see there the catcher Casali very happy with that cutter, definitely doing something that time, unlike a lot of the other times so far in this game. As when he grounded up the middle, the shift, however, will stop it in its tracks and throw him out at first.
Situation where the shift works, stopping a ball ticketed for center field. So Senzel will make the play, and it'll be Anthony Rizzo. 0 for 2 today, held quiet despite his great series he's had so far. That is way up in the air. That's about the 4th one we've had go way high. But Kirk Casale in foul territory will make the catch, and that will be out number 2.
The batter, number 9, shortstop, Javier Baez.
So it'll be Javi Baez, 1 for 1 with that 2-run jack and a walk. So he's the guy having a good day today. And he rips that one foul. In the dirt from Miley. So it'll be 1-1, 2 outs, top 5, 3-0 the score for the Chicago Cubs.
We'll see there. Wade Miley, even with the cutter having some issues, and 73 pitches, 49 strikes, only 24 balls. We'll make that 25 balls, so that's going to be outside corner for 2-2.
Miley's 2-2 is lofted into shallow right. It'll one hop to Aquino, so it'll be a 2-out base hit here.
Now batting, the catcher, Wilson Contreras.
Looked like a hanging curveball. And Baez just lofts it into the outfield, and that'll bring up Wilson Contreras, who, like Baez, has a homer in this game, 2 for 2 on the day. He's looking to make it 3 for 3 here.
Of course, Wilson Contreras hit that solo back in the 3rd inning, right after Baez hit his 2-run homer to open up the score. He's looking to repay that debt. Hit a 2-run homer here as he's down 0-2 in the count with 2 outs here.
Pitch here could earn Miley potentially another inning if he can get out of here quickly. Only at 77 is at the feet of Wilson Contreras. It'll be 1-2. See the cutter losing some velocity, was at around 88, maybe touching 89, now in the mid 80s. That is swung on and missed. That'll end the inning. No runs on 1 hit for the Cubs. 3-0 through the top of the 5th.
Well, there we see Heidi again. Heidi! Shout out through the way, not again. It is much easier to.
There is the manager for the Reds, David Bell, trying to figure out what they need to do here against Jose Quintana, who's only allowed 1 hit to the guy currently standing at the plate here, Freddie Galvis.
Freddie Galvis really the only person to figure out the start by Quintana. He's at 64 pitches, which is not the best. Had a bit of struggles back in the 4th inning. He's definitely having better luck than Wade Miley, of course, with the control and placement of the pitches, as Galvis will look at.
Well, Cubs did only use 1 guy in the bullpen yesterday. Trevor McGill went 2 scoreless to finish off the game yesterday in relief of Yu Darvish. Looks like the bullpen will be all available, maybe with the exception of McGill, to David Ross today. As the 1-2 is swung on and missed in the dirt. And Contreras will just throw that one over to first for out number 1.
Now batting, the catcher, Kirk.
Only strikeout number 2.
You see the ERA leaders, 3 out of the top 5 right now in the NL are all Cubs pitchers. John Lester second with a 212, Kyle Hendricks with a 251, and then Quintana with the 253 being 4th and 5th.
I think it's fair to say that 2 of those 3 were not expected to be up there. I think you could assume that Kyle Hendricks was going to have a good season. He was expected to be the Cubs' ace. But John Lester pitching like he did back when he was a Red Sox and also in his first season with the Cubs, and Quintana pitching back to those White Sox days where he was their ace.
Yeah, and something we just saw, so many pitches for Quintana. He actually has more balls than Wade Miley, and Wade Miley's been hotter. So that's going to be swung on and missed for strike 3. That's Jose Quintana's 3rd strikeout of the game. So team ERA leaders as a whole, the Cubs are ahead by a near .4 ERA over the 2nd place National and a .5 ERA above the 3rd place Dodgers.
Pinch hitting for the Reds.
Something that was a big surprise. I think no one expected that. We'll be seeing Phillip Ervin coming in to pinch hit. Had a homer in that off the bench in the first game of this series, which we saw.
Well, that's definitely going to be the end of Wade Miley, obviously. And not the best, but not the worst performance from Wade.
That's ball 2. See, 2 homers in his last 3 games for Phillip Ervin off of the bench in that first game. Got to start one of the last 2 days. Two-one pitch here from Jose Quintana. Curveball loops in towards the hip of Ervin, so it'll be 3-1 with Shogo Akiyama standing on deck for the Reds.
Very much so, a 3-1 count. Really, the Reds not only are bringing in Phillip Ervin, help relieve Wade Miley, they're also trying to get a base runner, but that's going to be lined right. It's to Chris Bryant for, and it doesn't work the way that they intended. Souza Jr., Schwarber, and Bodie are going to lead off the top of the 6th. Still 3-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, your
New pitcher will be Michael Lorenzen for the Reds. Hard throwing right-hander, can also swing it a little bit, play center field. He can do it all here for the Reds.
leading off for the Cubs, the right fielder.
They'll be facing Steven Souza, who's an 0 for 2 with 2 Ks so far. Gonna have to get used to a cutter coming in about a full 10 miles an hour faster than the one from Wade Miley in that last inning, coming in at 94.
Yeah, Lorenzen definitely one of the better relievers in the Cincinnati bullpen, and also having the ability to hit the ball is definitely something not only pitchers as a whole are slowly having to adjust to, especially in the NL and AL. The introduction of Ohtani and, of course, Brendan McKay for the Rays. So that's going to be check swing. They say he went, and that's going to be a 3rd swinging strikeout for Steven Souza.
Now batting, left fielder, Kyle.
So a hat trick for Steven Souza, be Kyle Schwarber. And maybe the potential to see someone like Ian Happ or Jason Hayward, guys who were on the bench with the lefty starter. Maybe they'll get a chance here in the now that they're into the bullpen. The 0-1 pitch to Kyle Schwarber.
Ball, that's out.
That's outside for ball 1. 2 guys warming up in the bullpen, Stevenson and Matt Bowman.
Yeah, Matt Bowman's still warming up. He was one of the people warming up alongside Michael Lorenzen back in the... But Stevenson's... Oh, Bowman, I'm sorry. I don't know. There's too many red relievers. I've lost track of all of them.
3-0 to Kyle Schwarber.
That's ball 4.
Wide, and that is ball 4. Couldn't get a backdoor cutter to go. So now it'll be a runner on for second baseman, David Bodie.
Yeah, Lorenzen after scout on Souza. 4-pitch walk. If that's going to be an issue for this relief pitching by the Reds this game, it is not going to end pretty for them.
That's another ball. 1-0 to David Bodie. 4 straight out of the zone for Lorenzen. He looks to try and find the strike zone here. That one misses high. Looks like his release point's just not there so far, either yanking it down or letting it fly a little too high. Two and 0 to the 7-hitter. Bodie, don't want to be walking guys down in the order, especially with that part of the order that the Cubs have, 1 through 5.
Very much so, and really, though, as you said, batting order 1 through 5, and really 1 through 4 has been in the main offense this entire game. Of course, back in the first inning, of course, Baez walked and then got to third on Contreras before Souza struck out. And in third, there was the back-to-back homers by Baez and Contreras before Souza struck out. And then in the fifth, really, there wasn't that much offense, but there was a single by Baez before Contreras, and then Souza struck out. So my takeaway, Souza strikes out a lot, and he's the cutoff from the good batters and the bad batters.
Well, that's swung on and missed. Another strikeout. This time David Bodie and Albert Almora will be at the plate here. Looking to get Quintana to the plate. He stands on deck. I assume he is going to be going out there for the bottom of the 6th inning. Still has a pretty good pitch count and has had a very good outing so far.
Yeah, Quintana's known for having a good amount of stamina. Definitely eat up more than a few extra innings without having any risk of losing control or placement. So we'll see if he comes out after, if Almora gets on base in any way. It's going to be 3-0 count very early here for.
Well, Lorenzen, not really known for being the longer of relievers. He was a starter at one point, but been converted to one of those high-velocity, short relief guys, and so far not been able to find the zone, as that is going to be ball 4 on the check swing. So now it will be the pitcher spot. 2 on, 2 out in the top of the 6th.
And Quintana is coming back up, so we will see him in the bottom of the 6th.
Quintana with a chance to help himself out here. He had a couple of hits last season as he swings through the cutter for strike 1. And he hits it. Is it going to get through? Just too soft. And actually, not very sort of laid back throw, but they won't get him. There, they will get him, excuse me. So, through 6, top of 6, 3-0 in favor of the Cubs.
Indeed. Of course, Quintana relatively close to getting on base safely there, but just a few steps late, and we go to the top. We go to the bottom. This is the 3rd time up for the entire batting order of the Reds. Shogo Akiyama, of course, he popped out back in the 3rd and grounded out to lead off. He's looking to definitely change that and get on base to start something.
That one will be wide to Akiyama. It'll be 1-0 here. Fastball losing a little bit of velocity. Only there at 90. Swung on and missed. 1-1. Change up, and it will be 2-1 here. Jose Quintana still got some good pitching. He's been mixing his pitches, mixing his locations pretty well. As pitch number 80 comes in the dirt, 2-2. Swung on and missed, and that will be strikeout number 4 for Quintana. All of which coming since the 4th inning.
Now batting, the second baseman, Nick Senzel.
He was rather quiet in terms of the strikeout through his first couple innings. but now he's finding a groove here as he gets another swing and miss, this time from Nick Senzel.
Ball, catch inside.
That'll be 1-1. Nick Senzel getting a few votes for the All-Star voting in center field. However, he has been playing most of his time at second base and really hasn't found as much time in center with the addition of Shogo Akiyama.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
Yeah, as well as those injuries to Otto and some of the other infielders. He's definitely had to step up at second base, and he's done relatively well at that place defensively for the... He's been hitting well in the number 2 spot, and I see no problems with, the position. Hopefully he can keep it up here.
Looped into center. Carries a little more than I thought, and it will be Almora to make the catch there in center field. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th, and that will bring up Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah, second straight flyout from Senzel straight to Almora in center field. Of course, Suarez grounded out back in the 4th and flew out to end the bottom of the 1st.
Called strike 1, a great pitch there. Only 89 on the gun, but Quintana sacrificing some of that velocity, but he still got some of that control that he had back in the early innings. That is shot foul. I'll take the risk and say that Suarez is currently 0-2. Been a known Cubs killer and has been good so far this series as he flies
Why
out.
Did you say anything?
Flies
Why did
high.
you say anything?
And
Why did you say anything, Hines? Why would you say anything?
Well, that's the 3rd time he's done it, and I have learned now, 3rd time is not the charm. So from now on, I will just stay completely quiet once Eugenio Suarez comes to the plate. I'm done
19th
seeing
on
this
the
guy.
season, 369 feet, and I don't know if I want to talk to Hines anymore.
You know what? I totally understand that. That's his league leading. Well, actually, no, that will put him within 1 of Trevor Story for first in the NL in homers. He's been hitting homers for fun this season, and yeah, I don't know what to say. I think I need to stop saying things about the Reds right now because they tend to happen.
Bad things always happen. You see Craig Kimbrell and Kyle Ryan warming up in the bullpen for Quintana. We knew that this was most likely his last inning regardless of the outcome of it, and it's sad that there is no more shutout. But, he's had a great game, even though one of his 2 hits given up is a home run.
Strikeouts currently sitting at 4. So he's had a very good outing, as you said. 2 hits, 4 Ks, 2 walks. But gets a swing and a miss there. Ugly hack. That'll be strikeout number 5. But you see 1 run cross on 1 hit. 1 big hit for the Reds. It'll be 3-1 in favor of the Cubs going to the 7th.
Your attention, please. Now,
Here you see Matt Bowman now
number 67.
here for the Reds bullpen, letting Lorenzen only just handle really the 6th inning. Which I don't really know if that's the right idea. Of course, he had some small control issues with 2 walks, but he did have 2 swinging strikeouts. I think that I think that the Reds just are not using their relief pitchers correctly right now here in this game.
Bowman's ERA above 7 right now, though to be fair, only has pitched 7 innings, and that is ripped down the line. Is that going to get off the wall? It will get off the wall indeed, but it will not be fair. Could have been a double there for Bryant, but he swings and misses here, and it's 0-2 very quickly.
Yes, another instance of a well-hit ball in the left field, just hooking foul from that wind coming in from right field, and has not been very lucky for the Cubs. So that's going to be low, near in the dirt for ball 1.
Some of that could be from the velocity change after, 99, on the fastball, 95 on the cutter from Lorenzen, which Bryant was probably preparing for on deck before the third out was made last inning. Now coming up against more of a 9-2 on the gun, more consistently and get early on it. It's 1-2 though.
Good effort by Chris Bryant to just extend this at bat to try and find a pitch that he likes. 3 foul balls in a row, at least.
That'll be another one, as that one is skied.
Chris Bryant looked at that and said, if only it was in the opposite field. But he's going to swing and miss at that for strike 3. Takes 8 pitches by Bowman to get the first out in this top 7.
Number 44.
And just a reminder, we are 2 outs away from the patented Brady Third Boss 10-second inning, 7th inning stretch.
Before we get the pleasure of that, we will have Anthony Rizzo at the dish. He's 0 for 3, an unusual quiet outing at the plate for him. Maybe he's due for a hit. Wink, wink, maybe it's time to do that because I said it's going to happen. That's ripped foul. 1-1. Maybe it only works for the Reds. Maybe I can only get things to happen for the opposing team, which is unfortunate. And that'll be grounded to second, throw to first. That'll be out number 2 here in the top of the 7th inning.
In the words of Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want, Hines. And we wanted something, anything from Rizzo there, as he's now 0 for 4, but just nothing doing. And so here comes Javier Baez, of course, back in the 3rd inning. He hit, bomb to make it 2-0 Cubs. And he's hoping to extend the lead back to 3 here after that Eugenio Suarez jinxed home run.
See, second deck shot there from Javi. We've seen several multi-homer games between these two teams in the past week and a half. Castellanos had one, Suarez had one back at Wrigley. Ian Happ had one back at Wrigley as well. We saw Rizzo with 2 in game 1 of this series. So maybe it's time for Javier Baez, or Wilson Contreras too for that matter, who stands on deck, to get their multi-homer game.
Yeah, well, with 2 away here in the top of the 7th, a 2-1 count on Baez. Anything can happen here. This is a really important pitch right here from Bowman. So that's going to be grounded to first. A little bobble, but they'll easily get it for the unassisted putout at 3rd.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the traditional...
Alrighty, boys. It's time for the 7th inning stretch that lasts 10 seconds because we don't have commercial breaks.
Your attention, please.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some Peter's Cracker Jack. I don't care if we'll ever get back for us for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 checks here out at the old ball game. Let's give a quick shout out to Tim Cook of Apple.
Leading off for the Reds,
So we see Rowan Wick,
the left fielder.
now the relief pitcher for the Cubs, and Castellanos ready to warm up here. He's 0 for 2 in this game. Of course, he had a wonderful strikeout swinging back in the 4th inning, and he grounded out at a 5-4-3 double play to bring 2 outs on back in the 2nd.
Watched a fastball low coming in the higher 90s from the hard-throwing Rowan Wick. He's had a very good year so far in his 2nd season with the Chicago Cubs. 1-0 to Castellanos. Good curveball. Swung on and missed, and Bell is looking on there from the Reds dugout, trying to figure out what they would need to do to come back against this Cubs team. That's hit hard into center. Almora opts to let it bounce in front of him. It'll be a lead-off single here in the bottom of the 7th.
Number 44.
Only the 3rd of the day for the Reds.
You know, every time I ever see somebody with the last name Wick nowadays, the first thing I think of is just, you know, John Wick. Every time. What's actually funny is I was doing my Boston Red Sox Out of the Park save on Out of the Park 20, and I saw this guy win Rookie of the Year, and it wasn't just any guy with the last name Wick. It was Jonathan Wick.
Well, he found a different career, evidently.
And he was pretty good at it. First ballot Hall of Famer, 3,900 hits, and a lifetime average of 374. He was terrifying.
Well, the Cubs have 2 Wicks on their staff. Well, not right now. They have one in the minors, Brad Wick, the lefty. That swung on and missed. Aquino is the first strikeout victim for Rowan Wick.
And the great placement there on the pitch.
Well, we might get a chance to see Brad Wick at some point in this season. Cubs could always use another lefty in the pen, and I figure no matter what, he'll probably be one of those roster expansion players at the back end of the season, if not coming in a little earlier. You see Freddie Galvis.
Yeah, Freddie Galvis, of course, got the first hit of the game for the Reds back in the bottom of the 3rd, but he also struck out swinging in his last at-bat, and he's in an 0-2 hole here in the bottom of the 7th with 1 away and man on first.
The 0-2 pitch coming from Rowan Wick. Called strike 3. Wonderfully placed. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. 3-pitch strikeout. See Dan Winkler warming up, Cubs closer in the pen, as it'll be the 8-hitter Kurt Casale here with 2 outs in a 2-run game. Swung on a missed it quickly, strike 2. Rowan Wick looking to get a quick 3 straight strikeouts to end the inning after the leadoff base hit from Nick Castellanos.
The count is 1-2.
Doesn't get a chase on the fastball. Maybe trying to set up a curveball in the dirt here. We'll see what Wilson Contreras calls on a 1-2 count here. Wide, and it will be 2-2. Wick comes set, and the 2-2 pitch to Kurt Casale is wide. So from 0-2 to 3-2 with the pitcher's spot on deck, almost certainly going to be a pinch hitter. Last thing you want to do is walk the 8-hole hitter. That is swung on and missed. 3 straight strikeouts from Rowan Wick, excuse me. So 1 hit goes for nothing here for the Reds. We go to the 8th inning. It's 3-1 in favor of the Cubbies.
Great performance there by Rowan Wick to get those 3 straight strikeouts after that leadoff single, and hopefully the Cubs can get something started here with some run support by Wilson Contreras potentially here in the top of the 8th.
The 0-1 from Bowman, who is going to be getting a 2nd inning of work here. The attendance today, 37,305 in Cincinnati, Ohio today. For some nice Sunday afternoon bot ball action. As that's fouled away, it is 1-2. That is swung on and missed. So Wilson Contreras will strike out for his second time on the day as we get a look at our two starting pitchers.
Yeah, Quintana had the better outing, I'd say, even with 3 walks compared to Wade Miley's only 1. And of course, that walk came all the way back in the first inning for Wade Miley. So they've done really well at, limiting the Cubs hitting. They've done really well at limiting getting on base that much. And of course, the only runs that have been scored by the Cubs have all been home runs. Really, all the runs that have scored this game have been home runs. So great performance by both the starting pitchers, in my opinion.
We'll see what the strategy is for Wade Miley in a little while when Trevor Bauer rejoins this pitching staff. As for Quintana, he's going to be around for a while here. He's not leaving that rotation anytime soon. As the 0-2 to Steven Souza is scorched down the line, and that'll be a base hit. So Steven Souza avoids the dreaded golden sombrero. 4 strikeouts instead. 3 strikeouts and consolation of a base hit.
Good contact by Souza to, hit right down the left field line to get on base there. Has not had the best games, but, he's definitely done his part in this game for this team. And so there's a pickoff throw to first, nowhere near in time. We're going to see Kyle Schwarber now up to bat 0 for 2. Of course, he walked back in the 6th inning, moved up to second on another walk by Almora. But he's had a ground out and a fly out as well.
Going back to Souza, he was a pretty low risk, high reward deal coming off of knee surgery after having an awful collision which tore up his knee back when he was playing for Arizona in 2018. Very similar to the one that happened to Kyle Schwarber in his second season in the majors, which saw him miss the whole 2016 regular season. In fact, the exact same ballpark back in Chase Field, Arizona. Both of them coming back and doing their part here for the Cubs. Top 8 here, 1 out, 1 on. 3-1 in favor of the Chicago Cubs. As that ball is blocked by Kurt Casale behind the dish. So it'll be 2-2. Called strike 3 on that outside part of the plate. So that'll be strikeout number 3 from Matt Bowman.
The second baseman.
Yep, that's the first strikeout looking by any Cubs batter so far this game. All the strikeouts before now being swinging. And with 2 away here in David Bodie up to bat in the top of the 8th, I want to quickly go over the next games here on the Bob Ball Network here for this Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening streams. Of course, after this game with myself and Hines, we have the Mets going into Washington to finish their series against the Nationals. David Peterson and Joe Ross are on the mounds with Big Fun and Jeremy Goldstein in the booth. Then at 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central, we have Seattle going up against Miami to finish their interleague matchup. Bradley Beard and Tim Moore will be on the call there. I know Beard was not the happiest about Miami winning last game, but he's definitely looking forward to Seattle pulling something out here. At 7:15 Eastern, 6:15 Central, we have Colorado and the Dodgers up to bat, as that's going to be strike 3 looking on David Bodie. 4-3 outs. We're heading to the bottom of the 8th. 3 strikeouts being the one actual happening here in this top of the 8th by Bowman, this 4th of the game, as they're going to call for what looks to be a double shift. And as I was saying, after at 6:15 Central, we have Colorado and the Dodgers, Cook Eater and Crisachi handling that game with Peter Lambert and Alex Wood on the mound. Then Bop Ball After Dark, Duggo and P. Mister are looking at the Padres facing off against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Zach Gallen had a great game last night for the Diamondbacks, winning 2-1, and they're looking for another win here. And then finally, Bop Ball After Dark, Philadelphia travels all the way to Atlanta to face off against them. Mike A and KSC Treadway on the call there, and that is your Sunday schedule.
And we see 2 new people in the game here. Craig Kimbrell facing pinch hitter Tucker Barnhart. Got the day off with the lefty starter, so he will come off the bench to face the Cubs' new setup man, Craig Kimbrell, having a very good year as he throws that one right by him. 97 on the gun. It's 0-2. Kimbrel has that hard fastball and devastating curveball. Goes with the fastball there. Right to second. The throw over to first will be out number 1.
Now batting, number 4.
Play made there by David Bodie at second. They'll be the top of the order with Shogo Akiyama here, bottom 8. That is in there. A little surprised by that call. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Kimbrel. High and away. 1-1. Little piece of this day in baseball history. Take you back only a little bit to 2012, in which Starlin Castro became the 28th player in Major League history to collect 500 hits before turning 23 years of age in a 12-2 victory over the Pirates at PNC Park. That's chopped foul.
Yeah, and Saray is asking in the Twitch chat who the Cubs closer is now, and that is Dan Winkler right now being the Cubs closer instead of Craig Kimbrel.
That is ripped foul. He has 16 saves, does Winkler, 6th in the National League. And that is swung on and missed. A great fastball from Kimbrel. So that's strike 3.
Now batting, second baseman, Nick Senzel.
And since it's Sunday, I'll give a second this day in baseball history for some Sunday Fun Day action, in which the Cubs complete a 3rd consecutive 3-game sweep by sweeping the White Sox back in 1998, swept Atlanta, swept the Marlins, and then completed a 3-game sweep against the Chicago White Sox in a 13-7 victory. The first time the Cubs had done that since 1918, winning 9 in a row on 3 consecutive 3-game sweeps. And here they're looking to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Cincinnati Reds.
Nope, at the ball.
That missed. I do not know where. That was a strike earlier in the ball game, but umpire says no. It's 2-1. He says no again. Maybe we have Angel Hernandez behind the plate. I don't know, but certainly not the strike zone that it was back in like the 5th inning or so. 3-1 to Senzel.
That's going to be a walk, and at the worst possible time here, because we take one look at who's up bad, and we remember what Hines caused in the last inning.
Well, maybe another strikeout is on the books here for Craig Kimbrel.
I hope so for my own collective, heart rate.
First pitch is up, called strike 1, and I hope for my evident baseball clairvoyance that I'm also correct. The 0-1 is wide, and I don't know what's going on with this umpire. Personally, these pitches looking like they could have been easily strikes. I don't know what you're seeing, but I don't know what's going on here.
Kimbrel seems to agree with that sentiment as well.
Not missing by much so far. Pitch number 17 on the inning for Craig Kimbrel is swung on and missed. So it'll be 1-2. David Ross given the signs for what they want to throw here on the 4th pitch to Eugenio Suarez. Swung on and missed, and what can I say? Evidently, I am at least clairvoyant when it comes to what the Reds do. Maybe not the Cubs, but anyway, it's 3-1 going top 9.
Your attention, please. Now pitching.
Well, we're very lucky there, as here we see Robert Stevenson finally coming in relief. See there, 3.79 ERA, 2.0 record in 33 games, 35 and 2/3 innings pitched, 9 holes, and 40 to 22 strikeout to walk ratio. Not the best, but you know, not the worst. Here comes Albert Almora Jr. Of course, he's 1 for 2 on this game, with a walk back into his last at bat in the 6th. Of course,
Stevenson.
I'm gonna. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, of course, we can probably assume that there will be a pinch hitter for Craig Kimbrell up on deck.
Well, there was a double switch that brought Kimbrell, I believe it was Kimbrell or, yeah, it was to bring in Craig Kimbrell, I believe it was the double switch. So we will, so you see a strikeout here, so that'll be strikeout number 1 for Stevenson, who I was going to say was in the ball game yesterday, did pitch a scoreless inning in relief, as he gets Albert Almora to strike out. So that'll be out number 1 as we see Jason Hayward, who I wasn't sure if he was going to get some game time today, as it looks like he made it into this ball game for here's the 0-1 from Robert Stevenson.
1-1.
That's going to be ball 1. Cubs could use some insurance runs here. They got the top of the order on deck, of course, so that would be ideal for them to have a base runner. Hayward watches called strike 2. One, two, sails high. So we'll see a 2-2 count here. That fastball in, 95 on the gun. Ball 3 now to Jason Hayward. As I mentioned, Chris Bryant stands on deck, a dangerous hitter, especially with runners on base. Last thing Stevenson wants is a walk. And Hayward will chip away here. It is still 3-2. And he misses low.
The last thing he wanted is the exact thing he'll get. Is now there's a man on first. What do you know? Chris Bryant, of course, he had a single all the way back in the 3rd inning and was brought home by Javier Baez's home run. But his last at bat struck out swinging. He's definitely not looking to be 1 for 5.
Maybe a chance for those two guys we've mentioned are quiet for Brizzo. Bryant and Rizzo due up here. Maybe looking to get what would be the second hit for either of them in this game. Bryant 1 for 9 lifetime against Robert Stevenson. As the 1-0 pitch is down the middle. That's ripped down the line, and it will get into the corner. Runner heads to 3rd, and that'll be a 1-out double for Chris Bryant.
The first baseman, number 44, Anthony.
Well, there you go. Bryant has his second hit of the game. And a perfect time for a here top 9. Cubs looking for some more runs. And unfortunately, Rizzo will not have a chance to extend his love for facing the Reds. He's walked.
The batter, number 9, shortstop.
That's going to be bases loaded for the one guy that they really should not have intentionally walked to bring up. It's Javier Baez, who had a 2-run homer back in the 3rd inning. Though the base is loaded and only 1 out, he can definitely do some major damage.
Double play is in order with 1 out. grand slam is also in order here with 1 out. We saw Moustakis rocket a slam game 1 of this series. Maybe it's time for Javier Baez to close this series with a grand slam just like it opened.
And you see there, he's hitting 421 with runners in scoring position, and he was looking on that foul ball, but doesn't get the best contact on it. Now watch ball 1 on the far out.
Hayward on third, Bryant on second, Rizzo on first, and Wilson Contreras looming on deck behind the man at the dish now, Javier Baez. Swung on and missed. Another big hack there from Javi, and it'll be a 1-2. The pitch is fouled back. Might be one Javi wants back. A high fastball, a pitch he will love to run into and hit very hard. He swings through. Strikeout number 2 for Stevenson. So Wilson Contreras now in a massive situation here. Bases loaded, 2 outs in a 2-run lead for the Cubs. They could use any runs that they could get here. Sure, even 1 would be graciously accepted by Dan Winkler, their closer. Contreras has 2 homers in this series, 1 of which has come earlier today in this game. All runs via the long ball today, and I'm sure we would love to have another long ball right here.
Cubs down to their final strike here in the top of the 9th.
That is
gonna be
called
strike
3. So
well, you hate to see it happen.
You sure do. Cubs get 3 on, all 3 of which left. So we go to the bottom of the 9th. And it'll be a double switch here for the Cubs. Their second double switch of the game is we will likely be seeing the closer Dan Winkler, and here he is.
Now pitching and batting in the 4th spot.
16 for 19 in save opportunities, the ERA of 1.5 and 30 strikeouts, only 5 walks. But you'll have to face Moustakis, Castellanos, and Aquino, 3 power bats of this Reds lineup. And that somehow didn't hit him. A little bit of a magic trick there from Dan Winkler. That one just under the arm of Mike Moustakis, didn't even flinch. I would have been running away at that point. But it's 1-0. Good backdoor curveball. So 1-1 here to Mike Moustakis. Good use of the curveball. It's going to be 1-2 to Mike Moustakis. And that is swung on and missed. Moustakis strikes out, and the Cubs today looks like they've caught the Moose finally. Moose was running rampant the first couple of games with a couple homers, and looks like they finally have caught him.
Yes, indeed. Moustakis chasing that break as the cutter 1-0. Well, I don't know why we're going. We saw what happened with saw what happened with Wade Miley with that cutter. It's a 2-0. Damn, what did you
It is 2-0 to Nick Castellanos. That is swung through by Castellanos. He wanted to make it a 1-run game, but Winkler What? Not gonna let him that time. One out here, bottom 9. The Reds down 2. And Castellanos here in a 2-2 count. As that one is scorched foul. Watch out there in the front row.
Nice little souvenir for little Billy.
Hope he brought his glove as they're looking to extend those nets down the baselines past the dugouts to avoid any injuries to spectators who might be getting a little more than they paid for with those front row seats.
Nice little funny story, actually. That's going to be ball 4. Nice little funny story is the greatest foul ball catch I've ever seen in my life. Guaranteed, well, sorry, the Cell, US Cellular Field. I still call it the Cell, don't blame me. A guy didn't even notice that he caught a foul ball because he was talking to another guy who was a vendor, and the ball just went sailing right into his popcorn little cup. So he didn't even notice until he saw popcorn all.
That is definitely going to be one of the crazier things. You don't normally know you caught a foul ball. Certainly a lot of good ones. Those parents with kids in their hands making the one-handed catch. Guys who somehow managed to be in the right spot twice in one game and get 2 foul balls. As that's through, down the line, the runner will get to third, and that's going to be a one-out double, for Aristides Aquino. The tying run sits on second base as he extends his 6-game hitting streak.
And here we see Freddie Galvis got the first hit for. There is a potential that he is the last hit as well, because he does represent this winning run here with 1 away and as I was saying though, the scariest foul ball I've ever actually seen was I was at a minor league game with some coworker friends of mine, and we're laying in the grass in the left field area. We hear look out of nowhere. We're not even. The ball comes screaming right at us. It bounces to the right, right next to the right of my friend who's laying down on the ground. Bounces over her, nearly hits one of my other friends, and then just bounces down into the backstop. It was hilarious, but it was also terrifying, because that's going to be fouled right in the dirt for strike 2.
Well, 0-2. It's one of those where you don't really realize the situation until after it's happening. Don't realize how scared you probably should have been. Anyway, that is swung on and missed. Strike out number 2 from Dan Winkler. So it'll be down to Kurt Casale. Here he was up with 2 outs, 2 on in a 2-run game here, bottom 9 in Cincinnati. Oh, and 1 to Casale. Dan Winkler looking to bear down and try to get another save on his resume here. It's number 17. That is outside ball 1.
Kurt Casale with that 333 average with Warners in scoring. Definitely could at least bring 1, if not 2, home here if he gets some good.
We've seen Aquino does have speed there on second base, so could score on a base hit, but it is 1 and 2. So both sets of fans on their feet now. Those in red cheering for a base hit to tie the game. Those in blue cheering for a chance at strike 3. The 1-2 pitch. Grounded to second. Over to first, and the Cubs avoid the sweep here in Cincinnati.
Of course, this calls for the celebratory music. Just a small town girl. Oh wait, that's the wrong Chicago team. Oops. Lonely world. I don't care.
Well, we appreciate the music here. That 7th inning stretch was great as always, and I look forward to the opportunity to hear it again. Maybe that next time at Wrigley Field.
Maybe, just maybe. Well, here we see the Reds not being the happiest in the world. Looks like Winkler gets player of the game, potentially. He does have his 17th save on the year. Miley goes to 4-2, and Quintana up to 4. And Jose Quintana actually gets player of 6 innings pitched, 5 strikeouts, 1 earned run, 3 walks, and 2 hit. Wade Miley credited with the loss, obviously. And Dan Winkler getting the save. I say Javier Baez. I would honestly my player of the game over Quintana, as much as I did enjoy seeing Quintana do very, of course, this is the home run that opened the scoring for the Cubs with the 2-run shot 430 feet into the ether that is the Great American. I mean, it's the Cubs win. That's what matters.
Yep, he's definitely not the guy I chose in my fantasy for this. I don't actually remember who I chose. I might have chose Anthony Rizzo based on what he had done in this series, but there is that Contreras homer. 407 feet, and the low point for me, calling a homer that I did not want to happen. Suarez, wall scraper there into right field, his 19th of the season, but then comes down to the 9th inning here, and I don't know about you, but my heart was beating very hard after that double.
Very much so. It's gotta, just heart beat again. Totally did not just actually punch myself in the chest. It actually kind of hurts.
And there was out number 2, and the big one, Kurt Casale hits it over to second, and Bodie tosses over to Rizzo, and the Cubs avoid the sweep here in Cincinnati, end that 5-game losing streak. And now we'll head off to Philadelphia with the hopes of trying to maybe get another roll going.
You see the stat line, only 4. Of course, one of those 4 hits was a solo shot, but the Reds, I'm still a bit annoyed that they took him out so early. He had a really good performance, even with those couple, walks. He had very great stuff. Shout out him. Shout out Michael Lorenzi.
So we have, of course, more bot ball for you guys today. We do ask, though, that you, in this break between games, scroll down, find the link for Meals on Wheels, and try to donate anything you can. It's a great cause. None of this goes to us. We are here just for the baseball, the fun, and the laughs. But we do, of course, appreciate any feedback you can give us. There's a link for some feedback to us broadcasters down below. We appreciate all of it, and our goal to become better and to bring better broadcasts to you guys.
Yes, and we are joined in the booth by Jeremy Goldstein. Jeremy, how are you doing on this fine Sunday?
I'm doing pretty well. I know I'm excited to watch some and commentate some Mets Nationals baseball. We got a solid pitching matchup on the mound today, towing the slab. How are you guys doing?
Well, we get to fly the W. A wonderful game by the Cubs. Even though their offense seemed a bit sputtery, they still managed to get it fixed around with some great defense and a great performance by, of course, the player of the game, Jose. Of course, Irons over here, my wonderful broadcast partner, Jinx the shutout. You win some, you lose some.
Well, you will remember I did also call the strikeout for Suarez later in the game, so I think
people only remember the fault.
That's true. People do only remember the bad, but you know what? It evens out in the end, so I will take it.
It's very true. And we, of course, are now joined by Big Fund as well. Big Fund, how are you doing on this? It's fine.
Doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing very fine and dandy. This seems to be a very interesting matchup between the Mets and the Nationals. First thing I'm looking at is David Peterson and that record and that year. Do you think that's going to be a big struggle for this team early on?
David Peterson only getting a chance to start as a result of the injury to Marcus Stroman. That's, of course, down 2 of their 5 intended starting pitchers, with Noah Syndergaard getting the Tommy John, Marcus Stroman tearing his labrum early in the year. Peterson had a little bit of bad luck. He's 0-5. You see the ERA; it's not good. He had one disastrous start in Puerto Rico at the end of April, where he allowed 6 runs without recording an out. And he's definitely pitched a lot better since then. But it's really hard to shake that kind of outing when you give up 6 runs before recording an out and you get pulled.
We also
Very
got to
much
take
so.
into consideration. Huge, because Peterson was a highly touted prospect, and he still kind of is. And to see him finally get his big break, his big opportunity to pitch in the major leagues, start off with a terrible record like that, not able to win a game, it's a sad sight to see, especially for a young pitcher.
Well, looks like your game's about to start here, so I will get out of your guys' hair. So have a good call, guys. We'll see how the Nationals and the Mets go today.
Yes, indeed. Have a wonderful game. Shout out to Jorge Soler with those 27 homers. To all the Bot Ball community fans, have a wonderful day. I'm Grady the Boss. That is Hines.
And welcome to Major League Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. I'm the big fun Eric Garment, joined by Jeremy Goldstein, bringing you Game 4 of 4 from the nation's capital, the New York Mets, taking on the Washington Nationals. Pitching matchup today will be the rookie David Peterson going for the New York Mets up against Joe Ross for the Nationals, who you see here. Jeremy, tell us a little bit about Joe Ross.
Ross 4-5 on the season, 3.48 ERA. Obviously solid. Peterson's obviously a bigger pitcher to talk about here. Has thrown 62 innings on the year. Throughout his career, he's been more of a bullpen guy. However, he is getting the opportunity to start for DC today.
The Mets will be running out the same lineup as they did last night, with Ahmed Rosario, Jeff McNeil, and Pete Alonso. First pitch of the afternoon is a curveball for a strike from Ross. Nationals coming in at 41-23, first place in the National League East. That's 24-39 in last place. The rest of the Mets lineup I'll bring to you after the 0-1 from Ross to Rosario. This is the pitch. Inside for a strike, 0-2, hitting fourth for the Mets, outfielder Michael Conforto. Batting fifth, Yoenis Cespedes, then Robinson Cano, Wilson Ramos, Brandon Nimmo, and batting ninth, the pitcher, David Peterson. Defensive alignment for the Nationals, left to right in the infield, starting at third, Starlin Castro, Trey Turner, Howie Kendrick, Ryan Zimmerman, Kurt Suzuki does the catching. This is a high fastball, 1-2, outfield for the Nationals. Same as it's been all series, Soto, Robles, and Eaton. Actually, same as it's been all weekend. A little bit of a different alignment on Thursday.
Last night, the Mets able to win 5-3 behind a double and a home run from Michael Conforto, who's looking to carry the offense here for New York.
2 home runs for the Mets driving the offense as Rosario drives this one down the right field side, drifting foul. Eaton can't get over it by the side wall. It'll be another 1-2 to Ahmed Rosario. Yesterday, 0-3 with a walk and a run scored, 2-2. Popped foul, we'll get another one.
The Mets obviously put in the same category as the Nationals going into the year. However, injuries have limited their success. Only 25 wins thus far.
Ahmed Rosario in a little bit of a slump, ahead now 3-2, works it back to a full count. His average had been as high as about 320, comes into the day just hitting 301 though. Full count, first batter of the game. The pitch is low, ball 4. Ahmed Rosario works himself a leadoff walk, and it'll bring up the third baseman today, Jeff McNeil. McNeil coming into this one, hitting .337, good enough for fourth in the National League.
Yeah, in the previous at bat, I love Rosario's approach. Got to get to Ross early in order to get him shaken up a little bit. And Rosario did that with a long at bat and a walk on top of that.
So Rosario, who leads the Mets in steals with 9 on the season, stands on first base. As Jeff McNeil comes up against Joe Ross here.
That's the ball.
First pitch is just high with a ball. Zone with that one. Looked like it might have been an attempted slider that came in high. 5-pitch mix for Joe Ross. As this one is hit the opposite way. Great piece of hitting from McNeil. That one's going to dink in the shallow left center. Rosario with a great read on it goes first to third. And just like that, the Mets are in business. Runners on the corners, nobody out. And Pete Alonso coming to the plate.
And this is what we've wanted the Mets see from the Mets all season. Rosario McNeil set the table for guys like Pete Alonso. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to do that on a consistent level with Rosario's batting average. This is the ideal start to a game for New York all season, so let's see if Alonso can capitalize.
Alonso last night 1 for 4, singled and scored on the Michael Conforto homer in the 6th. Also added a strikeout. Facing Ross here, runners on the corners. First pitch is low, 1-0. Ross in his last start on Tuesday at home against Milwaukee only went 3 innings. Gave up 5 earned runs, 6 total, and took the loss. They're going to close out this Washington homestand with a win. Alonso out in front of that changeup, yanks it foul, 1-1. Big time power swing from Polar Pete, but got a little bit too aggressive.
I think it's safe to say we're going to see a slugfest with 2 struggling pitchers going the slab today. I'd say we might see some double-digit runs totaled for both sides.
That one was pulled foul by Alonso. Now he's behind 1-2. Pitch from Ross. This one is lifted into shallow right field. Coming on for it is Eaton. Dives and makes the catch. Adam Eaton sells out and saves a run from scoring with an acrobatic play. And if Eaton dives and misses that, it could be trouble. Even though it's high hit, might have only been at best a double for Alonso, but it could have moved McNeil up to third. Instead, a stunning play from Adam Eaton records the first out of the game and brings up Michael Conforto now with runners on the corner still in 1 out.
You know it right on the head right there. I mean, Adam Eaton, high risk, high reward play. It's an inside the park home run if that went the wrong way, but obviously Eaton skilled enough as an outfielder. He could play and get the first out of the inning for his pitcher.
Conforto out in front of the first pitch from Ross there, pulled it foul into the seats. Mets have been doing a lot of that all weekend, just dumping foul balls into those seats down the right field side. 0-1 now from Ross. Way inside, 1-1. So it's Rosario on third, who walked to start the game, then advanced to third on the single to left center by McNeil. Home plate umpire in this one, Mike Fillmore.
It's need to score this inning. I can't reiterate it enough. Especially
1-1-2 Conforto, a strike, 1-2. Changeup on the outside half. Sorry about that, Jeremy.
Oh, no, you're good. Especially with Dave Peterson, who hasn't been able to really hold a lead all season in his slew of starts. A scoring early, being the first on the board for the Mets, that'd be crucial.
Ross ahead of Conforto, 1-2. The pitch low and away, 2-2. Waiting on deck, Yoenis Cespedes, whose bat may be starting to heat up after an ice-cold month of May. Two. Outside, 3-2. Mets could consider putting Jeff McNeil in motion. Not a traditional base-stealing threat, but keeping the double play out of order by running on this one could be huge for the Mets in terms of getting a run in the inning. 3-2 pitch. This one is grounded to the right side, sliding, stopped by Zimmerman, goes to second, and the return throw not in time. So McNeil doesn't run on the play, but it's hit weakly enough by Conforto to allow Rosario to come home and score the first run of the game. On the fielder's choice, Mets lead it 1-0.
All had a seed from Conforto there. His speed is what got them that run. It's only a matter of if the double play would be turned or not. So great speed displayed by the Mets outfielder. The Mets are able to jump on the board first, 1-0.
That'll bring up Yoenis Cespedes. Takes that one low and away. Ball 1. Cespedes with the deciding hit yesterday. A 2-run line drive shot to left off of Wander Suero that provided the difference in the 5-3 win. Takes that one inside. 2-0 now. So the Mets taking the lead on the Michael Conforto fielder's choice ground out 3-6 just now. Conforto leading off of first.
Would you say it's safe to say Conforto is the hottest New York Met right now, going back off yesterday?
Definitely possible. Conforto's now reached base at least his last 4. A little out in front. Cespedes ahead in the count 3-0. Cano waiting on deck.
I have the red light if I'm Cespedes here. You got to keep tallying on base runners, excuse me.
And Cespedes takes that one low, so a 4-pitch walk. Oreo and Cespedes, second walk of the inning issued by Ross. It'll move Conforto up to second, and it will bring up second baseman Robinson Cano.
And Cano's lefty-righty splits are much better than his lefty-lefty splits, so this is his ideal matchup. Does have 11 homers on the year, drove in 26 with that bat, so I think this is a great position for Cano to be in right now with the Mets in need of more runs to get up to a bigger lead.
No, the only Mets starter yesterday who did not reach base, hoping he doesn't have that same fate today. Conforto on second, Cespedes on first. First pitch from Ross. Swung on, and there it is again. The Mets putting balls in those seats down the right field line.
That was a very early swing by Cano out in front. Probably setting up for the fastball, but he got the off speed.
0-1 swung on and missed. Cano out in front of that sinker. 0-2. Good diving action from Ross, trying to keep the damage limited to just one run. Comes set. 0-2 pitch. In there. Strike three called. Robinson Cano on 0-2 takes a fastball down the heart all the way. Bit of a perplexing choice, but for the Mets in the top of the first, 1 run on 1 hit, 2 runners left on base. Heading to the bottom of the first, David Peterson has a 1-0 lead.
David Peterson getting around for the Mets. 8 starts, 0-5. Rough start to his major league career with that 6.56 ERA. Surrendered 47 hits thus far, striking out 34, walking 13. To pick up his first major league victory again today against the Nationals as the Mets look for their second straight win.
And Peterson will start his afternoon against Trey Turner. Curveball. Ball 1. Peterson brings 2 different fastballs, a curve, a slider, and a change to the mound. Following Trey Turner will be Adam Eaton and Juan Soto. Play the rest of it after the 1-0 pitch from the Colorado-born left-hander. Lifted into shallow right field, coming on into Michael Conforto. He'll play it on a hop. So Trey Turner gets himself a leadoff single. Both teams with their lead-off base runners in the first. And now the Mets are going to need to worry about the stolen base as Trey Turner leads the National League by a mile with 29 steals on 31 attempts.
Trey Turner is the ideal leadoff hitter for any Major League Baseball team. Somebody who can hit high 200s, low 300s, which he's proven he can do, and can steal multiple bases, which is obviously a rarity now, with him being one of the only top base stealers in the league. So Nationals have a good one in Turner.
This one is lined over the glove of Cano. Having to hold up was Turner. Wasn't sure if Cano was going to get up for that one. So back-to-back singles from Turner and Eaton. If you take a look at this, good swing from Adam Eaton, bringing the bat head down by the knees to line that one over Cano. We'll bring up Juan Soto with 2 on and nobody out.
Adam Eaton, aggressive hitter, big first pitch swinger. He's done it for a long time in this league. Good veteran player. Taking the first pitch off of a young, inexperienced pitcher, bringing it into the outfield for a single and a base knock. Great, smart heads-up play by Eaton.
Peterson delivers the 1-0. Pounded hard towards short. Diving stop is Rosario, and nobody's able to get out. Rosario had to knock that one down with his body. Looked like he might have been able to make a play at second base, but he just could not pick the ball up, get it into his control before touching the bag, and beating out that infield single is Juan Soto. So the Nationals have the bases loaded, nobody out, and the NL batting leader, Howie Kendrick, coming to the plate.
And if you're a Mets fan, you got to be thinking, we've sung this song with Dave Peterson before. So if you're a Mets fan, you got to be clenching your teeth right now because he's loaded no out. We haven't seen it get this bad yet, but we know it can get this bad. So we'll see the Nationals respond.
Peterson, now just 6 pitches into his afternoon, sees the bases full of Nationals, and Howie Kendrick, the Nationals' 2019 postseason hero, at the plate. So it's an 0-1 with Kendrick, and that's certainly happy to trade 2 outs for a run here if Kendrick puts it on the ground. And this is lined foul, 0-2. Now, if you're David Peterson, do you consider pitching for the strikeout and trying to get Ryan Zimmerman to put one in the dirt?
I think you have no choice. You need to try to get the strikeout here without getting the ball put in play, because obviously it turns on third base, ground ball he can score, foul fly ball he could still probably score. So I think the strikeout's your only option here, unless you get a ground ball where you can double him up at home.
Peterson missed with a fastball high and away on the 0-2. Now we'll bring a 1-2 home to Kendrick. Pitch on the way. This one is lifted into left field, moving back onto Cespedes. He gets to the wall, he leaps, he runs out of room. It's a grand slam for Howie Kendrick, his 15th home run of the year. And David Peterson is in the nightmare scenario, down 4-1, 4 batters into the game.
When I was looking at the stats for today's game and preparing, I was like, all right, maybe we'll only see a few innings out of Peterson today. Now I'm wondering, will we even make it out of the first? Peterson struggled with all 4 hitters he's faced thus far. And, Cespedes can only watch there as Nationals go up by a score of 4-1 without even picking up an out.
Valiant effort from Cespedes to try and get up for that one, but he couldn't get high enough. 15th home run of the year, now 54 RBIs for Kendrick. And now Peterson has a blank slate, but he's down by 3. First pitch to Ryan Zimmerman, a strike. Kendrick showing why he is the leader of All-Star voting for National League second baseman by a pretty healthy margin.
Kendrick, has the ideal resurgence to a career, coming off a torn Achilles, getting the winning home run in the World Series, and now taking the National League by storm. It doesn't get better than that.
Peterson finally records his first out on that 6-3 from Ryan Zimmerman. Brings up Kurt Suzuki. Suzuki had a rough one yesterday. 0-for-3, he walked once, but struck out 3 times. We'll look to bounce back from that. As you see over his last 9, just 6-for-36. First pitch to Suzuki is swung on and lifted into shallow left center. Coming on, Brandon Nimmo makes the catch. And just like that, 2 outs in the inning. So the Mets manufactured themselves a run, while the Nationals got 3 straight singles. And then a grand slam just making it over the wall in left from Howie Kendrick. Finds the Nationals ahead 4-1 as the Nats try to take this 4-game set. Nats, of course, picking up 1 win yesterday. Nats won the first 2.
Tim Pearson is taking this the right way. After a grand slam, aces are cleared. You got to take it like it's a new game, 0-0, and he's done that with his last 2 hitters, being able to record his first 2 outs of the game.
Other first pitch swing, this time by Starlin Castro into right field, caught by Michael Conforto. So it only takes David Peterson 4 pitches to get his 3 outs, but it only comes after this grand slam by Howie Kendrick that puts the Nationals up 4-1 after 1. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the Mets.
The Mets new up in the second. Ramos, Nimmo, and Peterson. As you see there, Ramos much better against the left-handed pitching this year, struggling against righties, and he sees a righty today in Ross. But Ross has been struggling himself, so we'll see who comes out ahead in this one. First pitch to Ramos, over for a strike, 0-1.
Ramos, obviously, the home run ball working out for him right now. 3 in his last 9. Let's need one from him right now, for sure.
Swings over the top of that sinker and misses 0-2. Ramos coming into this one 4th in the National League All-Star voting at the catcher position. That's with only 1 other player in the top 5, as this one is swung on and lifted into shallow right field. Moving back on it, making the catch is Kendrick for the first out.
Batting it, the center fielder.
How you want to start the inning if you're the Mets? I mean, see a grand slam hit over the head of your left fielder, battle your young pitcher, and you respond with a pop out. That's not a great baseball team response.
Here's Brandon Nimmo. Nimmo went 0-for-2 with a couple of walks last night. Takes this one just outside, 1-0. Mike Fillmore not giving that outside strike early on in this one.
And Nimmo missed a good majority of last year with neck issues, but healthy for just the beginning of the 2020 calendar year.
As this one is lined past the outstretched glove of Castro for a single. Saw on that one, Suzuki was setting up outside. And take a look where this ends up. Right over the middle. Joe Ross missing his spot pretty badly there. Brandon Nimmo taking advantage of it, slapping a single the other way. We'll bring up David Peterson in a sacrifice bunt opportunity, although Peterson has proven himself to be more than useful with a bat in his hands.
We've been seeing a lot of young pitchers able to use their bat successfully. It's still something they shouldn't rely on, if I had to say anything about it.
The batter, number 1.
And gets the sacrifice bunt down perfectly, score it 4-3. Brandon Nimmo moves up to second base, and he'll be in scoring position for Ahmed Rosario, who walked to lead off the game and came around to score on the Conforto fielder's choice. Mets looking to get a run back here in the second. First pitch, way inside, 1-0.
Rosario needs to get a hit here. I mean, so many times you could say, oh, it'd be nice if they got a base knock to get a second run home, but Peterson's still pitching. I think the Mets, it's a must to get a second run right now.
1-0 is in there for a strike, 1-1. Ross hits the top of the zone with a fastball. Any single should score Brandon Nimmo unless it is particularly hard hit to the outfield. 1-1.
Throw that down.
2-1.
Rosario got a benefit of the doubt there. I mean, it's like it might have clipped the corner, but obviously the umpire favoring the hitter on that pitch.
1 now. Swung on and hit into right field. That one is going to be into the glove of Juan Soto. So Ahmed Rosario makes good contact, but can't find the grass. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left, middle of the second. It's Washington 4, Mets 1. As a reminder, folks, we are all doing this here at Major League Baseball for charity. Please consider giving a donation to Meals on Wheels, especially because starting tomorrow, we're going to have some new charity initiatives. I'll tell you more about what's going on tomorrow in a little bit as David Peterson misses to Victor Robles. So after tomorrow, starting Tuesday, we at Major League Baseball will be instituting a Charity of the Week. It'll be decided on by our community, and we will be switching it up week to week, changing the charity that we are raising money for. We've been raising money for Meals on Wheels for about 2.5 months now, and we think it's time to branch out and explore some new charitable arms. As it's now 3-0 to Victor Robles, Peterson missing badly.
Lots of organizations who are definitely need and could definitely use some good money right now to benefit people, either food, healthcare, etc.
3-0 from Peterson is outside. A 4-pitch walk to Victor Robles. We'll bring up Joe Ross in a sacrifice bunt situation and be short for this game. We may very well see the first relief appearance of the year of Rick Porcello, who was pulled from the rotation after a disastrous start. Had a shutout early in the year, but that was his lone win. Currently 1-9 with a 6.62 ERA and 12 starts. The Mets gave the ball to Corey Oswalt yesterday. Ross pops up the bunt, fielded by Alonso. Backhanded flip to Peterson, covering for the out. Will move Robles up to second.
Did you say Luis Rojas, should kind of reconsider the rotation? Even Peterson has not been able to get his feet wet, while Rick Porcello, while he struggled, has the veteran experience. So would you maybe consider a replacement?
It's definitely a consideration, but Rojas has been kind of adamant, sticking with Peterson, insisting there's not a lot of depth in the Mets minors who's really major league ready. Peterson was given the chance in April after Stroman went down, and he has pitched overall marginally better than Porcello. Just hasn't had the luck. He did have a quality start on Tuesday against Houston. 6 innings, just 2 earned runs against the Astros, but ended up taking a no decision in that Mets win.
Have to also take into account that the Mets season's kind of slipping away here. They're pretty much 20 games below, and we're getting into deep June stages here. If the Mets continue at this rate, you might want to stick with the younger options as the season continues to drag along.
1 now. Bunting. Wrong is Turner. It's misplayed by Alonso. That bunt was into no man's land. A perfect push bunt from Trey Turner catches the Mets defense sleeping. And you wonder if that is really more a ball for Robinson Cano to charge than Pete Alonso to try and go pick up, because nobody was going to make it over to cover. Now Adam Eaton takes the ball inside 1-0. Runners on the corners for the Nats right fielder as Trey Turner now 2 for 2.
Well, you have to take into account that Alonso and Cano both do not run well. And Trey Turner, he's one of the top runners in the league. So I feel like regardless of who went to go field that ball, it would have been very difficult to throw him out. It's not necessary to point fingers at this point. And you got to just worry about Adam Eaton.
Sorry for my silence. My screen here seems to have just gone to black and stayed in black.
Oh, I've been seeing the same thing.
There we go. We're back. Now 1-1 to Eaton. Sorry for the technical hang-up there, folks. 1-1 pitch. Way outside, 2-1. So it is Robles who runs well on third. Turner who runs even better on first. One out here, bottom of the second. David Peterson going to get through this inning with no further damage after the grand slam from Kendrick in the first. Throws over, checks on Turner.
Crazy because Peterson surrendered so many base runners. We're in the second inning. And he only has 24 pitches. It shows that he's giving meatballs to these national hitters to swing at right away.
Lifted in the center field by Eaton. Taking the catch is Nimmo. Coming home to score is Robles. No return throw. And the Nationals increase their lead to 5-1.
More immediate contact out of Eaton. Less than 5 pitches into the at-bat. Able to get it deep enough for Robles, which is not hard to do with his speed. Nationals take a 4-run lead. Already getting out of hand for the Metropolitans right here.
I'll bring up Juan Soto. Soto reached on a scorching infield single that Ahmed Rosario was able to knock down with his diving body, but did not record an out on it.
Runner.
Pitch to Soto, a pitch out. Running is Turner, and he is out. Only the third time this season that Trey Turner has been caught stealing. It's a perfect pitch out, orchestrated by the Mets. Peterson fires into Ramos, who throws it down to Rosario to catch Turner stealing and end the inning. That's got to be a confidence booster for these Mets.
I never thought I'd see the day where Trey Turner gets thrown out at second base. And it's crazy because the pitch out's the only way you can throw him out. So great communication between Peterson and Ramos. They're able to get a crucial out number 3.
3 and 4 for the Mets here in the third. Jeff McNeil, owner of one of 2 hits on the day for the Mets, leads it off. Swings at this 0-1, grounds it sharply. Kendrick misplays it, and McNeil is going to beat it out. He's going to be safe. It's going to be an error on Howie Kendrick to start the inning.
The Mets, you kind of need something like that to start the inning. You need a positive break. McNeil's able to get one of those. They set the table for power hitter Pete Alonso. Alonso kind of needs to bring out the big guns here and maybe hit one over the fence. Then back in this game.
Alonso just 3 for 14 on the series, has 1 double as an extra base hit. 2, that was hit pretty hard, but not, scorching by McNeil. Kendrick just could not get a read on it. Maybe it took a funny hop off the dirt. Toss misses to Alonso, 1-0. Right, Jeremy, Mets need to take advantage of that. 1-0 pitch. Hung on and ripped towards left field. Sliding and making the catch is Juan Soto. What a catch. Looked like that one was going to hop, but Soto throws the glove down on the grass, picks that one up. Let's take a look at this on the slow-mo replay. Great catch by Juan Soto with the glove reaching out underneath to cup that one coming in.
If Juan Soto can make those defensive plays on a consistent basis, he will immediately himself to a top player in the league if he hasn't already. I mean, he times that slide sensationally well, gets a crucial out number 1 for the Nationals after that error by Howie Kendrick.
Michael Conforto drove home the only Mets run with a fielder's choice ground out. Juan Soto came into this one 3rd in left field all-star voting. Plays like that might see him move up even further.
Wouldn't be surprised.
1 to Conforto, and this one is grounded, scooped up by Castro. On to Kendrick, over to first, double play. So the Nationals quickly work themselves out of an inning-opening error. The 5-4-3 double play neatly turned, ends the top of the third. It's the middle of the third now. Still, Nationals 5, Mets 1. So what we've got going on tomorrow, you've got a minor league showcase day. There are only 2 Major League games on the schedule, and it's because we have been following the Major League schedule here at Major League Botball. We're only bringing you 2 Major League games. We're not going to do things out of order. We'll have the Mets and the Cardinals at 9 p.m. Eastern and the Cubs and Phillies at 10:45. But if you look on our website, mlbotball.com, you'll see already scheduled 3 AA games, and we will be adding 1 more to the schedule, which will be at 5:30. We've also got guest broadcasters coming in, guest broadcasters from minor league clubs to bring you those games. Tell you a little bit more about that momentarily. First pitch from Peterson to Soto, leading off the inning, slams it into the third base dugout facing 0-1.
Soto can match that defensive web gem with a ace knock to start the third. Cut him half.
Peterson now ahead 0-2, getting Soto to swing and miss as you take a look at Luis Rojas looking at his rookie starter, hoping he can have a much quieter inning.
I know I said it already. I still can't believe he hasn't even thrown 30 pitches yet with the damage that's been done on him. And it just shows the Nationals being able to make immediate contact means he's not throwing good pitches, and they're able to read it like it's a college-level pitcher. I hate to say that about Peterson, but clearly he's not ready. That's the read I'm getting. So again, if I'm Rojas, I would have to rethink the rotation decision he's making as the season continues to go through June.
Soto gets under this one, hits it to deep right center, sending Nimmo back, gets to the wall, and he'll watch it go. Juan Soto with a home run to right center field, his 12th of the year, and that is going to put the Nationals up 6-1.
Juan Soto, the hanger, hangs right over the plate, able to put it to the right field side. Scores with 1 feet, that was hit pretty well. 101.4 even exit velo. And that's just Juan Soto there. Not even 23 years old yet. Taking the week by storm. With Peterson, the Mets gotta get this bullpen going already. We want to have any chance to come back at all.
The second homer allowed in this game by Peterson. Here's the guy who hit the first, Howie Kendrick. A grand slam in the first inning that set the tone for this one. After 3 straight singles, Peterson ahead 0-1. Higher, pitch on the way. This one is hit into the glove of Robinson Cano. Thought that was going to be moving into shallow center. Just a little bit of a weak pop-up instead by Kendrick for the first out.
It's like Victor Robles kind of teed this out. Yeah. Continue.
It's all right. Bring up Ryan Zimmerman. I'll start to tell you about minor league botball games we've got for you tomorrow. Very exciting schedule here. First pitch from Peterson to Zimmerman is low, ball 1. So at 12:15 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have Rocket City at Biloxi, the affiliates of the Angels visiting the affiliates of the Brewers as this misses. And we'll be having Garrett Green from the Biloxi Shuckers on the broadcast. 2 p.m. Eastern, the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp, AA affiliate of the Miami Marlins, will take on the Montgomery Biscuits, the affiliate of the Tampa Bay Rays. I'll tell you who's on that one after the 2-0. In there for strike 2-1. Joining us for that game will be John Vitas, who is the lead broadcaster for the Charlotte Stone Crabs, the High A affiliate of the Tampa Bay Rays. 2-1. And 2 at 3:45 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have the Amarillo Sod Poodles, the Padres AA affiliate, against the Frisco Rough Riders, who are affiliated with the Texas Rangers. Amarillo broadcaster Sam Levitt will be on the call for that one. 2-2. Swung on and missed. Picking up his first strikeout of the afternoon is David Peterson for the second out of the inning. And then at 5:30 p.m. Eastern is a game to be determined. Once we've got our ball broadcasters assigned to that game, they're going to choose from a remaining pool of AA games, and they'll bring you that game at 5:30. And you can check out the whole schedule at mlbotball.com. First pitch to Suzuki, lined in the center field, caught by Nimmo, and that will end the third inning. But Juan Soto adds to the Nationals' lead with this towering home run to right center field, and the Nationals lead at 6-1 after 3.
I think it's undeniable. Minor league teams are the best names in sports.
Leading off for the Mets, the left fielder.
Hard to go against that. There are some that are not the best, but there are certainly some good ones. When you've got
the jumbo shrimp every day.
Pitch to Cespedes, swung on in this strike one. When you've got the jumbo shrimp and the biscuits, it sounds like a southern brunch.
Yeah, maybe you can eat some jumbo shrimp and biscuits while you watch.
Big. There's the 0-1 from Ross to Cespedes, who walked his first time up, count now 1-1. And be on the lookout, folks, if you enjoy minor league bot ball, we may very well have some on tap for you the following Monday, the 15th. Only 4 major league games on that day. So we are in discussions internally about bringing you maybe some AAA bot ball. So keep an eye out for that. 1-1 misses, 2-1 to Cespedes now.
I think the 135 average goes back to his heel injuries that he spent all of last season recovering from, and then some. Cespedes' bat is much better than what he's putting on display here, and injuries are all I think about when I think about his bad statistics.
Thing up inside of Suzuki, 2-2. Long on and miss. Cespedes fooled badly by that front door slider. Second strikeout for Ross.
The batter, number 24, second baseman, Robinson.
Take a look down on the Nationals farm. Fresno Grizzlies, Harrisburg Senators, both hitting pretty well, both above 500. Take a look at J.B. Shuck and Cole Freeman tearing it up at AAA and AA respectively.
J.B. Shuck, a veteran in pro baseball, trying to his career back to life down in the minor leagues.
And Robinson Cano, first pitch swinging, grounds it back to the box for a single. Mets' third hit of the game. And Cano's first since, let me look at my sheet. Thursday. I don't recall quite what happened Thursday. Pinch hit and flew out on Friday. No hits for him yesterday. Here's Wilson Ramos. Takes it inside for a ball, 1-0.
Wilson Ramos again. Let's go back to that pitch out on Trey Turner. Confident after that offensive highlight. Now, offensive highlight is desperate for that. So maybe Ramos can provide that for New York.
Right now, 1-1. To answer the question of Crown King Curly W in the chat, pitch is on the way. Swung on and missed, 1-2. There are only AA games on the minor league schedule tomorrow. If there were AAA games, we would have expanded our options, but 0 AAA games tomorrow. Just 9 AA games, interestingly. 1-2. Swung on and missed. Once again, Ross going low and in to a right-handed batter and generating a swinging strikeout. Third of the game, second of the inning, 2 outs for Brandon Nimmo.
That's an untimely ouch for the Mets down the stretch in this one. Saw the near double play in the first inning when they could have scored more runs after getting the first 2 guys on. Saw a double play in the previous inning to this one, and now a big strikeout after finally getting a base runner. So the Nimmo announced to do something with 2 outs, and they're putting a lot of pressure on these hitters. That's why the Mets are down 5 in this one.
Nimmo took a strike, 0-1, and Crown King Curly W. There is quite a lot of AAA baseball available on the 15th of June, so be on the lookout if you want some AAA bot ball. That is the best day to expect it to happen. A lot of AAA games on the schedule that day. Ross ahead of Nimmo, 0-2. The pitch inside, 1-2. Mets would love to clear the pitcher's spot here because then they could take out Peterson, not have to burn a bench bat in the 5th inning. Pitch. Off, count stays 1-2.
Especially because if you take out Peterson, bottom half, then you'll have to only use that pitcher for 1 inning, and you'll be limited.
One is grounded to the left side, scooped up by Turner, throws across the body, and gets Brandon Nimmo. So the Robbie Cano 1-out single goes wanting. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left in the middle of the 4th. Still Nationals 6, Mets 1. Weimer hoping that Tulsa gets chosen for the missing game tomorrow. It'll be up to our broadcasters, but we do have some Dodgers fans on hand, and they will be taking on the Northwest Arkansas Naturals, I believe. And we do have some people who have a strong affinity for the Royals, so it's definitely possible. keep an eye on the website as well as our Twitter account at MLBotball to see what that 5:30 game will be. Crown King, will the Fresno Grizzlies be there? It's a great question. I'll look and tell you if they've even got a game on that day, the 15th. The pitch from Peterson to Castro misses 1-0. Doesn't look like it, unfortunately. No. Yes, there is one. A Fresno Grizzlies game. It was earlier in the day. Castro fouls it off 1-1. It will be really up to the requests of our broadcasters, or if we get guest broadcasters like we are doing tomorrow, what games we bring you from the AAA ranks on the 15th. Castro fouls it off 1 and 2. Best place to know what games are going to be happening on that day. Once again, the website, mlbotball.com, and the Twitter account at mlbotball. Peterson ahead of Castro 1 and 2. Lifted into right center field, sending Brandon Nimmo to his left, makes the catch for the first out.
Peterson's able to throw a scoreless inning for the Mets and keep his pitch count particularly low. If you're Luis Rojas, would you risk it, keep him out there longer, or do you think you need to have the offense next inning pinch hit for him?
That's a very good question, Jeremy, and it's a question that Luis Rojas is going to have to answer. He does have some solid pinch hit bats available to him. He's got Eduardo Nunez, J.D. Davis, Jake Marisnick. First pitch to Robles for a strike. Robles walked and scored in the second.
It baffles me that J.D. Davis had such a fantastic year last year with the bat. It was completely unexpected. It was probably the Brody Van Wagenen's. It was without a doubt his best hiring from last offseason. However, now he's on the bench. So what the Mets are doing kind of confuses me.
It wasn't really as much of a problem until Yoenis Cespedes came back, and there's no way the Mets not going to be playing Cespedes most days. Count now 2-1 to Robles. Davis was able to play some third base, play some left field. Jeff McNeil, of course, has that positional flexibility. With Cespedes back, it kind of limited what the Mets could do in terms of getting certain bats into the lineup. 2-1 pitch on and miss, count 2-2. It's a bit of an odd platoon. It's a platoon of J.D. Davis and Robinson Cano, and Jeff McNeil plays second or third, depending on the handedness of the starter. 2. Lifted into deep right field, sending Conforto back, throws the glove up, makes the catch. 2 outs, and it'll bring up Joe Ross. So David Peterson just has to retire his opposing number for a 1-2-3 inning here in the bottom of the 4th.
We did see J.D. Davis play some outfield last season. He wasn't the best defensively because that's not his normal position. If Cespedes continues to hit in the low 100s, you have to think there's got to be some sort of change.
Well, one would think so, but Yoenis Cespedes is not your average major league ball player. He's got a large contract attached to him. Even though the Mets got some savings on that deal, not really the kind of guy that you're not going to put out there and see if he can't get himself back to the player that he could be. Wanda Ross is lined into the glove of McNeil, and that is going to do it. It's a 1-2-3 inning for David Peterson in the 4th. We'll see if he stays in the game as we head to the 5th. Nationals 6, Mets 1. Harrisburg tomorrow. The available games, which our Botball broadcasters will be choosing from, we have Chattanooga at Birmingham, Mississippi at Pensacola, Midland at Corpus Christi, Tulsa at Northwest Arkansas, Springfield at Arkansas, and Jackson at Tennessee. It will be up to the broadcasters to decide what game they want, and 4 innings is going to do it for David Peterson as Eduardo Nunez comes up to lead off the 5th.
A no-brainer from Rojas there. The Mets need runs. They need him now.
Pitch from Ross to Nunez, a strike with a slider. David Peterson goes 4 innings. The search for his first major league win will continue to at least his 10th start. With a full line on him in a minute. 0-1. Rounded towards short, scooped up by Turner, makes the throw to Zimmerman, and that's the first out of the inning.
Now batting.
So for Peterson, hits earned runs allowed. Just the one strikeout, one walk. Was helped out by that caught stealing, though. Catching Trey Turner to end the second could have kept more damage off the board. Here's Ahmed Rosario for the third time. Takes it up and away, ball one.
And obviously, Peterson's got a whole slew of problems. There's a lot of things he needs to work on at the major league level. His next minor league stint. However, I think the home run ball is a standout. With 2 moonshots today, and especially young pitchers have to work on working with runners on base. So I think that's got to be Peterson's one of his first assignments once he to restructure his approach.
The batter, number 6.
You're right, Jeremy. The Mets may need to consider putting Porcello back in the rotation over Peterson. Maybe Peterson needs to head back to Syracuse for a little more seasoning. It's a question they're going to have to answer in what appears more and more like a lost season with each passing game as Jeff McNeil fouls off the first pitch from Ross, 0-1.
Obviously, you can always use injuries as a scapegoat. I'm not saying the Mets have the right to as well. Marcus Stroman was a big part entering the season. He's not available right now. So, obviously, if you're a Mets fan, you're disappointed. The Mets are disappointed. I think you got to still have to attack like you're still in the season because you have a lot of developing players need to play competitively right now.
McNeil slaps that single under the glove of Kendrick. Third time that McNeil has reached twice via singles now, and reached via an error in the third. It'll bring up Pete Alonso with a man on and 2 out here in the 5th. See Jeff McNeil, the lone consistent spot for the Mets in this one. He has been good all season, while guys like Rosario, Alonso, Ramos, Conforto have ebbed and flowed, have gone up and down. Jeff McNeil has been a rock for the Mets all year.
And it's safe to say that when you're in the 2 spot, you're being considered the team's most consistent hitter, especially in the modern day major leagues. So McNeil's definitely got to be feeling good about himself. But if I'm McNeil, I'd be kind of desperate for some support because he's not getting it.
Alonso takes a strike on the inside edge, 0-1, lined out into the sliding glove of Juan Soto in the 3rd.
I'll always remember Alonso for home run derby against Vlad Guerrero Jr. last year. That was one of my favorite things to watch all season. Usually home run derbies aren't that intense, so it was definitely a fun one.
Rounded to the left side, Turner makes the flip to Kendrick, and that will do it. So once again, the Mets get a base runner. They've had a base runner in every inning, but they still just have 1 run. Middle of the 5th, it's Washington 6, Mets 1. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Your attention, please.
For the Mets will be Rick Porcello making his first relief appearance of the year. 1-9 in 12 starts with an ugly 6.64 ERA. And Mets are going to see how Porcello looks in at least 1, maybe 2 innings of relief here. Porcello will start with the top of the order. Trey Turner takes the fastball high.
Definitely good to give Porcello a chance here because team's sort of getting out of reach, and they're for the longest time have been looking for a slot to place Porcello in and test out if he's gotten himself together. This is the perfect time to do it, and if it's almost like there's no harm if he does give up any damage. The damage has already been done.
Mets behind 6-1 here in the 5th. Grand slam from Howie Kendrick, the 4th batter for the Nationals, and this one really set the tone. Ripped into the glove of McNeil by Turner. Jeff McNeil set up perfectly for that one. A line shot for the first out. As you take a look at David Peterson on the bench, just 50 pitches over 4 innings, but gave up 6 earned runs and a couple of homers.
And going back to Rick Porcello, former Cy Young winner, the Boston Red Sox, controversially because people are saying it was based off of his 20 wins. But he did win that Cy Young Award in 2018. The Red Sox did win the World Series, so no one's complaining.
Big hook curveball from Porcello drops over at the knees to Eaton, who is 0 for 1 with a 1 for 1 with a run and an RBI on his sacrifice fly in the 2nd. Count now 1-1 as the two-seamer misses. On, just trying to get his way through the middle innings, 1-1. Up and away, 2-1. Staying loose behind Porcello should the former starting pitcher, for the time being, suffer some trouble.
I'm kind of shocked that they're already getting the pen loose. If I was the Mets bench here and Luis Rojas, I'd want Porcello to eat innings here, especially with need and the desire to preserve bullpen arms as the Mets enter their next series against St. Louis. It looks like the Mets are going to use a slew of pitchers to close this one out.
Rick Porcello misses low and into Eaton, so it's a 5-pitch walk. Adam Eaton. In time in this one, it'll bring up Juan Soto, 2 for 2, with a solo home run in the third. Also scored on the Kendrick Grand Slam in the first.
Soto.
Each stomping around on the Nationals dugout, firing up fans in the nation's capital here on a Sunday afternoon.
Not quite like Baby Shark, though.
Quite like Baby Shark. Soto, first pitch swinging, gets barreled a ball, but gets out in front of it and yanks it into those right field seats foul. Porcello way inside 1-1. Curveball that missed badly. Check swing. Home plate umpire Mike Fillmore saying that Juan Soto broke the plane, 1-2. Just one out here in the fifth. The pitch just misses the outside edge, 2-2.
Soto's intimidation factor with his shuffle.
In there, strike 3 called. Rick Porcello sits down Juan Soto looking for his first strikeout. Now 2 outs in the fifth, and it'll bring up Howie Kendrick.
Rick formerly began his career with the Los Angeles Angels, bounced around the league a little bit with the Phillies for a while, Dodgers as well, but has sort of found a home here at the end of his career in the nation's capital, having his best career season this year, 37.
Bit of a late bloomer, one can say, behind 0-1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Crazy to call. It's crazy to call him a late bloomer because he was successful with the Angels, but then he just became a whole other level of successful. So he's definitely one of the more curious cases of a good MLB player we've had in quite some time.
Head now 2-1. I mean, you were talking about Rick Porcello trying to eat some innings for the Mets here, but I think the Mets would take it if Rick Porcello had to be pinch hit for in the sixth, because at an absolute minimum, it would mean they're bringing up a pinch hitter with the bases loaded and 2 out, and an opportunity to really get themselves back into this one. Obviously, if you can get 2 innings out of Porcello, if the offense struggles, you'll take that. 2-1. Swung on and lifted into left field. A couple steps to his left. Yoenis Cespedes makes the basket catch, and that'll do it. So the Nationals strand the 1-out walk of Adam Eaton. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. After 5, it's Nats 6, Mets 1. This is Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
And you made a good point, because if the Mets were so concerned about having the pitcher spot come up, I would have just gone to Brad Brock to begin with. However, now use that length that Porcello has and that stamina he has in his pitching game. So now, as you can see, only the cleanup spot is up now. So we'll see what happens. But again, interesting decisions being made by the Mets thus far.
Particularly interesting to see Austin Voth warming up. Voth has thrown 2 1/3 innings over the last 2 games.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Ross misses to Conforto, 1-1. Roenis Elias did not pitch in either of the first 2 games of this weekend, as it's lined into the glove of Zimmerman by Conforto. This shift working out perfectly for the Nationals there for the first out. No shift, that's a double down the line at least.
Joe Ross Wall, I did talk about earlier in the broadcast how he's had his fair share of starts and relief appearances. Doesn't usually hit that 100 pitch mark. He doesn't usually approach it. I'd say 85 pitches is his limit based off of what he's done in his career. But it makes sense to me that the Nationals bullpen is warming up as he just hit the 70 pitch milestone. However, Austin Voth, like you said, has worked a lot over the past couple of games, so we will see some Elias as this game progresses on.
And this is inside 2-1 to Cespedes. Now walked in the first, struck out in the fourth. Ross working that inside half and further inside against Cespedes. It worked so well for him in the fourth inning. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Underneath that fastball was Yoenis Cespedes. Count now 2-2. Way outside 3-2. Ross trying to switch up the eye level, go outside there, but it was a little bit too far off the plate to even consider reaching at it for Cespedes. Now the full count pitch. Grounded to the right side, foul. We'll do another one.
Also seems to be progressing quite quickly. Like I said, the team is swinging early in the counts and keeping pitch counts low. I've broadcasted a couple other games for this ball season. None's progressed as quickly as this one, that's for sure.
One was fouled off by Cespedes, another 3-2. And it's fouled off again. So we'll have pitch number 9 of the at-bat set to come next.
I usually see this from Cespedes. Cespedes is usually a big hit-or-miss guy. Actually working the count this time around.
Pops this one up on the infield. Catching it right on the line, straddling that line, Starlin Castro. Looked like that would have landed in fair territory, so call it a regular old pop out, not a foul pop, but also call it the second out of the inning, and it'll bring up Robinson Cano. Time up. Hoping to just get something going for the Mets, even with 2 outs here in the 6th. First pitch from Ross. In there for a strike, high and tight, 0-1. Crip the Smaker says, what's the site for the Cubs game? Well, it's this one before this. Count now 0-2 to Cano. You missed a Chicago Cubs victory over the Cincinnati Reds, Crip, but be back tomorrow. We'll have more Cubs bot ball. Count now 1-2, as that one misses high. Ross at 82 pitches, just about done with the 6th inning, unless the Mets get something cooking here. Might be the end of the line for him. Brings home the 1-2. Line to the other way, fair ball down the line, and that's going to go all the way down near the corner. Good job by Soto to get over to that, and the throw in is offline. But it's a 2-out double for Robinson Cano, his 6th of the year, and he'll be in scoring position for Wilson Ramos.
I mean, Cano just caught one of the biggest breaks I've ever seen. This is hit in a corner. It's shallow enough for the outfielder to get a good throw into back to the infield. However, that throw to Kendrick, way offline, and Cano is able to slide in safely for a 2-out double.
Here's Wilson Ramos 0 for 2. This pitch from Ross. Away 1-0, and you can't overlook that Juan Soto, a left-handed outfielder, picks that ball up in the corner, has to wheel around and throw it in, trying to get Robinson Cano. Meanwhile, a right-handed outfielder there would just be able to pop up and throw. Maybe it goes differently if Soto throws right-handed. Instead, Cano stands on second. Almost fouls that one off, 1-1.
RBIs for Ramos in his last 9, as you saw in that graphic, so Nets need him to make it 10.
This one is hit into the glove of Ryan Zimmerman. The lineouts continue. Second lineout of the inning for the Mets into the glove of Zimmerman, and they waste another base runner. The Mets have had a base runner in every inning, but they still just have 1 run through 5.5. It's Nats 6, Mets 1. Rick Porcello back onto the mound. He'll face Ryan Zimmerman, Kurt Suzuki, and Starlin Castro. 0 for 6 between them in this one.
You mentioned how the Mets have had a base runner in every inning. Look at statistics, and what do the teams that make the playoffs year in, year out have good statistics in? Average with runners in scoring position. The Mets do not hit with runners in scoring position, and that means they're not going to win baseball games. Simple as that. The Mets need to learn how to capitalize off of base runners if they want to get their win total up.
1-0 from Porcello. It'll be on the way to Zimmerman. It's on the way now. And it just misses 2-0. So Mets looking to have Rick Porcello guide them through the bottom of the 6th. They can use a pinch hitter in the 7th and then piece it together the rest of the way, regardless of whether or not they get themselves back into this one. 2-0 pitch. Swung on, hit to the right side. This one's heading down towards the corner. Foul. Count 2-1. Mets jumped out to an early lead with a Michael Conforto RBI fielder's choice in the first, but then the first 4 batters of the game for the Nationals, single by Turner, single by Eaton, single by Soto, a grand slam by Kendrick, and the Nationals have only added to it since. 3-1 now to Zimmerman. Low and inside ball 4. Second walk issued by Porcello. It'll bring up Kurt Suzuki
Now batting.
with 1 on and nobody out.
Mets are going to be very reluctant in this inning here to take out Porcello with the pitcher spot due up in the top half of the 7th. So Porcello is going to have a responsibility here to keep this lead where it is, this deficit where it is rather, give his team yet another chance to tack on some more runs. Maybe they'll be a little over-reliant on him.
This pitch to Kurt Suzuki. Big curveball catches the edge for a strike. Suzuki, you see, they're not really considered a big-time power threat, but he is 3rd on the Nationals with 11 home runs at the start of play today.
Last season, Nationals rallied off Edwin Diaz in the 9th inning in a game in late August.
0-2 is the count.
Scored 7 runs off Diaz to win the game, and Kurt Suzuki hit a walk-off home run in that slugfest.
Oh, I didn't need to be reminded of that.
1 ball.
Now 1-2. 3 out. And thank you, Jeremy, for sending it rushing back.
It's part of my Yankee fan personality.
How dare you? Now 1-2 to Suzuki. Porcello deals. Weekly coming on for it. Rosario goes to Cano. Throw it on to first in time. So the slow-footed Kurt Suzuki gets retired on the 6-4-3 double play, and there are 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th.
For Porcello's confidence, I mean, like I said earlier, their spot due up in the top half of the 7th, and they're not going to want to have to bring in a reliever that they're going to have to yank right away. So big double play for the Mets. Only Starlin Castro stands in the way in the 6th here.
Castro's flown out twice, to right in the 1st, to center in the 4th. For a strike, 0-1.
It's nice to see Starlin Castro getting highlighted again because he was in Miami for a few seasons. Obviously, if you're a Miami Marlin, you're not going to be paid a lot of attention to because they are not one of the popular teams. They're a lovable loser. Well, obviously, Starlin Castro going from the Yankees to the Marlins, not a great bump of teams. However, going to a World Series champion, that's a spotlight he needs.
Head now 2-1. Castro, part of that Giancarlo Stanton trade, might have I think he was just kind of in it for the money and to give the Marlins a veteran presence as part of that deal. You know, a lot of guys that the Marlins gave up on, and if they'd been able to keep them, the National League East would look a lot different. They could have had Marcell Ozuna, Christian Yelich, and Giancarlo Stanton all in the same outfield. Count now 3-2 as Porcello hits the top of the zone for a strike.
And that conversation is what I love to have because people always talk about what the Marlins could have been. What I like to theorize is with guys like Ozuna and Yelich, I don't think they would have unlocked their true potential if they didn't leave Miami. The system they have, I think, is weak, and obviously, when these players leave, they thrive in other systems. So maybe that's just what's going on here.
Second walk of the inning issued by Porcello. Castro takes first base with 2 outs, and Victor Robles now up. Robles 0-for-1, walked and scored in the 2nd. Pitch. Lined into the Alonso. Perfect positioning for Alonso, and that will end the inning. So no runs, no hits, 1 left on base. End of 6. Nationals still lead at 6-1. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. It'll be Nimmo, a pinch hitter, and then Ahmed Rosario, and it's going to be a double switch, so I'm going to stop talking so I hear what's going on.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. These changes for Washington. Now pitching and batting in the 8th spot. Number 55, Roenis Elliott. Now playing center field and batting 9.
It's like bias is
Number
in the
3,
game.
Michael A. Taylor.
Ball, that's inside.
For the changes, as my nifty little trick is to stop talking because we can't hear the PA in the booth. And I got to turn on the Twitch so I can hear what's going on. So double switch after Robles ended that inning, as Roenis Elias is inside to Brandon Nimmo here, 2-0. Double switch, taking Robles out of the game. Roenis Elias now in the number 8 spot in the lineup, and the center fielder Michael A. Taylor is now playing center fielder for the Nats.
I don't know.
Lead off the.
Yeah, sorry, but I don't know if you caught it, but Ryan Harper and Daniel Hudson are warming for Washington in the bullpen currently.
Interesting to see that, considering they've just gone to a longer reliever in Elias. And he's behind Brandon Nimmo, 3-0. Pitch on the way. In there for a strike, 3-1.
Elias, formerly of the Seattle Mariners, got off to a solid start for Seattle. Especially in 2018, he was pretty reliable at the beginning of the season, but in back-to-back second halves of the season, his ERA major downfall and ended up leaving the rotation on Washington National.
Oh, hits this one to deep left center field. A couple of hops go up against the wall. Brandon Nimmo thawed about third for a second, turns back, stays on second. It's a leadoff double for Nimmo to get things started for the Mets against Elias.
So that's the way to start it. I mean, lefty on lefty. Brandon Nimmo able to punch it the other way into the gap. The Mets have speed in scoring position, and they will be in J.D. Davis. The big RBI chance as the Mets look to cut the deficit to 4.
Davis, a great guy to bring up here. Hits better against lefties, starts against lefties. Started on Friday against Patrick Corbin. First pitch from Elias. Lined towards the Nationals dugout on the first base side, 0-1. So the final line for Joe Ross, in line to win. 6 innings, 5 hits, just the 1 earned run, 3 strikeouts, and a couple of walks. 0-1 to Davis. In the dirt, scoots away from Suzuki a little bit, but he picks it up. Bad pitch to swing at by Davis on the sweeping curve in the dirt. He's behind 0-2. The pitch, way outside, 1-2. After Davis, it'll be Rosario.
I know that swing earlier in the at-bat didn't say it, but Davis is known for having a patient approach at the plate all season for the Mets 2019.
In the dirt again from Elias. Count now 2-2. Trying that sweeping curve on back-to-back pitches after he got Davis flailing at it on the 0-1. Rick Porcello in 2 innings of relief, his first relief outing of the year. 3 walks and a strikeout, no hits allowed. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Fooling Davis badly with that changeup is Elias for the first out of the 7th.
Up next for the Mets.
What is that Porcello outing in those 2 innings? Does that tell you maybe he can get another stint in the rotation, or does he still have a lot of problems you think he needs to fix? Or you might just not be able to tell.
It's hard to tell. Going up, a 5-run game, you allow 3 walks. Not a lot that you can necessarily glean from that, as Rosario grounds that one just on the foul side of first base, 0-1.
So what that would tell me is that means you just got to take a gander on him if you really think he can himself, because you're not going to obviously get reliable results in blowout games.
It's true. 0-1 to Rosario, missed 1-1. The only person you consider taken out would be Peterson, as Corey Oswalt, I think, earned himself another shot in the rotation. Count now 2-1. Oswalt yesterday, 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 earned, 3 walks, a couple Ks. Didn't pitch great, but certainly pitched well enough. He pitched well enough to win. Paul Sewald gave up an inherited runner that ended up making Oswalt's appearance a no decision. Fouled off by Rosario, 2-2.
Going back to Pearson, I think, I've talked badly about this guy all broadcast, and all respect to him, but I think he's been given enough chances to the extent where the minor leagues are not an option of this. They need to be the option here, because the Mets are a team trying to figure things out right now, and if their hands are full with Peterson, it won't bode well for the rest of the team.
Ended foul by Rosario. Count will stay 2-2. Just trying to get on base, keep the inning alive for the Mets. Brandon Nimmo had the leadoff double. Mets really need to bring him home. And this one is lifted into shallow left center field. Actually, more about medium deep left center, but nowhere near enough to get anything done. Caught by Taylor. Fires in, and there are 2 outs for Jeff McNeil.
Mets are well on their way once again to getting a runner on base and not being able to bring him home.
Neal 2 for 3 has reached base all 3 times. Which an error in the third around a couple of singles in the first and fifth. Singles should bring Nimmo home. The pitch, low and away, 1-0.
Need McNeil to be a leader here. Obviously, been the most consistent player on this team all season. The big spot.
From Elias in there, fastball for a strike that McNeil took all the way, 1-1. Today, as part of our minor league showcase day at 7:15 p.m. tomorrow, we're going to be having Bot Ball tonight. Just going to be kind of an open forum show. Might make some roster moves. Might take a look at league leaders, all-star vote getters. Tune in, 7:15. We got Bot Ball tonight. 2-1-2 McNeil is lifted. Foul down the left field side. 2-2.
My screen has gone black, so we're waiting for that to be fixed. Oh, there we go.
There you go. 2 now from Elias to McNeil. On in the dirt, picked up by Suzuki, throws down to complete the strikeout, and that'll do it. So once again, the Mets wasting a base runner. A Brandon Nimmo leadoff double goes nowhere. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left on base. Stretch time in the nation's capital. National 6, Mets 1.
Now pitching for the New York Mets, number 29.
Brock now.
Brad.
In relief for Rick Porcello. This is going to be his 36th turns into this far in the year. He did blow 1 save opportunity. I think he's just looking to be the Mets are looking for him to be a buffer as this game enters the late stages and gets more and more out of reach.
Michael A. Taylor, his first at bat of the game. First pitch swinging, fouls it off to the right side, 0-1. Taylor coming into this one hitting just .211 on the season. He's got 1 home run and 4 RBI. Robles in the top half of the 7th, 0-1 pitch. Misses 1-1. Getting loose, presumably for Juan Soto, as thanks to the new rule where a pitcher must face 3 batters, Brad Brock could not come out until Juan Soto. Brock will have to deal with Eaton himself. 1-1.
Count is 2-1.
Low and away, 2-1. Pardon me. In there for a strike, 2-2. Trying to guide the Mets through the 7th inning here. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Michael A. Taylor goes down swinging to start off the bottom of the 7th.
The batter, number 7.
Good high fastball riding up on Taylor there, and he was way behind that one.
That's why he doesn't start. He's more of a defensive replacement for Washington. Now Trey Turner looking to get the offense started once again.
Pitch to Turner way inside with a slider, 1-0. When Diaz has joined Justin Wilson in the Mets bullpen. Interesting to see Diaz up. He has pitched in each of the last 2 games. Wilson got the day off yesterday. 1-0. Just missing, 2-0.
Just see Edwin Diaz up in the bullpen. Yeah, I mean, especially in a situation like this, maybe he's, especially because last night's game ended in a safe situation for the Mets in a victory.
Dylan Betances picking up his 9th save in 9 tries yesterday. Edwin Diaz getting the win. A scoreless 7th in that one. Rio in there for a strike. Brock just easing a slider into the zone at 86. And hit himself a strike against Trey Turner. Is 2 for 3 with a run scored and getting caught stealing for just the 3rd time this season. Pitch out by the Mets in the 2nd. 3-1. Inside ball for Trey Turner reaches for the 3rd time. Bring up Adam Eaton with the man on and 1 out.
Trey Turner reaches 3 times in a game. I would almost have to guarantee the Nationals would win that game. Turner's ability from going to first to third without any other contact being made. That guy's speed is uncanny. I talked about it enough.
Off move from Brock gets Turner's jersey a little bit dirty. And dirtier. He's been in the dirt a fair bit today. Adam Eaton, 1 for 2 with a sac fly RBI in the second and a run scored in the first. Or sorry, 1 for 1. Excuse me. Sacrifice doesn't count against him. Also walked in the fifth. Popping up and throwing is Ramos, but nowhere near in time. It required a pitch out and a perfect throw to get Turner in the second. No such luck here in the seventh. Trey Turner swipes his 30th base of the season.
I mean,
0-1 now to Eaton. Under to the right side, foul.
when Turner reached base, he's needed to get revenge on Ramos. I mean, he wasn't going to let his last stolen base attempt be failure. Especially with a 5-run lead. Like, he had to try it.
2 to Eaton, swung on and missed. A cutter from Brock that looked almost like a hard slider with the amount of break on that one coming inside to the left-hander Eaton. He goes down swinging. It'll bring up Juan Soto with 2 outs. Second strikeout recorded by Brock.
The Mets acquired Brad Brock in the second half of last season from Atlanta, and I know it wasn't paid enough attention to. He had a pretty solid season. He was very reliable for the Mets down the stretch, and that's why they brought him back on a 1-year deal. Looks like Brock is taken right where he left off, and teammate for the Mets, who have a struggling bullpen and have had one for years.
The Braves or the Cubs? I thought they got him from the Cubs.
I could be wrong. I remember him having a stint with Atlanta. You know, I might have the year wrong. I'll fact check that and get right back to you on that.
Thank you, Jeremy. Count now 1-1 to Juan Soto. Here at Major League Baseball, only want to bring you the very best. Turner on second after the steal. 1-1. Towards Cano, puts the glove down, throws it in the dirt. Picked out by Alonso, and Trey Turner will be left on base. No runs, no hits, 1 left. We're through 7. Washington 6, Mets 1.
You are correct. He did play for the Cubs in the first half of 19, for the Braves 2018. He was bouncing around from Atlanta and then to Chicago, and that's when he ended with the Mets. So good call on that. Thank you for correcting me.
And Harper will be the Nationals' second reliever of this one. Rohanis Elias just going the 1 inning, giving up the 1 hit and recording a couple of strikeouts. So it'll be the righty Harper to face at minimum Alonso, Conforto, and Cespedes here in the 8th. Mets down by 5, need to get something going fast. First pitch. 1-0. Nice Sunday afternoon crowd in the nation's capital. In there for a strike on the inside edge and low, 1-1. Following this, we're going to have more interleague action. It'll be the Mariners visiting the Marlins. AL West, NL East matchup. Low to Alonso, 2-1. Following that, we'll bring you 2 National League West games. The Rockies at the Dodgers at 7:15 Eastern, and the Padres visiting the D-backs at 9, before returning to the NL East for the Phillies and the Braves at 10:45 in Bot Ball After Dark. Alonso swings and misses at the slider. Count now 2-2. Two pitch. Way inside, backing Alonso up, nearly caught him on the back leg. It'll be a full count now to the Mets' first baseman.
Do you think it's safe to say Alonso has regressed from his powerful rookie season, or is he just struggling for the past few games and series?
Well, I think you just that one is gone into the bullpen in left center field. Pete Alonso, his 17th home run of the season. And the Mets climb up the mountain. Starts with that solo shot. They now trail it 6-2.
I think he heard it. He's like, yeah, let me shut this guy up. I mean,
it's the second time. That'll be the second time this week that my color commentator has been ragging on a guy at the plate about not being much of a threat, and it turns into an 8th inning home run. Tomas Nido with a shot off of Ryan Presley in Tuesday's win over the Astros, and now Pete Alonso helping the Mets get back into this one with a solo shot, making it 6-2. Hunter Strickland, Daniel Hudson staying loose behind Ryan Harper as Michael Conforto 0 for 3 bats now. First pitch.
Back outside.
Outside, 1-0.
I'll give your color commentator the benefit of the doubt by saying Tomas Nido wasn't much of a threat. I just called the defending Rookie of the Year with 53 homers much of a threat, and I think I deserved what I just got coming to me.
No, that's fair. It was Nito's first home run of the year. It was a complete shock. I couldn't believe it myself that Tomas Nido, who'd been double switched into the game, taking Wilson Ramos out, was provided the big hit, as Conforto grounds this one weakly towards the backstop 1-1.
In fact, I was in attendance of Tomas Nido's walk-off home run against the Tigers last season.
You gotta love when the backup catcher brings the power. 1-1. On and fouled, 1-2. Conforto, after a 3-for-4 day yesterday with 2 doubles and a homer, hasn't had it today. 0 for 3, although he does have the RBI. 1-2 from Harper. In there, strike 3 called. Michael Conforto takes a pretty pedestrian fastball on the outside half looking. Strike 3 called.
Conforto unable to take off from what he did last game. So definitely lacked his offense.
Yoenis Cespedes now 0 for 2 with a walk. Pitch from Harper. In there for a strike. 0-1. First run since the first inning with the Pete Alonso solo shot. They're looking for at least 4 more over their remaining 5 outs. Inside for a strike. Borderline call given by Mike Fillmore, 0-2. Cespedes has been struggling with the inside pitches all game. Pitch. Third base coming in on it. Castro sets and makes the throw for the second out. Robinson Cano with 2 outs here in the 8th inning.
No. He got his 2 hits with no one on base, but when he did have the runner in scoring position opportunity, not able to bring him home. So that's just been the Mets' luck in this one.
Pitch to Cano, over for a little bit more. The 0-1 from Harper. Swung on and pulled. Foul by Cano, 0-2.
Ryan Harper seems to be settling in well with Washington. I think he'd be a nice, reliable pen tool for the Nationals this next few years at least. Like his delivery.
0-2 lifted to right field, sending Eaton back a few steps, but he makes the catch, and that will do it for the Mets in the 8th. So the Mets get a solo home run from Pete Alonso, his 17th of the year, but they don't add to that. They're down 6-2, middle of the 8th here in Washington, D.C. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. With Brad Brock here. Interesting choice to continue on with Brock, but considering they're finishing up a 4-game series here, and they've got a 3-game set right behind it in St. Louis, Mets heading to the airport after this one. Makes sense to maybe try and limit your bullpen usage. First pitch swing and Howie Kendrick singles into right field. Get things started.
Yeah, Kendrick's approach played very nice, bobbing it the other way. That's what a spray hitter is so good at doing, using all fields, multiple types of pitches. Kendrick does that very well there. Great awareness by the veteran.
Ryan Zimmerman 0 for 2 walk his last time up. Pitch from Brock, a strike, 0-1. Brock loving that cutter in his outing today.
Zimmerman could join the party here. I'm sure he's dying to get a hit.
Swung on and missed at a pitch up around the neck, 0-2. A good high and tight fastball from Brock there. 2 scoreless and keep the Mets just down by 4 heading into the 9th. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Down on strikes for the second time today is Ryan Zimmerman. Third strikeout for Brad Brock. And there's one out in the bottom of the eighth.
To see Brad Brock getting some length in this one and doing something with it. And you brought Brad Brock for the longest time as a 3-out guy, 1-inning appearance. Now he's getting a chance to throw a second inning for the Mets when they want to preserve that bullpen, like you mentioned. And he's being successful, so it's good to see.
Kurt Suzuki, first pitch swinging, lifts it into center. Easy for Nimmo, makes the catch, and there are 2 outs. Kurt Suzuki now 0 for 4 on the day.
Now batting.
All three of his 4 outs have been into the glove of Brandon Nimmo, other than his double play in the 6th. So here's Starlin Castro 0 for 2 with a walk. Mets in the 9th inning will have Ramos, Nimmo, and then a pinch hitter spot. You imagine it'd probably be Jake Marisnik getting the shot before Luis Guillorme or Tomas Nido, despite Nido's heroics on Tuesday. First pitch to Castro misses 1-0. One-0 is swung on and pulled foul, 1-1. After this, the Mets will go on the road to St. Louis. The Nationals will continue, and they will hit the road, and they will go visit Atlanta for a series starting on Tuesday. 1-1. Rosario goes the short way to Cano, and that will do it. So the leadoff single from Kendrick goes nowhere. We head to the 9th. It's Nationals 6, Mets 2. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Ryan Harper will stay in the game, try and finish this up with a 2-inning outing. Though Sean Doolittle will surely not be far behind should the Mets add a run in this inning. Harper's first pitch to Ramos misses 1-0.
And Harper again getting a second inning of work. The Nationals not going to their closer.
No need to go for the closer just yet. It is not a saved situation. Doolittle got the day off yesterday, but I'm sure he'll be ready to go if the Mets start to threaten the Nationals' 4-run lead here in the 9th. 1-1 to Ramos. Swung on, grounded to the right side. Kendrick makes the easy play and the easy toss for the first out. Nimmo, 2 for 3 with a double. Got that double leading off the 7th, but could not progress further along the base paths.
One of many players who, just like Cano, have gotten on base when there's no one present on the base paths, but when are people on base, he's able to produce. So that's been the story of the game for New York.
Harper soars a fastball high, 1-0. Get the line moving. Only 2 outs to play with. 1-0 pitch. Inside, 2-0. The Mets will have a pinch hitter on deck. Can't quite get a view of who it is just yet. And should it continue past the number 9 spot, Ahmed Rosario would come up for the 5th time in the game. Way out in front of that pitch, 2-1. Nimmo was looking for the fastball, saw it, and got a little trigger happy. Hard to be that far out in front of a fastball. 2-1. But a fastball that was up in the zone. Looks like we've lost Jeremy for a moment. Jeremy's back. Welcome back, Jeremy.
My Wi-Fi is a little acting up a little here, but we're hanging in there. We're going to finish this game out.
Brandon Nimmo trying to hang in against Ryan Harper, was ahead 2-0, and it count now even 2-2. On the way. Just in the dirt, Kurt Suzuki picks it out, throws it down, and the Mets are down to their final out of the game.
Looks like Nimmo just gave up there. That was pitched well in the dirt. Didn't have the crazy amount of break on it, yet he still went fishing.
It is instead not Jake Marisnik, but Luis Guillorme. Hitting here, last hope for the Mets. First pitch to Guillorme, in for a strike, 0-1. Guillorme hitting .289 in primarily pinch hitting appearances, has made a few starts. giving guys some rest. Okay. And this one is lifted into those same right field seats. The Mets will certainly be happy to see those right field seats in their rear view mirror. And the Mets are down to their final strike of the game. Harper ahead on Guillorme, 0-2. Grounded to the right side. Kendrick to his left makes the play, throws to Zimmerman, and the Nationals win the game 6-2. They win the series 3-1, and they will travel on to Atlanta to start a crucial 3-game series in the NL East on Tuesday.
Win for the Nationals, they get to size up their first place lead in the NL East a little bit more. As for the Mets, I mean, they're looking for, I think they need to change the direction of their season entirely. What they've been going for hasn't worked. They remain in last place and need to figure out what they're going to do with their young pitchers, young hitters, and how these guys are going to respond from injury.
Yeah, so the Mets trying to build on their win yesterday, could not do so. They got a run in the first inning from Michael Conforto, but David Peterson continues to have struggles at the major league level. After 4 batters, he was down 4-1, and it did not get better. Peterson takes the loss, going to 0-6. Picking up the win, improving to 5-5, is Joe Ross.
For the Mets, 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors. They left 8 men on base.
For the game, Howie Kendrick, no surprise, that first inning grand slam was all the offense that the Nationals needed in this one as we head into the highlight reel. Start off, take a look at this Pete Alonso fly out. For some reason, not particularly sure why.
Because you're so
yes, it was that diving play from Adam. With a lot of great defense.
If you remember, that was with 2 guys on base to start the game, and that could have been crucial for the way the Mets started the game. They only ended up with 1 run.
That's how they got that 1 run. A weak grounder from Michael Conforto. Good sliding stop by Ryan Zimmerman. Made the play second. Couldn't turn it into a double play, which would have ended the inning. Mets did not get any more offense until the 8th inning, as instead the Nationals got it going with this Howie Kendrick grand slam to left. Roynes Cespedes gave it a shot, trying to leap up and make a catch at the wall, but he ran out of room and ran out of space. And that was really all the Nats would need. They would add more runs in the 2nd and 3rd. Nationals actually held scoreless from the 3rd inning on. Meaton made it 5-1 with this sac fly in the 2nd. I'm sure next we will see how the Nationals scored their 6th run.
That was a tank shot by Soto.
And there it is, Juan Soto homering over that high out-of-town scoreboard in right center. Hit it 6-1, and it was all quiet offensively till the 8th when Pete Alonso added a homer, which I'm sure we'll see later. We're going to see it right now. The 4th through 7th innings, not a lot to talk about. Right ahead to the 8th, this Alonso homer into the bullpen in left center. Mets could not get another base runner after that as they fall here 6-2. Here's the last out of the game. Pinch hitter Luis Guillorme pulling out weakly. Howie Kendrick made the easy play to Zimmerman. With the win, the Nationals on the season improved to 42-23. The Mets fall to 25-40, falling once again 17 full games back of the Nationals. Any final thoughts on this one, Jeremy?
I think there's not a lot that surprised me here, except for the fact that I thought the Mets would do a little bit better offensively, considering Joe Ross had a high ERA along with Peterson. However, Peterson's struggles to continue. Joe Ross with a big confidence-boosting performance. The Nationals are able to look better as they keep their lead and size it up in first place, and Mets continue to struggle. So not a lot that surprised me here. I think it's kind of what I expected. However, I think it says a lot. And when you think about the directions these teams need to go in, Nationals, a lot of positives, Mets, a lot of negatives.
A lot of negatives for the Mets in this one. Left a lot of runners on base. They had a base runner every inning. Well, if you count a solo home run, a base runner. They had a base runner every inning except the ninth. They're only able to get 2 runs home. Brandon Nimmo, 1-out single in the second. Jeff McNeil reaching on an error in the third. Robinson Cano, 1-out single. Jeff McNeil, 1-out single. Robbie Cano, 2-out double. Brandon Nimmo, leadoff double. And just time and time again, the Mets could not string hits together. They actually did not have an inning with multiple hits.
Yeah,
they spread one.
Runners in scoring position was a big issue, and that's, like I said, how playoff teams, they thrive because they hit with runners in scoring position. The Mets could not do that at all. No hits with runners in scoring position in the game. That's why they lost 6-2.
Yeah, they spread 7 hits out across 8 innings. The best inning they had in terms of threatening was the first, when they had runners on the corners with nobody out. Alonso flew out, the nice diving play by Eaton. Conforto grounded into the fielder's course, bringing a run home. Cespedes was able to walk at the Mets another runner in scoring position, but Robinson Cano struck out, and the Mets were really not much of a threat offensively for the rest of the game. So, final line score, Mets 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors. Nationals 6 runs on 7 hits, just the 1 error. Winning pitcher, Joe Ross. The loser, David Peterson. As we now welcome Brother Beard and Eddie McCarthy to get you ready for the rubber game between the Mariners and the Marlins. Beard, Eddie, how are you this afternoon? All at once.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Had a little technical difficulties to start off. That's a good sign, right?
Yeah, sure.
I'll hide it all game.
Well, it's going to be a wonderful day in Miami for baseball. Something tells me it's going to be a little hot down there. We're going to jump into the third game of this set between the Mariners and the Marlins. Of course, each team having taken 1 game apiece. This being the rubber match. We're going to see Tyler face off against Jordan Yamamoto in this pitching matchup. Of course, I'm joined by one Eddie McCarthy here in the booth for the first time. Eddie, how are you doing?
Doing well, Beard. Excited for what should be a good conclusion to this series. A lot of young talent on both teams, and always excited to see what the future of Major League Baseball is going to look like. And I think that's what we're going to get a chance to see so far in today's game.
Indeed. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for sticking around for this game here and the post game. Big fun. It's always fun to listen to your games.
Well, thank you very much, Beard. I realize I've tossed to you all weekend. The Marlins and the Mariners have followed the Mets and the Nationals.
We can thank our wonderful scheduling czar for that one.
Mark Colley. But coming off now for Jeremy Goldstein, I'm the big fun Eric Arment. Once again, final score from Washington. It was the Nationals 6, the Mets 2, as we get you set up for Game 3. It's the Marlins, it's the Mariners, it's Major League Botball on Twitch.tv.
Well, it's kind of hard to follow that up as we take a look at the lineups for the Marlins here. We're going to see a couple of righties on the mound. It's going to be the same lineup for the Mariners coming into this game. Possibly a little bit different for the Marlins. As Taijuan Walker will break the trend of lefties pitching for the Mariners here. Big righty looking to have some more success in a Mariner uniform. Of course, this matchup between a couple of teams struggling in their respective divisions. Seattle sitting in last place, Marlins sitting in 4th place in the NL East. It's definitely a tale of 2 teams that are trying to build to the future.
Yeah, the Marlins are definitely, both these teams actually, both the Marlins and the Mariners, sort of stuck at the bottom of their division. The Marlins already kind of out of it. They're 12.5 back, of course. Not as worse as the Mets. Not as bad as the Mets, who sit at 16 back. And now, since they lost today, probably 17, as Big Fund just reminded us. But then you have the Mariners, and it's kind of an AL West this year who nobody's really taken control. You have Oakland, who's there at 37-28, which is respectable, but not
not exactly playing out of their minds thus far. Texas 5.5 back, along with the Angels, then the Astros, who have a lot of talent on that roster, but not too much pitching to speak of. They're 8.5 back, and then you have the Mariners, who are sitting at 9.5 back. It's surmountable.
It definitely is, and the Mariners have come back from a deficit like that before, but it took, well, it's a memorable comeback for a reason. It took a fantastic Seattle Mariners team to pull off a 13-game comeback, and this Mariners team, as you say, they're 9.5 games back in the division. The rest of the division has seemed to pick up a few more wins over the last couple of weeks as they're closing what looked to be an insurmountable lead by the Oakland Athletics just a month ago.
Yeah, Oakland, who started off playing such good baseball, they were really, really clean, really sound all across the board. They've hit a bit of a snag as it started in mid to late May for them, and it has continued so far into early June. Not really able to find their game, but the other 4 teams not exactly picking up the pace either. The one division in baseball where there's really not a clear breakaway team.
Yeah, and of course, this AL West division definitely looking a bit upside down as compared to what I would have predicted this division would look like coming into June into July. Everybody thinking that and rightfully so, that the Astros would be on top. They have a ton of talent, even though they cheat to win. They have an absolute ton of talent, and they can hit the cover off the baseball like nobody's business. But Oakland, coming out of nowhere in typical Oakland fashion, and saying, no, actually, this is my division. And, so far, with a 5.5 game lead over both the Rangers and the Angels, they're sitting up top, and we'll see how the rest of that plays out. You see there, Oakland, the only ones able to break 500 over the last 10 games, just 6-4. Of course, looking at the division numbers, you see there, that's really where the difference is. Every other team in the division sitting at 500 or less. And then there's Oakland at 23-15, which really just goes to show you that they have the number here in the West.
Yeah, they've been really good, and like you said just a moment ago about the Astros and how much talent they have, pretty much every cast I've been on so far, somewhere along the line, the Astros have been brought up. And look, you don't want to beat a dead horse. We know all about the Astros and the kind of black thundercloud that's hanging over them this entire season, about the shenanigans of 2017 and on, AJ Hinch and everybody who was involved in all of that. And that's something they're going to have to work through. Mm-hmm. And what's been the staple of their offense in years past, it's been Alex Bregman and Jose Altuve, Carlos Correa, George Springer, and those guys are all having pretty good seasons this year. Bregman, of those 4, is leading the pack. But how about Yordan Alvarez and the season that he's putting together? Rookie of the year last year, but putting together an MVP caliber season this year. No one can slow him down right now, topping that American League in so many categories.
Yeah, it's just kind of comical when you look at their stat lines individually compared to the rest of this division. They really are, on an individual performance basis, sitting head and shoulders above everybody else, but coming together to actually win ball games, they've kind of fallen short.
Pitching has definitely been the issue. Zach Greinke, certainly getting up there in years, probably not exactly cut out to be the number 1 starter, which is the role that he has had to shoulder because they lost Garrett Cole, Justin Verlander, although he's day-to-day now as far as when he's coming back. He's been injured for a while. I believe it's 2 years ago now, they let go of Dallas Keuchel, who was their #1 man back in 2017 when they won the World Series. And that is the biggest issue that the Astros are facing right now. It's both the starting pitching and also the bullpen having trouble closing out games.
See there, the Marlins sitting in 4th place in their division, sitting about 13 games back from the division leading and world defending champion Washington Nationals. Seemingly, it's going to be a shootout between the Nationals and the Braves in the Eastern Division of the National League. It'll be interesting to see how all of that plays out going forward. We're going to get ready and head on down to South Florida and check out Marlins Ballpark here. Get ready for a 2:30 game time here on the West Coast. That puts us about 5:30 on the East Coast.
Yeah, the Marlins certainly kind of expected to be this far back, but no one expected them to be in 4th place. Most people expected them to be dead last, but they haven't been as bad as the Mets this season. And if you were just watching the Met National game, which was brought to you by Big Fund and Jeremy Goldstein, you'll have seen the Mets putting together another dismal performance.
As they do. Well, we're going to get into this ball game here as we head out to Marlins Ballpark. Jordan Yamamoto is going to take the mound for the Marlins, facing off against the Seattle Mariners. Take a look. We've got the Marlins taking the field now. And Jordan Yamamoto making his 14th start of the season, a 4-6 record with a 3.88 ERA across 67 1/3 innings. Striking out 63, giving up 55 hits and 32 walks. Not the greatest numbers, but for a team that's sitting in 4th place, not terrible numbers either.
No, not terrible numbers, and the key here, Beard, for him is going to be to keep these Marlins hitters off balance. I really like the cutter, slider, and curveball today. The Mariners hitters off balance, rather. I really like the cutter, slider, and curve. He's going to have to use them to perfection today, I believe.
First pitch is going to get across on time here today. 5:30 first pitch here in Miami. That's strike 1 to the leadoff hitter, Malik Smith, who will watch this one on the outside for ball 1. Of course, Malik Smith, being the American League leader in stolen bases, off to an arms race with his counterpart in the National League, Trey Turner. He's going to lay down a bunt here down the 3rd base line. Jonathan VR is going to be able to charge it and barehand that one to get the out down at first base. What a play over there at 3rd by VR.
Nice play by VR right there. I was thinking when he picked that one up, don't touch that. There's no way you're going to get a guy who's as fast as Malik Smith right there. Usually if it's right on the line, especially with the leadoff man up, it's a terrific bunt, and usually the rule of thumb is let it go, hope it rolls foul, but VR proved me wrong there. It's an outstanding play.
Yeah, certainly with the speed of Malik Smith, you don't expect him to get thrown out on those bunts, but it was a really nice play. Kyle Lewis stepping in here. He's hitting .290 on the season. We'll see a 1-1 pitch from Jordan Yamamoto. He'll swing and drive this one down the first base line and foul. So quickly, 1-2 is the count here to Kyle Lewis.
Yeah, I like what Jordan Yamamoto's doing so far, getting himself in good pitchers counts, which gives him, and that gives him a chance to let his off-speed pitches do the work they need to do.
2-2 pitch from Yamamoto will get him swing and a miss. So Kyle Lewis with a strikeout here to start the ball game.
Good spot
there are
right
two
here.
away.
Good spot right here. It's a little more out over the middle than I would like, but still such a tough pitch for a hitter to hit right above the hands. And it's an excellent job right there by Yamamoto. Now if he can get Haniger, he's off to a great start.
Well, Mitch is going to swing at the first pitch here. And that's going to be a quick out number 3 to end the top of the first. So Mariners showing their patent impatience at the plate to start this ball game. We'll have to take a look at the pitcher, Taiwan Walker here, making his 14th start. A 3-6 record with a 4.63 ERA across 70 innings of work. Giving up 82 hits, 27 walks, and racking up 62 strikeouts. Gotta say, these numbers are not terribly impressive for a starting pitcher who should be in the prime development years of his career here. Of course, he has not gotten a lot of support from this Mariners lineup. He'll look to have a little bit of luck today.
For Walker, the key really is, I think it's that curveball, that 12-6 that he's got. He throws a little bit harder than Yamamoto. He can get it up to around 96, 97, as that one's fouled down the right field line. But to keep these Marlins hitters off balance, going to have that curveball working today. That's the key, I believe.
Well, Jonathan VR is going to lift this one out into center field. Malik Smith is going to range back and make the catch. Quickly, we have one away here, and we'll see Brian Anderson step in here. Sorry, I couldn't read the name there for a second. First pitch to him is going to be swung and fouled off down the first base side and into the seats. The 0-1 pitch from Walker. Looks like that curveball was trying to come back inside, but the 12-6 just breaking straight down, and it was an easy pitch to lay off, 1-1.
Yeah, not a good start right there. Looks like he didn't really snap that one off very well. And there's another one. That time he misses with the splitter. But not a good sign for Walker. If he doesn't have that curveball working, he becomes a very limited pitcher and much easier to sit on.
As he throws a fastball here, it's going to be an easy ground ball over to Dylan Moore, who...
Look out!
Misses entirely, and good thing that Tom Murphy is standing there to corral that. They're going to rule that an error on the first baseman, Daniel Vogelbach.
They gave the first baseman the error?
Did that say 3 or 4?
I would imagine it would have to say 4. You can't give the first baseman error on that. Two things. First of all, outstanding heads-up play there by Tom Murphy, who gets his butt down the line and backs that play up. And second off, I had to go to my eraser right there. I had already written in a 4-3 ground out recorded on my scorecard. That's about as routine as you can get. Not a good sign right there for the second baseman Moore.
No, and I think you're right. I think it was an error, an E4. I just misread it. Of course, that second base position has been rather unlucky for the Mariners this season. Dylan Moore being the third starting second baseman to take that spot after both D. Gordon and Shed Long going out with injuries so far this season. Shed should be back here in another week or so. D. Gordon's going to be out for a bit longer.
And that's the type of stuff that drives your pitcher crazy. If you give up a long fly ball to the outfield and the outfielder's got to make a long run, and once he finally arrives at the ball, he bobbles it, they can live with that because they know that in their heart they messed up and it was a poor pitch. That one, excellent pitch by Walker. He gets the ground ball, and again, it's as easy as can be and really disheartening, but good job by Walker right there rebounding.
Yeah, Walker racking up the strikeout here against Corey Dickerson. It's his first of the ball game, and there are 2 away here. So that error out at second could very well be inconsequential. This one's going to be an easy pop-up into shallow right field. Dylan Moore perhaps trying to make up for that error as he ranges back into right to end the inning. Nothing doing here from Miami. We're through 1. Still hitless as Seattle puts up that 1 error. We'll see the first baseman, Daniel Vogelbach, step in here.
The first baseman.
He is a big swing and bat. He has not been hitting so well for average, but he has put up some power numbers that these Mariners are happy with. Well, as happy as they can be with on a team that is struggling as much as they are.
So far, both of these pitchers doing a pretty good job, both locating, aside from Yamamoto, who had a little bit of trouble with his curveball in that first inning, both locating and staying down in the zone for the most part to these hitters.
Strike one in here to Vogelbach as he watches the first two out of the zone. So the count is 2-1 here. 2-1 pitch from Yamamoto. Outside, ball 3. Take a look, Kyle Seager in the on-deck circle there. Another big power bat for these Mariners that has had trouble hitting for average. Vogelbach takes a cut at this one, and that cutter on the outside will just go foul.
Now it's interesting for Yamamoto. How does he want to play this? It's a full count. Does he have confidence in an off-speed pitch?
Well, he tries to sneak a slider in the back door, but Vogelbach is going to foul it off. We'll see another 3-2 pitch here from Yamamoto. And that's ball 4 as he tries to get him to chase that fastball in on his knees. And Daniel Vogelbach drawing a walk here to start the second.
First base runner of the day right there for the Mariners.
Kyle Seager stepping in here. As I said before, he struggled at the plate, but he does lead this Mariners ball club in home runs. As Kyle tries to put one over the right field fence here. That one will hook foul.
The Seager family in general off to a rough start in the big leagues this year. Kyle's brother Corey, who plays with the Dodgers, we're used to seeing above 275 numbers from him, having trouble keeping that average above 240, and he's been striking out way more often than usual.
He must be taking some batting lessons from his brother, because Kyle has been striking out like nobody's business.
Right on cue.
Need I say any more? I think I might have found a new strikeout king, folks. Kyle Seager will turn around and go sit back down.
That's not a good sign right there for Seager. Yamamoto missed his spot. It's a fastball that has all kinds of plate. And that's how you know you're just in a rut when you're a hitter, because that's a pitch that Seager should drive.
Speaking of a pitch that should have been driven, Dylan Moore cuts and swings at a fastball right down Main Street for strike one. The 0-1 pitch, missing high, ball 1.
Here's a guy who's had a rough start to his Sunday afternoon thus far. Fairly egregious error back in the first inning.
Yeah, and Dylan, of course, you know, getting the platoon start out at second base with Tim Lopes and J.P. Crawford in the middle infield spots. Dylan Moore, one of these young prospects that this Mariners organization is looking to build around for the future. They see him as a good bench role this season. Get him some major league ABs as he cuts and swings at a cutter on the outside. You know, he's got a lot of talent and he's got a lot of really good promise that they're excited to see him develop moving into the future. It's just very green for a major league ball club.
A lot of upside, a lot of potential. That can be said about a lot of these Mariners players who are considered prize prospects by the organization. And look, they know that this isn't the year where they're going to start knocking on the door for winning a World Series, so they want to see what they've got. Who of the prospects that they have touted so highly, who are the serious guys who can make good contributions to this ball club, and who are some that they may have to cut ties with because they're a little bit overrated.
Yeah, and still, of course, still building for the future. We've got a number of guys in the system that are working their way through the minor leagues and absolutely dominating. Jared Kelenic, being one of them. One of these guys that's thought of as a true five-tool player. You got a guy like Braden Bishop in AAA that has been successful over the last few years as Tom Murphy strikes out here swinging. The end of the top of the second, still scoreless here in Miami. Between Bishop, Kalanick, Julio Rodriguez, who's a young catching prospect coming up, Evan White, Dylan Moore, Shed Long, Malik Smith. These guys are the young guys that Jerry DePoto and Scott Servius are looking to build around in the future. A few of these guys on the ball club today are here to help foster that development, and specifically I'm thinking of like Kyle Seager could be used for trade bait come the deadline. As much as it would pain me personally to see Kyle Seager leave Seattle, I think that could very well be his best value to this organization.
Well, if he keeps producing as the strikeout machine, I think not too many teams are going to want to touch him with a 10-foot pole, so he may be safe in Seattle at the deadline. That was outside?
The curse of Seattle. Even our best players can't get traded away. Well,
I don't know
Taiwan
about
Walker
that one.
missing the corner with this one. He's not happy about the call, and I gotta agree with that.
I don't think Taiwan Walker missed. I think it was our friend the umpire who may have had a bit of a brain cramp back there, as I thought that one crossed the outside corner of the plate with a little bit of room to spare.
Well, we got a stolen base attempt here. Tom Murphy with a throw from his knees. Not even a great throw, but a really poor decision to try stealing here. That was a throw that was extremely high. Dylan Moore is able to pick it out of the air and still get down in time to beat him with a tag. So the bases are empty with one away here. Harold Ramirez looking at this one outside, counts even at 1.
Yeah, good tag by Dylan Moore right there. Terrible jump though from Isan Diaz. As if your jump is that bad, you're gonna have to just cut your losses and take a big secondary and be prepared to get yourself back once the pitch crosses the plate. But that doesn't help anybody right there. Basically leaving when the ball is already halfway to the catcher's glove.
Yeah.
Nice play.
Yeah, nice defensive play by Daniel Vogelbach there, showing he's still got the glove over there at first to get the second out, 3-1 for the put-out.
Well done right there by Vogelbach, and also well done by Walker. So many times now, we see pitchers, especially the young pitchers, they forget to cheat over to first when a ball is hit to the right side, but good instincts right there from Walker. And it's a clean play all around by both the first baseman Vogelbach and the starter Walker right there.
Here's the 1-0 pitch from Walker. That one's in there for strike 1. Counts even at 1 now.
Yeah, Taiwan Walker doing a pretty nice job here so far. He's got the pitch count right where he wants it. You want to be staying at around 15 pitches per inning, and he's on track right here if he can get Jorge Alfaro. But I've been impressed so far with what I've seen from the Mariners starter.
2 to Alfaro here. Counts even at 2 now. Walker, of course, a guy that was developed by the Mariners, traded away. He spent some time down in the desert in Arizona playing for the Snakes, and he has come back here to Seattle to continue his career as he racks up a strikeout here.
The shortstop, Tim Lopes.
We see Tim Lopes look at a first pitch ball here. Good eye to lay off that curveball.
Yeah, so far, Beard, I'm seeing two teams who are pretty offensively challenged, and also two pitchers who, at least through the first 2 innings, seem to have their good stuff today. So we could be in for a pitcher's duel.
It probably helps that neither of these batting lineups are particularly prolific. As you see there, Yamamoto missing with that slider way outside, going all the way to the backstop. This one's going to get in there. Full count here on that cutter. This one's going to get lifted out into right center field. Ranging over is going to be the right fielder. He'll bring it in for the first out. Dragging out that at-bat, but ending up flying out. We'll see Taijuan Walker stepping in for his first AB of the season.
Right there, Yamamoto hasn't done that too many times thus far today, but he did miss his spot. He wanted to go back to the cutter and try and paint the bottom part of the zone, but he left it up. Fortunate there that Lopes did not capitalize on it.
Swing and a miss from Taijuan Walker. Quickly, he's in a hole 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Yamamoto.
Nope, that's the ball.
Trying to get him to chase one outside. No bite from Walker, though. 1-2.
Taijuan Walker is a guy here where if you're Jordan Yamamoto, you want to get through him as quick as possible without wasting too many pitches. But to Walker's credit here, he's battled, and now he's evened things up at 2-2.
Yeah, Yamamoto already up to 40 pitches here through the third inning. This one's going to be grounded at second base. And an easy throw over to first for the second out. We'll go back to the top of the order here, and Malik Smith.
Again, though, the pitch count is pretty respectable right here from Yamamoto. Like I said last inning, I believe. Want to stay around 15 pitches per inning, and he's in line to do that here. Third baseman, though, Kyle Seager's got to be awake. Malik Smith already tried to bunt his way on once.
0-1.
Jonathan VR.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Jonathan VR. Look out. I was looking at the wrong side of my score sheet right there, and I was like, it came out of my mouth. I was like, oh, no.
All good, man. Yamamoto missing outside with this cutter, 2-1 to Malik Smith. Malik's a guy that you don't want to walk because he will steal at every chance he gets. As I'll say, he did not swing here.
Malik Smith is a terror on the bases.
3-1 pitch. Smith drives this one deep into right center field. This one's going back to the track. That'll hit the wall. He'll get down, and an easy stand-up double for Malik Smith here with 2 away.
The left fielder, number 1.
Nicely struck right there by Malik Smith, as you got to look at the Mariners, who are at the doubles leaders for the Mariners today. But like I was saying, now Malik Smith at second base. This guy steals bases for a living. In football, you talk about it. There are guys, Aaron Donald is one of them, J.J. Watt. There are guys who can just wreck a game plan and wreck a blocking scheme if you're an offensive coordinator in the NFL. Malik Smith is a guy who can completely wreck your team on defense if you allow him to start swiping bases.
Well, Kyle Lewis is going to try and put a drive in this one, but it's going to hook foul over into the seats. Yeah, Malik Smith is a guy that will, on almost every occasion, take off and try and steal second, even against left-handed pitching. He's got enough speed that he can beat those throws. He can juke out the pitchers, but he's even brave enough to try stealing third on more than one occasion. I remember a game about a month or so ago in which he stole second and third twice in one game.
Yeah, hitters traditionally don't like the runners running with 2 strikes. Might not have been the worst choice, though, for Smith to run right there.
Well, it amounts to a moot point as the inning is over. This ground ball to VR over at third. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Seattle still scoreless off of that double from Alex Smith. Like we've got another another trivia question going in the chat. We thank you everybody for participating and being here for ML Dot Ball once again on this beautiful Sunday. Don't forget, we're going to be continuing to raise money for Meals on Wheels all day here. Go ahead and hit that donate button down below in the stream. We're super appreciative of everything that we've been able to do so far, and we hope to continue on with that in the future. Of course, Miguel Rojas is going to step in here. The 0-1 pitch to him. I'll say that caught the outside. A little help from the umpire, possibly. 0-2 to Rojas. He'll just foul this one off to stay alive. We'll see another 0-2. Here's the 0-2 from Walker. This one's in the dirt. 1-2. Still trying to work that inside. Doesn't seem to make him uncomfortable in the batter's box yet. 2-2 is the count now.
I don't love the way Walker has attacked Rojas right here. On that 1-2, you still have a pitch to waste. I would have liked to see maybe an off-speed in the dirt. Instead, he's wasted 2 fastballs. Now we'll likely have to go back to one here.
3-2 pitch is going to be looped into shallow right field, right between the infield and outfield. Dylan Moore and Mitch Haniger converging there. And so that'll get down for a base hit. Of course, you say he comes back with another fastball here, that being the 3rd one in a row, and just loops it into shallow right field out of reach of Dylan Moore there.
Yeah, when you're ahead on an 0-2 count as a pitcher, never should the hitter see 3 of the same pitches in a row. Yeah, because of the poor management right there. That's exactly what Walker had to do, as it's our first hit of the day for either side. Oh, I take that back. It's the first hit of the day for the Marlins. Alex Smith doubled in that last inning. I apologize for that.
Disrespect to Alex. Jordan Yamamoto trying to drop a bunt down here on 2 straight pitches, but not able to. 0-2 is the count. He'll try and bunt again. This one's going down the first base side.
No! What are you doing? No! Oh, that's like a cardinal sin, and I've seen it so many times. If you are that close to first base as the first baseman, never go to second and try and get that, especially on a sacrifice situation. The rule of thumb generally, if the ball gets past the pitcher's mound, cut your losses. You're not going to get the lead runner. Step on first, get the out where you can. Instead, it's essentially a hit right there.
Yeah.
By Yamamoto. You can't really rule that an error.
No, and Daniel Vogelbach should know better, but he has not been getting a lot of reps out in the field this season. Of course, that spot going to Evan White, since he he's got the better look on the defensive side. Doesn't make errors like that, I'll tell you that much. And as a first baseman, personally, that's really hard to watch.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to be doing right there.
Well,
no.
Tim Lopes bobbling the ball out at short. Looks like Miguel Rojas is going to be removed from this game and could be out for quite some time. We don't quite know what's wrong, but it doesn't look like his arm is doing very good out there. Could be a break. We'll have to get some x-rays and hear from the doctors after the ball game.
Yeah,
So
perhaps
he'll
a
need to
bad
be replaced out
slide?
there.
Yeah, maybe a bad slide. It looks like Birdie's going to come in to pinch run, and most likely, I would assume, he'll take over for Rojas in this game. But again, the Mariners shoot themselves in the foot defensively. Tailor-made double player ball right there that was delivered by Walker, yet it's bobbled by the shortstop, and now it's bases loaded and nobody out. And Walker really going to have to bear down right here.
I feel like I'm watching 2009 Seattle Mariners all over again. What is going on with all of these errors today? Taiwan Walker missing outside with this splitter. 1-1 the count to Brian Anderson.
Now if you're Walker, while your teammates may not necessarily deserve it, you have to try and bail them out here. And it starts with getting Anderson.
Well, Anderson giving him a little bit of help here as he swings at a ball way inside. 1-2. Walker delivers. This one will go foul.
Yeah. Corners should be in, but I would play the middle back. If you get a ground ball up the middle, you'll sacrifice 2 outs for a run right here if I'm Seattle.
This one's going to be a lazy fly ball out to right field, and Haniger's going to try and throw it in. They'll cut it off and throw it over to third. Throw's not in time, so they only get the 1 out. Miami scores on the sacrifice fly to right.
Yeah, not sure that I love that move right there by Haniger. I think you have to try and throw that ball into third. You're not going to get a guy like John Birdie, who runs extremely well, though just into the ball game. Perhaps allowing Jordan Yamamoto right there to take an extra base.
Walker with an authoritative slider here, strike 1. The 0-1 pitch gets him to swing out in front of that one with the splitter. 0-2 quickly.
If you're VR, and I know you don't like to run on a 2-strike count, but a ground ball is very likely here with Dickerson trying to stay alive. If you're VR, maybe think about stealing a base to try and prevent the inning-ending double play.
Well, he'll have to think about it again here as Dickerson's going to hook this one foul. The 0-2 pitch from Walker.
That's why you steal a base.
Ground ball up the middle. 4-6-3 double play, and the inning is over. Marlins able to put 1 on the board on that sacrifice fly to right, but they strand a couple. So we'll go to the top of the 4th. Mitch Haniger is going to lead it off. So as you mentioned, John Birdie is going to stay in and play shortstop for the injured Rojas. I hope he's okay. We'll get an injury report here later for ML Botball.
Mitch Haniger.
Yeah, again, not really sure what happened to Rojas right there. All my focus was kind of on the shortstop, Lopes, who botched the ground ball to short. Perhaps some kind of injury in the slide. But again, yeah, not really sure what happened.
Haniger with a swinging bunt here, which goes straight back to the pitcher. He takes it lazily over to first for the first out. Yamamoto working right along here through the beginning of the 4th inning. Of course, we take a look at some of these minor league teams for the Miami Marlins. We'll be having our very own minor league showcase here coming up Monday. Stay tuned to mlbotball.com for all the details on that as we put it together and bring it to you. The 1-0 pitch from Yamamoto. Able to catch the outside corner there against Vogelbach. Counts even at 1 now. He goes up the ladder with this one. 2-1 the count.
Really liking what I'm seeing so far here from Yamamoto. He's preventing base runners from reaching and doing a really good job getting into good pitchers' counts. So he's got his full 4-pitch arsenal at his disposal.
Swing and a miss at that fastball on the outside, so the count's even at 2. And this fastball inside is going to be ball 3, 3-2. Full count pitch, gets him to swing through it, and just like that, there's 2 away. Daniel Vogelbach with the strikeout.
Now batting, the third baseman.
Again, excellent job right there from Jordan. Moto does not have the luxury of being able to dial it up to 97, as you tops pitch speed comparison right there. Taiwan Walker able to reach the high 90s. Jordan Yamamoto not so much, tops out on the mid 90s, but he makes up for that, really balancing his pitches and mixing up based on the count and the hitter, high, low, in and out. And he has these Mariners hitters befuddled thus far.
Seager is going to take a hack at this one, and that'll go foul. Strike 1.
Ball, that's out.
We'll watch this one outside, ball 2. So as we get through into the second half of the order for the second time here in the top of the 4th, Jordan Yamamoto able to hit his spots, working around the outside edges of the plate. See the 2-2 pitch now. Missing low, so a full count here to Kyle Seager. Big slider, able to catch the zone. Kyle's just going to foul this one off, and we'll see another full count pitch. 3-2 pitch from Yamamoto. Goes up the ladder, tries to get him to chase it, but Kyle will not offer, so he draws a base on balls here with 2 away in the 4th.
Dylan Moore.
We'll see Dylan Moore step in here. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout back in the 2nd. First pitch to Dylan. Misses low and outside, ball 1.
Little glitch right there. No screen blitz. Sorry.
Well, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties with my broadcast partner at the moment, but this one's going to be an easy fly ball out into right field, and we'll go to the bottom of the 4th. Marlins still lead this one 1-0. Take another look at the beautiful day here in Miami. They've got the roof open. Sounds terrible.
Yeah, it's only 2 degrees. There's a light breeze coming in, which is, I'm sure, serves as a relief to the crowd. And in the Florida heat, not too many, especially on an afternoon game, are you going to be able to keep the roof open. So, Marcus Park taking the chance, taking the opportunity, and jumping at the chance right here, as it is a beautiful day out in Miami.
First pitch into Jesus Aguilar is going to miss for ball 1. Taiwan Walker, 51 pitches through 3 innings. We'll probably see 1, maybe 2 more innings of work out of him. They'll get this one in there for strike 1. And, you know, thinking back to that pitch speed comparison, his highest, his 4-seam may be able to ramp up to 97 miles an hour, but he's also got that, cut fastball that is really only about 88 to 91 miles an hour. So even amongst his fastball, it's quite a bit of difference.
Well, for some pitchers, their cutter, it cuts a little bit more than others. The guys who you see the kind of 2-mile-an-hour difference between the cutter and the fastball, there's not so much movement on the cutter, but for Walker, it's almost like a fast slider. It's definitely a little bit different. A lot more movement on Walker as opposed to some other pitchers around the league.
Well, this one's going to get ripped down the left field line, and it's going to stay fair all the way to the wall. You don't see that very often. And as Kyle Lewis is going to range over and bring it back in, that's going to be a stand-up double.
Nice job by Aguilar right here. He gets a pitch on the inside part of the plate. Watch him turn on it. He doesn't go inside out. He keeps the hands inside. He gets the front foot down, doesn't rotate the torso too much, and he pulls it right. Hitting right there.
A good bit of hitting followed up by another good bit of hitting. Does it stay fair? It does. A 2-run home run by Isan Diaz. It's his 9th home run of the season. That puts these Miami Marlins up 3-0 here.
Well, it's back-to-back mistakes right here by Taijuan Walker, who had been pitching very well up to this point. First run that he had given up in this ball game, not his fault, but he leaves the pitch up to Aguilar, and then this one, I'm not sure what that was supposed to be. Maybe a cutter. It did not cut at all, and Isan Diaz turns on that, very similar to the Aguilar at-bat, except for Diaz turning on that, and the launch angle is a little bit better. Gets it to go a lot higher, a lot farther, and it's an emphatic home run, and it gives the Marlins some breathing room.
Well, Harold Ramirez is going to step in here, deal one pitch to him. Going to miss outside with that fastball. See a 1-1 from Walker. One's going to go foul.
Yeah, Walker's certainly...
sorry.
No, all good. Walker's certainly been kind of handed the short end of the stick here, as he hasn't had a whole lot of help from his fielders. And now he makes his first mistake of the ball game, and Isan Diaz makes him pay, but still only giving up 3 runs and pending some run support. And if he can shut the Marlins down the rest of the way, still very much in line for a quality start.
2-2 pitch from Walker here. That one's in the dirt. Ball 3. Full count. Yeah, as you said, he's had a really good outing so far, except for a couple of mistakes. And it seems to be the story of Mariners pitching here. Good outings until they give up a couple of mistakes. Taijuan Walker bounces back with an emphatic strikeout here.
Yeah, and that's a big out for Walker right there. It's a good spot up above Ramirez's hands, as he does locate this time where the catcher Murphy wants that pitch to be, and give Walker credit. Doesn't go into the tank after the home run. He rebounds, gets a strikeout, and let's see if that kind of gumption carries through to this at-bat.
Yeah, Jorge Alfaro is going to watch a ball in the dirt for ball 1. For 1-0 from Walker. It's in there, says the umpire. Strike 1. Counts even at 1. One pitch. Oh, there's another mistake left out over the plate. Jorge Alfaro with a big 420-foot home run into deep left field. That is his 6th home run of the season. And the Marlins starting to pour it on here as they now lead 4-0.
Well, the foundations are starting to crumble here for Taijuan Walker. Actually, I should say they are crumbling. They were starting to crumble after Diaz hit his home run. And then he was able to patch it up a little bit. He got Ramirez to strike out, but this pitch, once again, It's a cutter up in the zone that doesn't cut. And I know that sounds like exactly what I said for the Diaz home run, but it really is. Not at all where Murphy wanted that, and just deposited out there into the left field seats by Jorge Alfaro.
Well, the nicest pitch of the ball game is going to be popped up just behind second base. Dylan Moore is going to take a few steps into the outfield for the second out of the ball game. And so after giving up a home run, again, he comes back and gets a quick out number 2. We'll see the pitcher, Jordan Yamamoto, step in here. He'll take his cuts as he's still looking at a solid pitching performance. They'll want him to go back out in the 5th. Walker not waiting to attack here. The 0-1's going to get lifted into center field, out of reach Dylan Moore. Alex Smith is going to corral it and bring it back in. That's going to be a seeing eye single.
Yeah, and because of Yamamoto's last at-bat, which was that bunt up the first base line back in the 3rd inning, you couldn't score that in arrows, so Yamamoto is now 2 for 2 on the day, and he is the only Marlins batter to be 2 for 2.
Jonathan VR is going to step in here. He reached on an error and flew out.
And for Jordan Yamamoto right now, life is good. He's 2 for 2, and his team, which frequently has struggles offensively, he's hit the jackpot here as he has 4 runs of support, and we're only in the 4th inning.
Right you are. As Taiwan Walker perhaps needs to calm down a little bit here as he can't find the zone. 2-0 to Jonathan VR. 2-0 pitch, missing inside. 3-0. Stetson delivers. That one's over for strike 1. And he really needed to get that pitch over.
Yeah, VR taking all the way right there, and as he should be. And again, Walker's starting to lose command a little bit. If I'm VR, I'm sitting on a fastball right here.
1 pitch from Walker. And he gets no help from the umpires. They'll say that missed the zone. I'm not sure where, though. So that's ball 4. Jonathan VR drawing a walk here in the 4th with 2 away.
Yeah, and now I think if you're Scott Cervais, you have to at least start thinking about how long do we really want to ride this guy. Again, haven't had a day off in a little while. It's the 3rd game of a 3-game series. Been fairly tightly contested so far. Each bullpen's had to certainly pull its weight, and you don't want to create a bullpen game too early. But Walker just may not have it today, and that's the call that, especially if some kind of hit can be recorded here by Anderson, it's a decision that I think Cervais is going to see himself making sooner rather than later.
The 1-0 pitch from Walker, still not able to find the strike zone here. That being the 27th pitch of this inning. Yeah, Scott Cervais has got to be making his calls to the bullpen now to get those guys ready. It's clear that Taiwan has fallen apart as he works this count to 3-0. This strike zone really has shrunk quite a bit. And here in the Florida heat, as clearly the pressure is mounting on Taiwan as he mercifully gets a strike call on this one. 3-1 to count to Brian Anderson.
And you're the Mariners guy. If you're Scott Cervais, who do you turn to? Who out of the bullpen can give you some length and try and bridge the gap into the 7th and 8th inning, guys?
Well, we've got a couple of longer relief guys. This one's going to get hit up the middle. Runner's going to round 3rd and head for home. The throw is off target, and so the runner will score. Miami's going to push this one to 5-0 on that RBI single. If I'm Scott Cervais, I'm calling on.
Yeah, you called it.
He's going to call on McGill possibly or Swanson. They called on Johan Ramirez yesterday, so you don't want to bring him back out again to work another 3 innings. Taiwan Walker going to end his day here, giving up the 5 runs. So they are going to turn to Johan Ramirez for the second day in a row in the long relief situation. Making his 21st appearance on the season across 60 and 2/3 innings of work. ERA north of 6. And he has not been nearly as successful as one would like out of the bullpen or in the starting rotation, which is where he started this season.
Yeah, but back on the subject of K1 Walker, it's a very disappointing outing for him because we can debate all we like about how maybe the run in the 3rd inning wasn't really his fault, but all 4 that he gave up this inning were completely on K1 as he lost his command, and I should point out, still responsible for the runners on 1st and 2nd. So this could turn worse as far as Walker's stat line is concerned.
Yeah, still on the hook for potential 7 earned runs, as there are 2 away here. But with those guys out on the base path, if they come around to score, they're Taiwan's, that's for sure. Corey Dickerson's going to foul this one off. Count's going to go to 1-2 now. We'll get a 1-2 pitch from Johan.
Look out.
Making him uncomfortable in the box there. And that's something that it looked like Taiwan tried to do a couple of times today with those pitches inside, but did not have much effect. Johan having better success here as this one's going to get popped up into right field. Haniger's there to make the catch, and the inning is over. So able to finally get the 3rd out here is Johan Ramirez out of the bullpen. The Marlins put a couple on the board here in the 4th. Mariners still looking for their 2nd hit of the ball game, and hopefully they're going to put something up on the board to start clawing back here in the 5th.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to see as the Mariners now are potentially in a position, because they had to go to the bullpen so early, Beard, what you could have is you may have to leave in Johan Ramirez, but you do that at the expense of essentially having an automatic out in the lineup. Of course, the alternative is you further deplete the bullpen, but at least the way the pitching staff has been performing so far here today, I'm hesitant to do that.
Well, and because we've had to go to the bullpen here in just before what would be the pitching spot in the batting order, I could see them going, if they're smart, they'll go to the bullpen once more. They'll bring out a pinch hitter. They had success yesterday bringing in Carlos Gonzalez to pinch hit. He came in and hit a home run to take the pitching spot. So they've got the tools that they can use to put in there. And especially with Johan having pitched up north of 2 1/3 innings yesterday, it wouldn't be a bad idea to make that change so that he can get the 3rd out in the 4th and then not have to worry about the rest of the ball game. Tom Murphy living up to my given nickname, racking up a strikeout here. That's Jordan Yamamoto's 6th strikeout of the ball game.
Yeah, but to go back to your fair, considering the fact that Ramirez did work 2 1/3 or 2 2/3 innings, it doesn't really matter that much. But he did throw a lot of pitches yesterday, so certainly very logical that he could have been there to only get 1 out. And considering that he is on deck, probably likely we see a pinch hitter, a Carlos Gonzalez type right here.
Yeah, I'd say it would make sense to switch him out, especially because we didn't have to go through everybody in the bullpen yesterday. We haven't had to go to the bullpen too terribly much in this series. Of course, Mariners able to take the win in the first game. Marco Gonzalez able to go deeper into that game. He went through 6 full, and we were able to get into the back end of the bullpen. in that game. But you know, Eric Swanson is rested up. Matt McGill hasn't gotten work in a couple of days, so they've got some guys that can pitch some innings and not have to worry about depleting this bullpen too much. You know, this is a bullpen that has gotten a lot of work throughout the season already, and it's kind of something that they're gonna lean on throughout the season, as you know, their pitching staff in the starting rotation isn't the greatest. Obviously, it's a rebuilding. As Carlos Gonzalez, after hitting a home run yesterday, is going to step in, try and do it again here today with 2 away.
Yes, but give Johan Ramirez some credit right there, as we can close the book on him now. Only goes a third of an inning, actually only faced 1 batter. But had he came in and been as much of a dumpster fire as Taijuan Walker was, or Kwan Walker, excuse me, it would have been very bad for the Mariners. That said, 5 is a lot less than 7.
Yeah, indeed. You know, he's able to get out of the situation there, able to get the 1 out, and with the way that the batting order lined up, that would be all they needed out of Johan today. I gotta. You keep calling him K1. Is that a nickname that I am not aware of?
Leading off for the Marlins,
Eddie.
the first baseman, Jesus.
I guess we might have lost him for a second here. I have never heard him Taijuan Walker being called K1, but being a pitcher, it kind of fits. So Nestor Cortez Jr. is going to come in and pitch the 5th inning here, facing off against Jesus Aguilar.
Sorry about that.
Quickly, 1-1's the count. No worries. Did you hear my question?
Yes, Kwan Walker. I had heard somebody call him that when I was looking into him a little bit. I heard someone back when he was in high school. They called him Kwan because of all the strikeouts that he would record.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. I kind of figured that, but you kept doing it, so I thought maybe you were just misreading his name or something. But that's not bad. I like it.
No, it's as far as pitchers' nicknames go, it's certainly one of the better ones that I've heard.
Checking out the Twitch chat, EB from Toronto pointing out that Walker, not a great name for a pitcher.
It's not, but Walker Buehler over with the Dodgers, he seems to be doing okay despite the name.
Well, Diaz gonna step in here. He's 1 for 1 on the day with the big 2-run shot back in the 4th.
I suppose like the only worst name for a pitcher would be I don't know, maybe Homer or something. that would not be good.
Homer Bailey?
Yeah. Exactly. Is he still in baseball?
I don't know. The last I remember, he was pitching for the Reds.
Yeah, he was pitching for the Reds, and he was actually doing pretty well. Didn't he throw a no-hitter a couple of years back, I believe? But I don't know if he's still playing. He had a nice career for himself.
Maybe somebody in the Twitch chat can educate us. Is Homer Bailey still pitching? He's with the A's? That's news to me. This one's going to be a ground rule double out into deep left field. Looks like the outfield playing the extreme shift into right. He goes the other way with this one. Kyle Lewis not able to get down in front of that one, as it's just going to hop over the wall into the bullpen. So what possibly could have been stretched into a triple will be held up at a double here. Cortez gives up a base hit down the right field line here. That's going to be down for a single as they throw it into second base. Gotta question the choice of throw here.
Well, there wasn't really a chance you could get him at home. If you see the right fielder Hanniger, his momentum is basically carrying him into the foul line seats, so really no chance there. But this one is getting ugly, and it's already been blown open. But the Marlins are one more big hit from blowing this thing wide open.
I'm gonna have to call on the gods of Mariners bullpens past. Kazuhiro, JJ, please help us.
Well, they need it, because right now the Marlins, who, again, not exactly known for their offense, are having their way with this Mariners staff right now. Both starters and bullpen combined.
This one driven deep into right center field. It's gone. Alfaro with a big two-run shot here. As you said, this game is blown wide open. Somebody call a paramedic. We might need open heart surgery here, as this game is now 7-0.
Yeah, this is one that got away, and Jorge Alfaro, a little early to be using the expression the cherry on top, but look, it's a great day for Alfaro so far. He's got 2 home runs now and 3 RBIs, and that's going to be all for Cortez Jr., who was certainly not the guy who was supposed to come in and kind of plug the hole, but he did the opposite of that. He just made it bigger. Now we'll see if Eric Swanson can be a little bit more successful.
It's about 45 innings of work and a 6 ERA, so he'll just look to get some outs here. John Birdie stepping in for his second AB of the ball game. Of course, coming in off of the injury from, is it Ramos?
Yeah, Rojas, the shortstop.
Thank you.
Some kind of arm thing. Yeah. Again, we never really got a very good look at the play. It was kind of out of our camera shot.
Yeah, they were telling us it looks something like a broken arm, but we'll have to get some x-rays and a report from the doctor before we really know more. The 1-2 pitch now from Swanson. He'll try and get him to chase one outside with that fastball. 2-2 here to John Birdie.
Yeah, so back-to-back pitchers only last a third of an inning for the Mariners. The difference is Ramirez actually only faced one batter and he got him out. Cortez, his circumstances a little bit different.
Indeed, as the count goes to 3-2 here against Birdie. Eric Swanson, of course, in that long relief role for these Mariners, has gotten quite a bit of work. Foul this one off. We'll see another full count pitch here. Duct Tape Man in the chat says, I missed the mugging. Yep, you certainly did. And perhaps a ball that slipped out of his hands and takes out John Birdie.
I don't know. You do, and we'll give Swanson the benefit of the doubt, but it is 8-0, so you can understand why Birdie is a little hot as he trotted down to first base right there.
Yeah, you never like to see that, no matter which team it is. You know, it's not like we're playing the Yankees here or anything.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. The Marlins have had enough injuries out of the shortstop position today. Rojas, of course, he went down back in the third with that arm issue, and now Birdie taking one to the shoulder.
Well, Swanson getting a little bit of help here from the Marlins as they round into a 6-4-3 double play to end the inning, but not before they put up another slew of runs and extend their lead 8-0.
Leading off to the Mariners, the center fielder, Malik Smith.
So Malik Smith stepping in. He's 1 for 2 on the day with that double back in the third.
And if you're the Mariners right now, this is a good start.
Alex Smith driving this one deep into right field. And he's able to track it down on the run and make a nice catch for the first out.
What I was going to say is, if you're the Mariners right now, you can't think about all 8. First, you have to think about a base runner and just moving him along. No such thing as an 8-run home run. Can't get it all back in one swing. You're just going to have to chip away, and then, as from a pitching standpoint, the bullpen's going to have to do its job and try and keep the score right now, where it is. Give your offense at least somewhat of a fighting chance.
Well, we'll take a look down at the Marlins bullpen. We got Sixto Sanchez and Ryan Stanek. A couple of great names out in the bullpen there. Yamamoto getting up there in the pitch count here through the 6th. 86 pitches. But moving right along as Kyle Lewis takes this one for a ride deep in the left center field. That one's going back, and it'll go. Home run by Kyle Lewis here. That's his 9th of the season. That one just kind of snuck over the wall. 377 feet. And just like that, the Mariners are on the board.
Well, it's back-to-back hitters where Yamamoto has missed his spot and given some guys some really good pitches to hit. We saw Malik Smith give one for a ride out to right field, but it was run down. But Kyle Lewis, he gets into this one. Good job turning on it. And Yamamoto, his timing has been thrown off a little bit. Remember, it's been back-to-back big offensive innings by the Marlins. But that also means for the pitcher, a lot of sitting around. And so Yamamoto a little bit rusty so far, I guess would be the best word you could use to describe it, as he comes back to the mound for the 6th.
Oh, that's in.
Yeah, he's still able to hit his spots around the edges, which is what you like to see. Clearly, he still hasn't lost his control. Kyle Lewis just getting lucky with that swing there. And with 8 runs of support, a solo shot is not really going to hurt you unless you let them get a rally going.
No, it's a harmless miss, and that's going to happen. These are major league hitters. They're going to hit home runs. Always better when it happens with nobody on base. And really, no damage done right there if you're Yamamoto. Don't want to make this into more of a big deal than it really is.
Mitch Haniger watches the 3-1 pitch in there for strike 2. So we'll see another full count here. Full count pitch to Mitch. And that'll be ball 4, says the home plate umpire, as this strike zone has gotten absolutely minuscule.
Yeah, it really is shrinking, and perhaps here, not necessarily the pitching coach, but maybe the catcher Alfaro doesn't look... Oh, I was going to say, go out and just give him a little talking to, just try and calm him down. But the hook from Don Mattingly, not sure I agree with this one.
Yeah, an interesting call by the manager, as that's going to be the end of the day for the starter, Jordan Yamamoto. We'll see Sixto Sanchez come out of the bullpen to try and set down Mariners here. His 20th appearance this season, 40 innings of work, a 4.28 ERA. Batting average sitting about 240 for both righties and lefties. Daniel Vogelbach is going to take this first pitch for a ride. He's a little bit early on it, though, as that's going to be hooked foul. Oh, 0-1 swinging at a ball low and inside. Strike 2.
Sanchez should be smart right here. This is a dangerous hitter, but you have a couple of pitches to waste. No need to come to him.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Well, wasting a pitch here at about eye level. 1-2 pitch.
That
He's gonna
one
go
right
foul
there,
again.
that had a little bit too much plate for a 1-2 for my liking. He may have missed a spot right there. That's
Another
more
1-2. This one below the zone. You see Vogelbach holding up on his check there. 2-2 pitch. And he's shown that he's willing to chase those pitches, so that's not a bad call either, as the count now 3-2. Three-two pitch.
Nope, that's ball four.
Ball four on a slider that caught the top of the zone. Somebody needs to get this umpire some glasses.
Kyle Seager.
As even though the call favors my team, that was a bad call.
I don't know about that one, and you see Sanchez, he'll stalk around a little bit. But now the Mariners are they're at least starting to wake up the bats a little bit offensively, which is a good sign. And is 7 runs too much to overcome? Perhaps. But they're certainly doing a good job. That's twice in a row where hitters have worked the count. And now you have one of your better hitters up in Seager in a position where he can do some damage.
Kyle would be able to cut this lead in half with one swing of the bat here. As he'll watch a fastball right in his sweet spot, 0-2. Of course, looking at the Twitch chat, Mo likes to remind us that Baltimore was down 7 to Houston the other day and ultimately ended up coming back to win it. So it is possible. Not probable, but possible.
2-2.
Yep, crazier things have happened, and right now if you're Sanchez trying to pitch to contact, I would imagine, get a ground ball, get out of this inning.
So Kyle Seager going to strike out swinging here. That's the second out of the inning, not the ball game.
Seager's second strikeout of the ball game.
Yeah, that's probably what I was trying to say. Dylan Moore is going to swing at the first pitch here, and that's going to be a harmless pop-up into shallow center field. The shortstop, John Birdie, is going to step back and take it himself. And the inning is over. So a couple of runners stranded as the Mariners are still able to put one on the board with this big home run from Kyle Lewis. Still going to need a lot more to climb back from this 7-run deficit, though.
The third baseman, Jonathan.
And right now it starts with Eric Swanson. This is a big inning right here for him. They could really use a nice, easy 1-2-3 because we did see some signs of life right there from the Mariner offense. But best to get them back in quickly.
I got the count. 0-2.
Well, quickly he's 0-2 to Jonathan VR. The 0-2 pitch, trying to get him to chase one in the dirt. There's the 1-2 from Swanson. This one left out over the middle. It's going to be driven into center field. Smith is there to make the catch. And there's a one away here in the bottom of the 6th.
Good start right there from Swanson. As you mentioned it, the fastball a little bit left out over the plate, but still, I thought he got it inside enough to jam him, which he did, and VR just kind of forced to fist that one out into center. Easy play for Smith.
Yep, that ball went out.
Swanson going to deliver a 1-0 pitch here. They'll say he went around on that check swing, 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch from Swanson. In there for strike 2.
Hold on. All right, this is starting to not make a whole lot of sense. That's a strike, but some of the stuff we've been seeing so far.
Yeah.
Our friend back there is having a bit of a tough day, to put it politely.
Yeah, he's about as good an umpire as I am. As this one's going to be a little dribbler over to third. Kyle's able to corral it in time to get the out at first. There's two away here in the bottom of the sixth.
Good start right here to this inning by Eric Swanson. We mentioned it just a few moments ago that the best thing here would be a 1-2-3 inning. And now if he can get Dickerson, who is one of the few Marlins who is not tearing it up today, it'll be just what the doctor ordered for the Mariners.
We're going to see Corey Dickerson here for the third out. First pitch to him is going to be grounded over to Kyle Seager. He bobbles it a little bit, but corrals it in time to get the throw, and the inning is over. So a quick 1-2-3 out of the Marlins this time around. Seattle will look to get their bats back to life. We'll see Murphy, Lopes, and the pitcher here in the seventh.
Well, better late than never for the Marlins to get their first 1-2-3 inning of the ball game. They had, for the Mariners to record their first 1-2-3 inning.
Yep. Of course, we'll see Tom Murphy step in here. He struck out twice already today, and looks like he's going for that third.
I'm not sure if that's exactly what he had on his mind when he was walking up to bat. Then, oh, let's go for my third strikeout right here. But he does look a little bit lost up there right now.
Nope, I'm scared.
Well, he's showing a bit of patience here as the count's now 2-1. Sixto Sanchez delivers the pitch. Not able to catch the top of the zone there, and I suppose after wildly flailing at the first pitch, he realized it's probably better to just leave the bat on his shoulder. As he gets the help from the umpire here with that fastball call, ball 4.
The batter, number 10, shortstop, Tim Lowe.
They're clearly catching the bottom of the zone.
I don't know about that one.
This umpire is perhaps this is some of Bud Selig's pace of play in action with an 8-1 score. Perhaps that umpire's got an earbud or something. Just keep this game rolling.
Well, it is a Sunday, and I don't know if you ever heard the expression Sunday drivers, where it's kind of like the worst drivers who have no idea what they're doing on the road are always out on Sundays. You got to keep your head up when you're out there. And maybe perhaps that's what we're seeing from our friend the umpire today, as he has certainly had to put it as politely as possible, an adventure back there thus far today.
Well, the adventure continues with this ball to the pinch hitter J.P. Crawford stepping in for the pitcher. As I gotta say, as much fun as it is to pick on umpires, they have a rather thankless job.
Oh, they have a terribly thankless job.
You know, it's extremely hard to call balls and strikes, especially at the speeds in which they throw these balls. But
yeah, so we're trying to help this poor guy out, but he continues to be harder and harder to throw a lifeline to. But yeah, it's very easy for us here. We have the luxury of looking at the pitch tracks, and we get to see exactly where the pitch was and multiple replays. These guys have to make a split-second decision in the bat of an eye. So we certainly do respect them.
Not to mention the bird's eye view from the batter's eye out in center field and high-powered cameras. Those really help in calling balls and strikes. Much different view from behind the catcher there. As J.P. Crawford working this at-bat into a little battle here, 3-2. He's gonna dribble this one out in front of the catcher. So the swinging bunt sacrifice moves the runner up to second base, but with 2 away here, you really would have preferred to see a base hit.
You certainly would have preferred to see a base hit, but it's very well done right there by the catcher, Alfaro. Not an easy play for a catcher. Had to kind of barehand that one and throw on the run. And so Alfaro, who is not a small man, and not exactly known for his speed, was pretty cat-like on his feet right there.
Alex Smith with a little blooper out to center field, and it gets past the center fielder, so the runner's going to score from second. And Alex is going to trot up to second here on what should have been a out in center field. This one drops as he tries to dive for it and gets behind him.
Yeah, it's
That's
a tough
always
call.
a big risk.
It's a tough call for Ramirez, but I'm really okay with that. When you're ahead by 7 runs, you have the luxury of being able to take a chance like that. And no problem with Ramirez's decision right there. Why not take a little bit of a risk? It didn't pay off for him right there, but I have no problem with it considering the circumstances.
The 0-1 pitch to Kyle Lewis. This one's going to be a little blooper out in right field, and these Mariner bats have come alive. The throw in to try and catch Malik Smith at home is going to be off target, so the Mariners putting 2 more on the boards here with 2 away. Kyle Lewis with an RBI single.
Yeah, nicely done by Lewis as he gets jammed on the inside, but he goes inside out. And kind of a hopeless case right there from the right fielder, Anderson. You're not going to get a guy as fast as Malik Smith at home, no matter how softly hit that little flare was into right.
Well, Mitch Haniger is still looking for his first hit of the ball game here. 0-2 on the day.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
One pitch. One's going to be fouled off. 1-2.
Yeah, here's really where, if you're on the Marlins, you want Sixto Sanchez to step up and get a strikeout.
Grounder over to
Whoa!
first base. The fancy flip over there by Aguilar for the 3rd out. Sixto covering to get the out. Mariners able to put up 2 here in the 7th. Get up and stretch, folks.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Seattle, number 61, Matt.
We'll see Matt McGill stepping in here. As you see there, he's making his 39th appearance of the season. 3.92 ERA across 39 innings of work. He'll face off against Jesse Aguilar here to start the game.
Aguilar, how about that glove flip right there to end that inning? When Aguilar went for that ball, which I thought was the pitcher's ball, by the way, I didn't think there was any chance that they would be able to get Haniger at first. But it was marvelously done right there by Aguilar. And give credit where credit's due. Aguilar, not known for moving well, but you wouldn't have known it right there.
Yeah, that was a fantastic flip. We'll see the 2-0 pitch from McGill here. It's one in there for a swinging strike 1. The 2-1 pitch. Missing inside. Ball 3.
This guy is certainly not a pitcher's umpire.
3-1. Here's the 3-2 to Aguilar. And missing for ball 4. So a slider that didn't slide. Able to miss inside. And that's a leadoff walk here in the 7th.
Definitely not the way that McGill wanted to start his day. Now he'll have to face Isan Diaz, who has been very dangerous today. He and Jorge Alfaro responsible for a lot of the Marlin offense.
And this is going to be an easy pop-up up the middle. Kyle Seeger is there to make the play. So an easy out number one here after giving up the walk. Harold Ramirez 1 for 3 on the day. See the first pitch missing outside for ball one.
If you're McGill here, you really want a ground ball, see if you can get a double play.
And we'll see a stolen base attempt here. For what reason, I have no idea.
What?
As Aguilar attempts a stolen base. When was the last time you saw a first baseman steal?
It's not just the first baseman stealing. First off, it's Jesus Aguilar, one of the slowest men in the big leagues. Second off, it's a terrible jump. And third, the Marlins are up by 5 runs. Why is Aguilar running himself into an out right there? That is so strange to me on so many levels.
Bud Selig at works, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to get these pace of play rules introduced, even inducing outs with no meaning whatsoever. And so the inning is over, as even had he stayed on base and not stolen, that probably would have rolled up into a double play. Nonetheless, we'll go to the top of the 8th. Seattle here on a bit of a rally, trying to come back. We'll see Daniel Vogelbach step in here. He's 0 for 1 on the day with a couple of walks and a strikeout. First pitch to Vogelbach, in there for strike 1.
Mariners just have to be looking for base runners right here. I was just trying to chip into this Marlin lead.
Well, Sanchez here for his, what is this, getting into his 3rd inning of work now? 2nd inning of work?
Yeah, he's done a decent job. I thought Mattingly yanked Jordan Yamamoto a little bit too quickly. But Sixto Sanchez has come in, did a nice job mopping up.
Done a great job. 2-2 pitch from Sanchez. Vogelbach hitting this one out into center field, just out of reach of the shortstop, John Birdie playing the shift there. So a base hit from the leadoff hitter, Daniel Vogelbach here. See there, just over the umpire and the shortstop's head and just out of reach.
Ball that time.
Kyle Seager showing a bit of patience here. Ball 1. Sixto Sanchez's 40th pitch of the ball game is a slider that's in there for strike 1. Now, if Daniel Vogelbach tries to steal here, I'm going to really pull my hair out, and I don't have any hair left. One missing outside, ball 2. Swing and a miss from Kyle Seager. Counts even at 2 on that changeup. Two-two pitch. I'm almost surprised he didn't call that one a strike. Kyle Seager puts a drive into this one, but it's going to hook foul. We'll see another 3-2 here. That's going to be ripped down the first base side. And, oh, the throw over to second to get the first out is going to be way over his head. It's going to go deep into left field. So an error on Jesus Aguilar. perhaps he's having a little bit of a brain fart after trying to take a stolen base, as he just launches this one over the second baseman's head.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
That will be the end of Sixto Sanchez's appearance here for the Marlins. Giving up a couple of runs here. We'll see Ryan Stanek making his 24th appearance on the season. He'll face off against Dylan Moore. Looks like we're having a bit of technical difficulties with my broadcast partner, but fear not, folks. I will keep you entertained as best I can. As Seattle Mariners seem to be trying to pull back this game from the brink. The 1-0 pitch right down Main Street from Ryan Stanek. 1-1's the count. Stanek delivers. This one's outside, ball 2. This is going to be popped up. The catcher is going to play it just to the side of the batter's box. That'll be out number 1 here by Dylan Moore.
Number 2, Tom Murphy.
So we'll see the catcher step in here. He's 0 for 2 on the day. And we'll say strike 1 on that pitch. The 0-1 from Stanek. Missing low, ball 1. Counts even at 1 here. So Tom Murphy with a little bit of help here to Stanek, 1 and 2. As he beans him, Tom Murphy takes a ball to the head. Take another look at this one. Oh, not the head. That hits the back of his arm. And it looks like the officiating crew is going to give the pitcher a warning here. That's the second bean batter of the ball game. 1 on each side. Tim Lope's going to step in. He'll swing and a miss at the first one. The 0-1 pitch in there for strike 2. Of course, Tim 0 for 3 on the day. The 0-2 pitch.
1 ball.
Missing outside.
That's a ball.
Here's the 1-2. He'll miss low. Ball 2. 2 and 2 now to Lopes. He's not missing by a lot on the outside of that zone. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Tim Lopes strikes out swinging here on the top of the 8th.
The pitcher, number
They're now 2 away with the bases loaded.
McGill. Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for Seattle. Number 23, Austin Nola.
So we'll get a pinch hitter here. Austin Nola, the backup catcher, is going to step in. First pitch in there for strike one, 0-1. Runners in scoring position, bases loaded. Mariners with a chance to cut the lead down here. The 0-1 pitch. Only gonna miss. Strike two. Here's the 0-2. Not able to get him to chase it here as that one just misses the bottom of the zone. One-two pitch. This thing outside. Counts even at 2 here. Stanek with that 97, 98 mile an hour fastball. Swing and a miss as he gets him to chase it up the ladder, and the inning is over. Stanek strands the bases loaded as we go to the bottom of the 8th here in Miami. Marlins leading 8-3.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mariners.
Carl Edwards Jr. is going to get the call here in the 8th. His 24th appearance of the season, 1-2 record. He's got 10 holds to his record. Carl's 18 2/3 innings of work. 22 strikeouts and 14 walks. He'll look to get 3 outs here and get the bats back in his teammates' hands so that they have a chance to come back. This one will be lifted out in the center field. Malik Smith tries to lay out to make the catch, but it bounces off of him. So that'll be a base hit.
The batter, number 5, shortstop, John.
And he stays with this one and just drives it into center field. Malik's having to lay out to try and catch that, but it bounces off of his glove, it looked like. We'll see John Birdie step in here. First pitch in there for strike one, 0-1. The 0-1 pitch inside, 1-1. John Birdie having to do a little dance in the batter's box. The 1-1 pitch missing outside with that big sweeping curveball. Started that on the inside and it went all the way outside of the zone. This fastball missing inside, 3-1 now to Birdie. 3-1 pitch. Fastball in there, that'll get fouled off. Full count now, 3-2. Strike 3 swinging. Carl Edwards Jr. racking up his first strikeout of the ball game.
The pitcher, number 55.
And that's a big one to keep these Marlins moving as they still have a 5-run lead. We'll see a pinch hitter here.
Garrett Cooper.
Garrett Cooper is going to step in for the pitcher. Righty on righty matchup as he watches the first pitch in there for strike one. The 0-1 pitch in there for strike two. So quickly Garrett Cooper's in a hole here. The 0-2 pitch. We'll try and get him to chase it up the ladder, but he lays off of that. 1-2. 1-2. Missing outside. 2-2 now. See a 2-2 pitch from Carl Edwards Jr. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Second strikeout in a row here by Edwards. Is there now 2 away here at the bottom of the 8th. We'll go back to the top of the order, and Jonathan VR. VR puts a drive into this one, but it's hooking foul. He'll hope to straighten that one out, because that's a real missed opportunity. He's 0 for 3 on the day. He reached on an error to start the ball game. Strike 2 here from Carl Edwards Jr. The 0-2 pitch, missing high, ball 1. And you see Carl Edwards getting himself into 0-2 counts, and then trying to work around the outside. And this time it pays off as he is able to catch the corner to end the inning. We have reached the end of the 8th here, folks. Mariners coming up in the top of the 9th with their last opportunity to score 5 runs to push it to extras. We'll see Elisir Hernandez come in, his 8th appearance of the season. He'll face the 1, 2, and 3 to try and set down the Mariners to end the ballgame. Alex digging in, he's 2 for 2 with a couple of doubles today. First pitch to him, he's going to try and lay down a bunt, but it pops up. Jonathan VR is going to charge from third, and that is a 1-pitch out.
Number 1, Kyle Lewis.
It's not a bad call if you can get the bunt down, but he is not successful here, and so there's a 1 away. Kyle Lewis stepping in, he's 2 for 4 on the day. Swing and a miss. The ball on the outside corner. Marlins, a couple of arms out in the bullpen just in case. Sterling Sharp and Adam Conley. And strike 2 here to Kyle Lewis. The 0-2 pitch. This one's in the dirt, 1-2. Elisir Hernandez coming in to pitch to the 9th inning. The 1-2 pitch. Kyle Lewis puts it right into this one, but it's going to hook foul. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And just like that, the Mariners are down to their final out.
Now batting.
We'll see Mitch Haniger step in here, try to do something.
Haniger.
First pitch to Haniger is going to get fouled off. 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. And this is low and inside, ball 1. The 1-1 pitch. And that's going to be a pop-up in front of the first baseman here. He's there to make the catch, and the ball game is over. Jordan Yamamoto getting the win here for Miami as they put up a monster of a score, winning this ball game 8-3. Taiwan Walker going to take the L. able to get out of the 4th inning, only pitching 3 2/3. No save situation here, so just those 2 decisions. You see the final line here. Mariners putting up 3 runs on 5 hits, committing 2 errors. Marlins putting up 8 runs on 10 hits, only 1 error. And player of the game today is going to be Jorge Alfaro. He had those 2 big home runs, driving in 3 runs, and he's 3 for 4 on the day. We take a look at the highlights here of the ball game. The first scoring got kicked off in the bottom of the 3rd. Up until that point, it had been kind of a pitcher's duel. And Isan Diaz with his big 2-run homer out to right field. That put them up 3-0. Followed up by Alfaro's big home run to left. His first home run of the day. And there wasn't much more that Taiwan Walker could do to get them out as they just continued the hit parade. Brian Anderson with the RBI single up the middle here. Ramirez with the big single to right. As that one dropping just inside of the foul line. And then Alfaro with his second home run of the day. This one to deep center field. That put Miami up 8-0. Kyle Lewis, not to be outdone by the entire Marlins roster, decides that he's going to put one just over the field in left. And that put the Mariners on the board. And Alex Smith with this big double to left. Continuing the Mariners hit parade, that was able to drive in a run on the error by Sanchez out in center field. Kyle Lewis with another RBI out to left. This one just a little bloop. Out to right. This one just a little blooper. And then we go to the top of the 9th, and this will be the last out of the game. Mitch Haniger with a rather unfortunate pop-up to the first baseman. And that was all she wrote. Final score here, 8-3. Marlins win. I'm joined in the booth now by the next pair of broadcasters. One of my absolute favorites, ML Botball's very own Vin Scully, Cookie Eater, and his partner for today, Chris Saki. Is that it? How are you guys doing today?
Sachi, you're close. I respect. We're doing well, man. Cannot wait for another game of baseball here on Bopple.
Wonderful, and we're going to be heading out west for some Dodger baseball, facing off against their division foe, the Colorado Rockies, if I'm reading this scroll right, correct?
Absolutely correct.
Oh, and right before I toss it to you guys, we'll get an update on the injury sustained by Miguel Rojas. He fractured his forearm during the game today. It appears he will be out for 1 to 2 months. We're gonna have to probably put him on the disabled list and see what the Marlins community here on ML Botball has to say about injury replacements. But that's going to do it for me. I will toss it over to the both of you for my broadcast partner, Eddie, who had some technical difficulties. I'm Brother Beard. Tune in for the rest of the games today and the rest of the week here on ML Botball. Take it away, guys.
All right, thanks, Brother Beard. Good call as always. Love to get to see you. One thing I love almost as much as seeing Brother Beard is seeing these Dodgers. My first time calling a game for them in about a week, and they're going to be facing off against the Colorado Rockies in a NL West matchup. And of course, I'm joined by Chris Sachi. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
Cha-ching! How are you doing today, Chris?
Good. Rockies also doing okay. They won 3-2 in last night's ball game over the Dodgers. David Dahl had 2 doubles in that game and an RBI. Trevor Story had a 2-run home run.
Exciting stuff. We'll see if the Rockies can keep it up or if the Dodgers come back to win it. Alex Wood going to be on the mound for these Dodgers as they get ready to take the field here from Dodger Stadium out in Hollywood.
I think you got to give them it's time for Dodger baseball as the resident Vin Scully here.
Oh yeah, I always forget, but here we go. It's time for Dodger baseball. Corey Seager giving the autographs to the fans. We will indeed see Alex Wood take the mound for these Dodgers.
Yeah, you see his numbers there. He spent 3.5 seasons with the Dodgers after being drafted by the Braves. And then in 2015, traded to the Dodgers. Like I said, spent 3.5 seasons there. Spent last season with the Reds, had an ERA over 5. And then this offseason, the Dodgers picking him back up. 1 year, $4 million. And he's done a pretty good job as a southpaw here in the Dodgers rotation.
So Charlie Blackmon's going to lead it off for the Rockies. And one thing that stands out to me for Wood so far this year is that whip is not much over 1. It's sitting right at between that 1.0 and 1.10 mark, and that is really exceptional.
Charlie Blackmon did not start last night's game, got a pinch hit opportunity and struck out.
He sees the 1-1 pitch from Wood. It'll be a changeup in there for strike 2, and a little bit of lefty on lefty action to start the day. Will Wood goes with the 1-2 pitch. It's going to be a swing and a miss. 2-seamer inside, and it'll be the first strikeout of the day for Alex Wood.
Yeah, Charlie Blackmon, I mean, you see his average below 230. This is somebody that, Coors Field or not, rakes every season. As the Rockies find themselves 10 games below 500. Even with last night's win, he's been a big reason why. Could use his production at the top.
Now Daniel Murphy going to stand in at the dish. And this is a guy putting up numbers a little bit better than Blackmon, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. Close to 300. Murphy's always been a great contact hitter. Power numbers aren't quite there this season, but you can always rely on him for good at bat. Good 1-2 combo atop the Rockies' order, lefty and lefty. An interesting move, especially with Wood on the mound today.
Yeah, but if you have a couple of nice lefty hitters, why not go with that? It is interesting, like you mentioned, but if it works for you, it works for you. Every team's different.
Yeah, Murphy also did not start last night's game and did not appear as a pinch hitter, so he's fresh.
2-1 to Murphy. It's going to be a fly ball, but Mookie Betts tracks it down easily and right for the second out of the inning.
Batting third, the third baseman, Nolan Arenado.
Beautiful day for baseball here at Dodger Stadium, huh?
Yeah, we saw the weather a few seconds ago, just over 80 degrees, and that means it's t-shirt weather. Looks like it's right about sunset out there, so the sun's not too hot. And it's a nice way to take in a ball game to finish out the weekend. Nolan Arenado going to stand in at the dish now with 2 away for his Rockies.
Ball, that's inside.
Arenado, drafted out of Lake Forest, California, El Toro High School. He was drafted out of in the second round of the 2009 MLB draft. So he's a California guy.
Makes you wonder if maybe he has some friends and family in attendance tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Born in Newport Beach, so you're right. Certainly be a factor for him in today's game.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, he's worked the count 2-2, so let's see if maybe he can get something going for any of his personal fans here tonight. Won't be this at bat, though. It'll be a diving play from Seager. And I suppose it is a base hit, but not the flash you want to brag about to your friends.
Hey, the Rockies will take it. They get a runner on with 2 away. Arenado not especially a stolen base threat this season, but you do have the powerful Trevor Story. As you see, he has the most RBIs here on Colorado.
Yeah, 20 home runs, 45 RBI, an average up over 270. You could probably make the argument so far this year Story's been the best hitter on this Rockies squad.
Had a 2-run homer last night to boot.
With round 1 foul to start this at bat.
Ball 1.
Make it 1-1. Roll set and deliver. Swing and a miss. Deceptive changeup.
Yeah, changeups look good tonight so far for Wood.
See if he goes back to it. Two-seamer this time. And be fouled off. Looked like Story was late on it, though.
That's what a good changeup does. Even a fastball at 89, you can be behind.
Nope, that's the ball. 2-2 is out.
Really goes to show you what an art pitching really is.
It's a beautiful one.
2-2, gonna miss inside, so it'll be a full count now to Trevor Story. That means Nolan Arenado down there at first base is gonna get to take a running start. 3-2 is gonna be hit in the air, deep in right field, but Betts is back and he'll run out of room. 2-run bomb for Trevor Story. Gives these Rockies an early 2-0 lead.
Well, just like last night, Story goes yard for a 2-run homer. This time he does it a bit earlier in the game. Bottom of the first gives the Rockies, like you said, a good advantage here. And Story, an all-star the past couple seasons in 18 and 19, well on his way to doing it again here. Always above 24, at least 24 home runs a season since he's come up in 2016.
Well, now Ian Desmond is going to be in at the dish. Looking to keep the inning alive. The rocket one just fouled down the first base line. Quickly in an 0-2 hole. The 0-2, dribbled. Hernandez at third base will make the throw over, and that will end the inning. But the story will be Trevor Story.
Well done.
That was unintentional pun, but it worked out. 2-run bomb makes it 2-0 Rockies. Dodgers look to respond, and we'll go ahead and see Peter Lambert take the mound, making his 7th start for these Rockies.
Yeah, Lambert's major league debut was a year and 1 day ago, June 6, 2019. In his rookie season at an ERA over 7, this year he's got it down to above 5, but another young pitcher the Rockies are looking to build upon here. Hopefully he can start picking it up, and it always helps to give a young pitcher an early advantage when he comes out to the mound in the home first.
Help him relax a little bit. Of course, he's going to be facing the leader in the right field vote for the All-Star game in the National League, Mookie Betts. And it'll be a first pitch ball. Do want to shout out quickly, the largest Ackman, better known as our very own Duggo, has extended their subscription to the channel to 3 months, subscribing with Twitch Prime. So thank you, Doug, for supporting Meals on Wheels. And thank you, Mookie Betts, for making it a quick 2-pitch out. Rounding out the story 6-3 to start the ball game for the Dodgers. It's Muncy on a hitting streak and putting up pretty good numbers this season. Going to go ahead and stand in now with nobody on, 1 away. He'll be first pitch swinging. They're trying to attack Peter fast and early today, and it'll work here. Dead center. Solo shot for Max Muncy, his 19th home run on the season.
Well, so we've already seen a good deal of offense. 2 home runs by a couple of great power hitters. This time it's Muncy after Story hit a 2-run shot in the top of the first. Max Muncy's had 35 home runs even, 18 and 19, and here in 20, off to a good power start as well. Muncy also did not play last night, so feeling fresh, gets a pitch he likes it, and hits it right back where it came from, dead center.
I'm not going to lie, off the bat, I thought that was just going to be a harmless fly out, and it was going to be 3 pitches, 2 out for Peter Lambert, but much different narrative. All of a sudden, he's let the lead get cut in half, and it's the reigning MVP, Cody Bellinger, who, despite the subpar numbers, has really been heating up the last month or so.
Yeah, slowly creeping that batting average up. He ended 305 last year, but as long as he starts hitting now, the Dodgers wouldn't mind.
We'll just ground this one to first base. Murphy will take it himself for the second out. And I gotta say, it was awful watching Cody the first month plus of the season. You would think he was a AAA guy being forced onto the roster with how he was hitting, but it was next to no power, next to no average. He was batting well under 200, 160 or so, but he's really come alive. Yeah, he's really come alive this season is Jock Peterson, who's been putting up decent production in the middle of the order.
I got the count.
They've been using, they've been using Peterson mostly against righties. The 3 homers in his last 9 games. He did sit last night against Kyle Freeland.
These Dodgers like to platoon, and maybe that's not so much a knack on some of these players' abilities as much as it is a testament to the depth they have on their bench. Peterson will foul it off. Not many teams can say A.J. Pollock is their 4th outfielder. They have Chris Taylor and Kike Hernandez as backup options on basically any position out there.
Yeah, quite a deep team, and it's been working out. 41 and 23 to start this season. Keeps everyone fresh, too.
And that's important. These Dodgers have been a part of multiple deep postseason runs the last few years, and they're eyeing another one again this season.
Yeah, looking to go all the way through. Win their first championship since '88.
That's up there. Ball 4.
And hey, you could only go 1 game at a time, and at that point, 1 at-bat at a time, and Peterson does a good job in this at-bat, works the 2-out walk, and Corey Seager will have a chance to drive him in, tie this game up. Who knows?
0-1's the count.
Lambert has the fastball at 94 today. That one's up in the zone for strike 1.
What
Well,
a play.
folks. You want to say Gold Glove? Because that's the kind of play we just saw right there.
Wow.
Daniel Murphy gets it on the bounce, hops it into his glove, and then tags the bag on his way back down. I thought that was a line drive at first, but that play turned out even better. I didn't even know how to comprehend it.
Yeah, that was so quick. Murphy just, he came up as an outfielder with the Mets many years back. They played him at third base. Third was his natural position, but of course the Mets had right. Played a lot of second, but first base has been his home with the Rockies primarily. Made a nice play there on one bounce and tagged first base with his gut.
Highlight reel right there. And Ryan McMahon looks to add to a pretty stacked highlight reel through 2 dingers in that great defensive play. But McMahon's just going to fly out to Betts for the first half.
This game's had its fair share of crazy plays already. You're right, 2 homers by each team. We've already got a 2-1 score here in the second, and then to end the first, diving play by Murph.
Tony Wolters,
Nope, that's down.
catcher, batting 7th. Takes ball 1.
Wolters 0 for 3 yesterday with a couple of strikeouts.
One and 0, going to be grounded. Max Muncy handles it. Not as cool of a play Murphy got last inning, but a nice 3 unassisted nonetheless for the second out.
Lambert.
Yeah, nice 2 up, 2 down here for Wood. You could use a bounce back here after that home run in the first. Looking for a 1-2-3. The only thing standing in his way is the opposing pitch.
Yeah, Wood's been nice and efficient, and well, normally you'd think taking care of the pitch would be the easy part, but Lambert's actually put up some pretty nice numbers with the bat so far this year. Obviously a limited sample size, only playing every 5 days, and that rate not even playing every 5 days for the whole season, but averages there at 280.
Not bad for a pitcher, huh? Pretty good.
Ball.
0-2's going to miss low, so he's got an eye. Either
Yeah,
that or your
good
take
take.
sign.
Yeah, who knows with pitchers.
No eye there. Nice changeup from Wood. Gets the swing and a miss, so it'll be a quick, I don't know how many pitches, but it was well less than 10 to work out of the inning. The majority of them thrown to that opposing pitcher, a 4-pitch strikeout. And the bats come back in the Dodgers' hands, 2-1. In an inning and a half. And we'll see Will Smith lead it off.
For the Dodgers, the
Catcher with some pop.
Yeah, he's an exciting young catching prospect. First onto the scene last year, 15 homers and just under 200 plate appearances.
Quite a few dingers so far this year, but you have to think they'd love to see that average creep up a little bit, but then again, with the catcher, typically you're willing to sacrifice a little bit of that offense for quality defense.
Yeah, they'll take it as long as he can occasionally run into one and call a good game and do a good job as a backstop. Did it well.
Two on one to Will Smith. It'll miss low, so Lambert not exactly pitching the best here. 3-1. Maybe still thinking about when he had his bats in the hand at the end of the last half inning.
Good job to battle back there and make it 3-2. And a swinging strike at that.
Little 3-2 pitch, high and deep, but unfortunately for the Dodgers, this won't tie it up. It'll be a nice catch, just shy of the warning track for David Dahl, and out number one.
Man, the ball seems to be jumping off the bats today. We have 2 home runs already, and that one about 5-10 feet short of another.
Ball 1, no strike.
Kevin Lux. 1-1 early on in the count. And well, Chris, I don't know how much you know about Gavin, but he's had nice defense at second. He put up pretty good numbers with the bat, both in the average and power department. I think this could be a maybe Rookie of the Year contender. Maybe it doesn't show it here, grounding out to McMahon.
Yeah, the Dodgers are quite excited about Lux, as are a lot of other pundits in terms of his long-term ability. He's got a good, clean swing. It was good last season in limited time, and I think give him a good time in his career, and he'll have a very solid one at that.
PK Hernandez, strike 1. Excited to see what Lux can do. Lambert's done a great job working back from that 3-1 count to start the inning. Got Lux fast, and it's just slow to bring the count to 1-2. PK Hernandez.
Yeah, that's a good point. The young pitcher at 23 was a ball away from a leadoff walk. Instead, he's battled back well. A good job in that at-bat. As this popped up, he had the change-up low to change eye level at 0-2, and then bust the fastball.
So it'll be a 1-2-3 inning for the 23-year-old, and we're through 2-1 Rockies. And David Dahl, the 9-hitter, will be acting as a second leadoff man before we go to the top of the order to start this 3rd inning.
Well, there's the benefit of having a position player hit 9th in NL Park. I don't know where you stand on that. I still don't really know. I'm usually at pitcher batting. I could waver though with a good argument.
Well, I gotta say for me, it's let's wait, 3-0, so Wood's not looking good in this inning, but it really depends on your roster construction, I think. Because if you got a speedy guy with half-decent average that you would rather throw in that 9-hole versus the 8-hole to act as that second kind of leadoff guy, like David Dahl, who can hit 260 with speed, I don't think that's the worst move. Then again, you could also make an argument you switch it. He has a good chance of getting on base for the pitcher to either bunt him over or something of that nature. So, bit of back and forth you can see in that department. I guess a lot of people would probably say, put the pitcher in the 9 spot because, over the course of 162 games, maybe they come up to bat 10 or 15 less times. I don't know the exact numbers, but I don't mind it either way, as long as your pitcher's not batting leadoff or something, unless it's Madison Bumgarner. It works for me.
The first baseman, number 9, Daniel.
It looks like the Rockies might have done hit and run on a fresh count, because that would have been an easy double play ball. Instead, the runner moves over.
Yeah, nice hit and run. Dahl did indeed reach on the walk, and Blackman grounds out with that hit and run. That'll put the runner on second for Daniel Murphy.
So, hey, it looks like now Dahl hitting 9th has worked out. You got a runner in scoring position with only 1 away. And your number 2 hitter up.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
2 guy up now, and Arenado and Story to follow. 2 great bats, and they'll be in a nice righty on lefty matchup as well. I'll rule that a foul ball from Murphy.
See if Murphy can stay hot. He made that fine play earlier in the ball game, 3 unassisted diving towards the back.
Well, it won't be hot right here, unless you're a Dodger fan and you find watching opposing batters popping up. Consider that a hot activity. That'll be handled by Smith. straight up the chute for the second out.
Now it'll be pick your poison for Wood. You can be careful with Arenado here with the base open, but you have Story on deck, who hit a home run in his first at bat.
What do you think, Chris? Who would, if you were Mr. Wood right here, are you going after Arenado or do you go after Story?
I think I'd take a chance here with Story. You have a base open, as he's given 2 all-speed pitches already to Arenado. Arenado also got him with the base hit earlier in the ball game anyway, and that way you have the force of more bases. So I would say